If you're gonna take, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You mix them together in the pole. They go together with some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. With the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Maat, meanings and symbolisms of Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JT. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tahuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tahuti. Tahuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tahuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tahuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you. But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this fucking app. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tahuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tahuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given. Whereas we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tahuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tahuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
I just want to establish one thing. It's fine. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? I want you to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Mic check, everyone. Checking the mic. Let me see if I can fix some visual. Visuals are strange. Let me see if I can fix these. Okay. There you go. Let's try one thing here. Hold on. Okay, mic check, mic check. I know you can't see, but then a mic check. Let's fix this again. That's gonna be crazy, crazy. Oh man, these questions are already in. Okay, let's see if I can fix this a little bit. Let me check the room. Tonight is gonna be. Oh boy, what that is? Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, everybody can hear me. Commute 101, how you doing, my brother? You missed the answer I gave last week. I hope you went back and saw that. The secondary brain. Hope you went and saw that. All right, let me pull this up a little bit. Let's see if I can. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Let's try to fix this. That is so interesting. I have to look at it. Ghost. We're trying to fix this here. Let's see. I'm probably invisible. Let's see it. Yes. Okay, we'll fix this. Fix this down. Let's see how this goes now. Coming in a little bit better. A little bit better. Let's see. Okay, looking a little bit better. A little bit better. Okay, we're coming in slowly. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, slowly. Let me push this up. All right. Slowly coming in. Okay, mic check. You can see me pretty clear. Pretty clear. We're going to move this down a little bit. Okay, mic check. All right, here we are. We're ready, everybody. Mic check. Ooh, people are going to butterfly stomach tonight. Oh my goodness. Some lives are going to be saved tonight. Let's go. Mic check again. Everybody can see me. Everybody can hear me good. We are ready. Let's see who we got here. Okay. Okay, let me. Oh boy. I know the donations are going to fly in tonight because this is, oh my. Okay. Here we go. Let me do a mic check. 1, 2, one more time, and let me see who's in the room. Okay, we got Jody. Peace to Jody. We got Ed Wren. Peace. We got Cash Peden. Peace. We got the King L. Lemuel. We got Rigo. Oh, peace and blessings. We got Angela Gates, straight out the gate. We got AJ Super Magoo, formerly known as, this is the last time you're going to see this name on the screen. No, I'm not kicking him out. We're changing his name. He's coming to see me tomorrow. And by the time you see him again in the next podcast, this name will be different. Okay, we got Master K. All right, Master K, let's blast away. You got questions, ask away. Let's go. We got Bella. We got Hotep, great beings. May your evening be peaceful. All right. We got T-Bull in the house. It's going to be crazy tonight, T-Bull. It's going to be crazy. Oh, my goodness. We got my man, Boris Muhammad. Peace, Hotep, to the great party. Boris is speaking all kind of meta these weeks. All right. Peace, Hotep, to the great party. E. Pharaoh, yes. Peace. Oh, man, we got Oscari's in the room early. He's ready. Scar, you're gonna love it tonight. It's going to be a Masonic night tonight. All right, peace out. Peace. It's going to be great. We got Jimmy B. Let's go. We got the Scribe. All right, the scribe with the vibe. We got everybody here. Everybody's here. We got Steve the. Oh, am I reading this right? It jumped out the screen. Sorry, Steve, your name jumped off of my screen. Where'd Steve go? Steve the Theorist. Thank you. Dope video. He says dope video. Steve the Theorist. Not an interesting name. I like it. Steve the Theorist. All right, man. Peace to Steve. Robert Williams. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Kamit says, peace of mind to all. And I salute and thank my ancestors. Top pod class, top knowledge. That's right. Scribe is here. Everybody's here. It's going to be Hika Kepara is here in effect. We got the daughter of Matt Ray. You're going to love it. Daughter of Matt Ray. Maat, daughter of Ray. You're going to love it. Black Pearl, Hotep to you. Oh, you love the crown? Thank you. Yes, a new edition. A new edition. Peace, peace. Yes, yes. We got more wisdom. Who wants more wisdom? All right, more wisdom. Oh, you were in. Okay. I was in last week's podcast. Vainglorious Answers Usual. Conducted a small telepathy experiment last week. Let's go. We got Khalil Aman's World. What a name. I like this name. Khalil Amani's World. His name is making the claim. This is my world. Let's go. Let's go. Khalil Amani's World. That's his name. All right. Whose world is this? The world's Khalil's. All right. Let's go. We got Imhotep. Look at these names. Imhotep. 360 degrees. 360 degrees. Imhotep. We're going to be talking about degrees tonight. It's going to be a Masonic night tonight. I already see the questions in. Woo-wee! Yes, Ma, you're going to love it. This is actually this is going to be full circle. One of the first things I taught my daughter of Ra when I met her is going to be the same topic that I'm teaching on tonight, but way more advanced. I already see a question, and it's about the Jehovah Witnesses. Yeah, the Jehovah Witness. We said it. Jehovah Wickedness. James Dalbeck. All right, Dalbeck. We got Nania Stepmer in the house. To the best chat. It's going to be crazy tonight. We better see some great donations tonight. I don't, man. It's going to be... I already see the questions in. It's going to be crazy. Let's go ahead and start off with the affirmation. Then I'm going to introduce the Tehuti pod class for those who are new. The most unique pod class ever invented on YouTube, where you all control the room, not me. I am your servant, your Saba. You all send questions in, and I answer them. Let's go. We got Moonstar. He's not a Monstar. He's a Moonstar. XO. Let's go. All right, everybody. We got T-Dog. We got a T-Dog and a T-Bull in here. We got bulls. We got dogs. We got all kind of creatures in here. All right, let's go. We're gonna start off with the affirmation. I'm hyped tonight. I'm hyped. We got Do Dilly. Do Dilly is here. Kinetic energy, sometimes comedic energy, and we call him Do Dilly because he always gives his due diligence. When he gives a donation, it says Do Dilly. Do Dilly. Shout out to my donation, man. Comedic energy, always supporting. And let's go ahead. We got peace and prosperity. Thank you. You help with that prosperity. Thank you very much. I'm going to give a shout out to all those who are helping, because it's not over yet with the donations for January 22nd. The emergency donations that I announced last 2 weeks ago. I'm going to announce those who gave. Tonight's going to be a lot of information. We got Lance Mitchell, Hex Up. Let's get the hexes up. Let's get the spells up. Peace, my brother. T-Bull. Okay, let me go ahead and start this Tehuti pod class. Let's go. It's going to be crazy tonight. I can't wait to introduce to the new people. We're going to start off with the affirmation. Here it is. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Maat, Un MS, Nin Tet Aset and Maat, Min have a pet and Maat, Her and Hu Kiui, Her E Koot. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. We're about to get started right now. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen. We're going to go ahead and get started. My hands are full. Okay, here we go. Ooh, don't knock it off. Oh, I got all kind of friends here with me, so let me go ahead. All right, let's go, everybody. Are you ready to start? Press 1 again if you can hear me and see me clear, because this is going to be... It's going to be crazy tonight. Press 1 if you can see me and hear me clear. We're about to get going and growing. Let's go. Ready? Press 1 if you can hear me. Let's go. We got all the friends in the house today. Everybody is in the house today. Let's go. Okay, good. Everybody can hear me. Bella Cash P, Maat Hika Kepara, one of the greatest supporters ever. Let's go. Okay, so my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. There's RPM. Shout out to RPM. Squano. I'm still looking that name up in the dictionary. I cannot find that word that is a unique word. Squano. His name is Squano. Peace to Squano. RPM. Let's go. Okay, my name is Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. I've been a teacher for over 30 years, even though I don't look like it. People think I'm new around here, but I've been teaching for over 30 years. I believe I've lost track of time. I used to teach in the public from anywhere from 40 people to 600 to 700. I lost count, but people from all over America would come, and my teacher at the time would just throw me up on the front and tell the people, ask a question. And whatever they would ask, I would answer on the spot. This is before YouTube. This is before, what's all this stuff? Google wasn't out at that time. I don't remember Google. I don't remember Wikipedia back in those days. We had AOL. We had all that, but we had none of that. So I just get up there with books and answer questions. That's how I was raised, and that's how I'm able to do this now, because my brain has evolved to be able to step in front of massive people and let them just blast questions. So I used to teach publicly for a long period of time until it appeared that I got too advanced or started teaching outside of the books that the teacher at the time was writing. So I started teaching out of a book called the Matrix book. Yes, the original Matrix book that is before the movie, before Sophie Stewart, before all that stuff. There was the original Matrix book. I used to teach from that book, and the people in the organization got very, very mad because they said, that book is not written by the master teacher. And I said, I know, but I go by facts and corroborated information. So they didn't like that. Eventually, I keep telling the story, eventually they came with torches to my premises to burn my books. They said, burn these books or you will get kicked out of the organization. I said, I will not burn these books. At any rate, the teacher told me that it is not safe for me to be around anymore, obviously. If people are bringing torches and violence to my premises, then yes, it's not safe. So what I did is I stepped away from that particular organization and started getting into business and finance. I started teaching myself entrepreneurship, and I went back to the organization to see all the people that were had a little bit of knowledge, but they didn't seem to have any economics. So I started teaching them business and finance, and I took people that were homeless out of cars. One brother, Juan, Iggy, Mike, all these different guys. I took them out of living. I don't know where they were. One was living in the car. He was living in the car in front of the house, living in a car, homeless. And I would teach them how to do real estate, how to open up LLCs, trust funds, and I put them on their feet. I even moved some of them into my house to live with me, and made them thousands and thousands of dollars, and said to them, "Listen, you can have knowledge and you can still be business advanced at the same time. There's nothing wrong with that." So I ended up teaching them that. And then what happened? They turned on me. They ended up robbing me for over $27,000, knocked me down. And that's when I got rid of everybody around me at the time. I didn't want nobody around me because I said they weren't appreciative of the knowledge. And now I'm getting them off the streets, and they weren't appreciative of that. They robbed me. And some of them had to leave the city that I lived in for fear. And anyway, so I went on to just teach my inner family. And I was around my animals. Speaking of animals, on my hat is Neef. Yes, it's a real live unicorn spider from Zimbabwe. Her name is Neith. She's all the way from South Africa, Zimbabwe. She is a unicorn. You can see her moving. That is Neith. I'm around animals because I trust animals more than people, and animals represent things to me as they did to the people along the Nile Valley who constantly stayed around animals and constantly could only communicate using animals. If you look at the Meta script, it is over 80% wildlife, so they communicated through nature. That is Neith. Her name means weaving. She represents quantum physics, which is subatomic energy, the energy that weaves everything together that you can't see. And over here, all the way from Honduras, is Nakash. Nakash is the word for Nakas or Nakasi, which was the name of the Kemetian people that lived in this same area in the southern parts of the Nile, down by Uganda, in the southern parts of the Nile by Lake Victoria, and were called the Nakasi. From Nakasi came the word Nakash, and from Nakash came the so-called Hebrew word for the devil or the serpent in Genesis 3, or Barashit 3 as they called it, and they called the devil Nakash. The serpent is from the word Nachesi, which meant the enchanters. From the enchanters through sound, making sound to cause magic and knowledge. They took that concept and they made the serpent who spoke knowledge and wisdom to Adam and Eve. From the word Nakash, this is Nakash all the way from Honduras. Okay, so all the way from the southern parts of what they call Africa is Neith, all the way from Honduras is Nakash, and now we have to go to all the way from the southern parts of Africa all the way to Mali, shipped in from Mali, all the way from Mali is the Scorpion King. Hey, Scorpion King, show them your beautiful self. There he is, the Scorpion King. Scorpion 1. There he is all the way from Mali. Okay, they call the western parts of Africa. I constantly have animals around me. They are my energy force, and that is the Scorpion King. And I named him the Scorpion King. Why? Because in Abti or Abydos, in the tomb of the Scorpion King, is where they found the oldest name of Tehuti, which is my name. There he is, the Scorpion King, and they found the name of Tehuti in Abdu or Abydos, going all the way back to Scorpion King, and that's where they found the oldest name of Tehuti. All right, so there you are, Scorpion King. Go up to the screen, show them yourself. You look great. You look like you're ready for war. That's why in Kemet we call ourselves Scorpion. Scorpion 1, Scorpion 2. So we have everybody here. We have Nakash, which represents the area in Kemet that is of the south, Nachesi, and then over here we have the southernmost southern in South Africa. That is Neith. She is a unicorn. Yes, she has a horn on her head. And all the way from Mali is the Scorpion King, who represents Mali and also the area of Kemet that my name is from, Tehuti. There we go. All right, ready? Let's get started. So everybody, the Tehuti podcast is based on the fact that I went private for a long period of time because I would not teach the public. And while I went private, I met a brother named Mahati over here in California, started teaching him, invited him into the family, and I only taught him and my goddesses here in California. Would teach nobody else in the public. I got off of the internet. I was teaching on Pal Talk, but you couldn't see my face. I was teaching there for a long period of a couple of years or so, teaching there for a little while. And then Brother Ahati told me, he said, you need to come back into the public because on the internet is a whole slew of people that are not teaching as factually as you do. They don't teach with the same energy, the same calmness. They cuss, they fight, they argue, they scream, they give opinions. And he basically said, the world needs you back. The world needs you back. So after a while, I said, you know what, let me try it out. When I scouted the internet, I started seeing students that I raised up and children of my students, people that are popular that you all know that I'm not going to mention by name. But I started seeing a child of one of my students. I started seeing students that I converted from being theologians or about to be a pastor. A pastor was brought to me, rest in peace, he's passed now. His name was Jerry, and he was brought to me to convert me. He was brought to me because he was a pastor, he came to convert me, and I ended up converting him, and he turned his name to Sekem, and he's one of the teachers on the internet, or he was, until unfortunately he went to Liberia, and he passed away in Liberia. His name is Sekem, rest in peace to Sekem, And so I started seeing my students online, children of my students. I was like, okay, let me come back. So I went back and I went to an interview on a debate league. They interviewed me, and it ended up turning into a debate. I found out that they were all about just debating and arguing. So the champion of the league ended up challenging me, and the debate was called Maat, the Torah versus Maat. And the judges were 5 Bible believers versus 4 Bible believers and 1 non-Bible believer. Those are the judges. And I said, okay, I'll jump in. Ended up in the debate, beat the champion, and I kept on debating after that. Where you going, Neith? Where you going, man? Where you going? You're wiggling your legs. Where you going? There's nothing there. There's nowhere to go. Get back on the hat. Where you going? All right, so I ended up debating there in the public, and I was thinking, I've never done this before on the internet, but I did it on the streets. And so the owner of the debate league started bringing me all these people because where are you going, Neith? Going on my ear? They were into debating. They were into all the, the big names. I'll bring you the big names. Me, I don't know anything about big names. Like, I'll bring you the Unc West. I'll bring you the Jabaris. I'll bring you the Commission. I'll bring you the whoever. They started naming all these people. I said, I don't know these people. I don't know any of these people. I don't know who's big name, small name, middle name, last name. I don't know. So they ended up bringing me all these people. Unc West. We ended up having debates with judges. I ended up beating everybody they brought. I beat Unc West according to the judges 5-0. I beat Commission 5-0. They took me to Neteru. I did an interview on Neteru, and then Jabari came on my interview and challenged me to a debate on my interview, and I debated him literally 3.5 hours after my interview. And according to the judges, and Neteru declared me the winner of that. I debated Zion Lex on the same Neteru channel. The crowd had me winning that. I don't remember who else. Then I debated on the Neteru. I debated JJ 7000. It was 84% to 16. I debated who else on Neteru? Vocab Malone, which for some reason they're never talking about this debate on Neteru, although they keep having this thing called Jesus Wars and did Jesus exist or was he a myth? I'm the only one that ever had the official debate with a Christian pastor, Vocab Malone, an official debate with the poll. Ended up beating him. It was called was Jesus a mythological character, a real character? Beat him, beat all these different people, and I was like, okay, that's fine. I'm just here to teach. I'm here to teach. So, anyways, it was fun, and I went back on Neteru talks several times. Went on Kill a Priest. Brother there named Rasul challenged me to a debate there. Ended up beating him according to Kill a Priest, AD, and everybody that was in the chat. And I ended up just continuing to go on. So, anyways, what happened is a lot of people saw me from my past and saw me in the Kill a Priest show on Neteru, and they wanted to have one-on-one classes with me like they used to in the past. I tried it out for a little bit of time, and it took up hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of my day. I was not able to spend time with my family that I wanted, so I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to announce that I'm going to have a pod class where you can come to this class for free. You don't have to pay one-on-one, but send in super chats like you do on Kill a Priest and all these other channels, and I'll answer the questions that are paid for. That shows reciprocity, and those who are new here will see why people support me in the way that I answer questions. So anyways, YouTube took off my monetization, and so I created something that I don't believe has ever been created on the internet before, and I created a way to send in questions through PayPal and Cash App. So interesting thing about PayPal and Cash App is that you can actually type in little paragraphs. In Cash App, you can type in some sentences. In PayPal, you can type in like 2 paragraphs, and you can send in the questions, and that helps support what it is that I do. And when you see the way that I answer, tonight is going to be super donation. When you see tonight, all the new people that are in the room, please, if you see anything like you're about to see tonight, put the link in the chat and send me to the other teachers. Send me to them. Let me see them, because what you're about to see tonight is going to be, you're not going to. Kill a Priest would ask me, hey, he said, hey, these people just send in questions. How do you already have, what's that? How do you already have the answers with the screens and the breakdowns and the pictures and everything already? And that was my little secret. I've been teaching for years. And he said, how do you already have the explanations already on screen for the questions people are just sending in? So you will see how that is when you send in your questions. So when you do send in your questions, the system that I created, you send in your questions and it pops up on the screen like that. For example, Raphael Gary, who literally supports every show, he sent in $25, and that was, does the white man come from black man or monkeys? Something to that effect. Well, that is the question. We sent that in. That was a great class. We got also, who else is sending cash out? Robert E. Williams is in the room right now. Oh, remember this answer, Robert? Oh, this one was done a couple weeks ago. Remember this? If there's no Jesus, there's no family. I think that was the same Matrix class too. I think that was the same class as the Matrix. That question, people were sending me messages. That was a crazy one. That was a crazy answer. So we have questions like that come in. If there's no Jesus, there's no family. Other questions in can meet with the monster donations. These are the questions in the email. We got Owen Hythe, who's a monster donator. He's in the room right now. Oh, this one, Anunnaki versus Reptilian. Ooh, that was a crazy. Oh my God, these classes were crazy. They stimulate me to answer in ways that you've never seen answered before. Ika Kepara. Oh, remember this one, Ika Kepara? How do we access genetic memories? These are questions that you do not see being asked on these other channels, because if you were to ever ask people these questions on the spot or just ask them, they would have to prove themselves. They would have to see that they'd have to prove that they have a wide variety of information, and they don't insult people's questions. They answer questions, and I base my questions on scientific data, peer-reviewed paperwork, ancient tablets, ancient papyrus, ancient languages, science articles, any source that the question is coming from, news reports. You shall see, especially with these questions I already see coming in. So we got $20 from Steve Escalar, who said, this one set off a lot of controversy. The relation of the Neteru and the Anunnaki. That was a great one. That was awesome. Thank you, Steve, for asking that question. That sparked a very, very, very good class. We have Iman Manifesto sent one in on importance of totem poles. You can see the wide variety, but I am not limited. You can ask anything from the Anunnaki to the coronavirus, to totem poles, to George Floyd. I can do that's a private class. To the school shootings, to the breaking of the matrix, neuro-linguistic programming. Nito Campbell sent in $27 for just a donation for saying the superior teacher Tehuti. So thank you, my good brother. And these are the kind of questions that come in with the kind of donations that come in. We even have Muslims. Tamir Al-Mallah says support. So just send in support. And so when you send in PayPal, it looks like this. Lamante sent in $10. He said, no question, just a $10 donation. You see how much you get to write in the PayPal. And then somebody sent in a donation for the answer that I gave. So somebody sent in a donation for the question. It was the Matrix one, I believe. And then people were sending in donations because the Matrix breakdown was so amazing that people were donating for the breakdown. And we have Bev, who says, just because you're my master teacher. And that's how it works, everybody. Of course, you got Big Ed Leisure with the monster donations, $50. Look how much you can type, right? So that's how it works. You send in your questions, and I answer them as they are in order, okay? That is how the 2T pod class works. That puts me in a scenario where I do not control the class. In actuality, you all control the class, because whatever you all ask, I break it down. I never insult. There's no ad hominem. There's no name calling. There's no, your question is stupid. Your question is not important. You hear guys on the other channels, what you really need to ask is, you ask them a question, what you should be asking is, well, your question should be worded like this. They change your question. No. Whatever you ask on the screen, unless it's unlegible or I truly don't understand it, I will answer the question. With that all being understood, I also like to say that there's other ways to support too. There is books, PDF books that I put out. That's my AI moderator. There's PDF books that I put out, such as Melanin Dark Consciousness, which you can pick up from contacting me directly, or you can pick up from the website, which the brothers will be actually advertising and walking you through the website when they come on. The team will come on right after I answer the first question. That is my email right there. And you can also order through the website. That's Melanin Dark Consciousness. My other book, which is extremely popular, it's called Stepping Out of the Matrix. This is a book I put together for myself. And then when I let the public see it, it started just selling and selling and selling. All this was for myself personally because I was not going to teach the public. I base my motto on ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. You will get no opinions from me tonight. You will get nothing but straight information. And the difference, let me tell everybody the difference. The difference between the Tehuti pod class and other teachers is there's information, and then there's information that makes you question your reality. There's information that you can get, and then there's the feeling you get when your reality is being shaken, when your reality is being taken from you, when you're questioning what is going on around you, that feeling, that butterfly feeling that you get in your stomach when the matrix is being broken with information. The latter is what I do. Not just information, but when I answer your questions, you will feel like the matrix is being broken. You will question that which you know, and it will spark something inside of you. You shall see. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. I also want to tell everybody that there's people in the room that have wrenches in their hand, and they actually help keep this room in complete order. And they are named by a man named Stranger. They're not moderators. They are the Maatorators. The Maatorators are Nania Set Mer, Ankia Maat, Ahati Maat, and the Scribe. These are the people that help control the room, keep the room calm, answer questions of how to navigate, answer questions of where to reach me, where to get books, the website, things of that nature. Do not ask them questions about knowledge. Those questions are asked inside the PayPal and the Cash App. The only way that I answer questions is if they are in PayPal and Cash App. That means I'm not going to look into the chat and answer questions. This is strictly off reciprocity. The same reciprocity that every single person here in the room has done when they pay a waiter. When they give the waiter a $20 tip or a $10 tip, simply for walking up to them and giving them a drink. Simply for walking up to them and giving them, think about this. The waiter brings you food that you paid for. You paid for the food. The person in the back made the food, the chef. You've done the work by paying. He's done the work by making it. The waiter holds it in his hand and walks about 40 steps to you and sets it down on your table, and then you tip him $10, $20 for doing that. And you've already paid for the food, and then you tip him. What I'm saying here is that if you feel this information that I'm giving you, which you shall see, is worth more than a waiter bringing you a meal that you paid for that the chef made, then we just ask support with reciprocity, because that's what keeps Tehuti around. Because yes, I can disappear at any time, because I really would, I really just want to go live with the animal. That's really what I want to do. Anybody who's known me for years knows that I just want to go where. You see Nita on my hat? She's in the back. Yeah. Everybody knows that I just want to go live in the mountains with my animals, and I love teaching you all because you appreciate me. As long as you show appreciation, I shall be here. Okay. Now with that, we're going to go into, first I want to tell everybody, let me do this 1 second. I'm going to put this young man, this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful young man over there so I can have some hands free. I got Scorpion King here. I got scorpions here, snakes here. We'll put him over here. Boom, you go in there for a minute, close it up. Okay, good, you're in. And now I have 3 hands, well, a scorpion in my hand. I want to tell everybody too that thank you, those who supported for the emergency. A lot of people have no idea what I'm talking about. What is this? Interesting. I'm going to get rid of that. A lot of people have no idea what I'm talking about, but yes, there is this huge emergency that has come up on my behalf, where the government is trying to put a large bill on me, and there's new owners of the whole area of the property, and there is a mistake that has been made, which now has Tehuti in a situation where thousands of dollars may be hit on Tehuti, which will make me have to disappear for a little while. So I told all those, the beautiful people that I know support me, and I want to give them a shout out. The beautiful people that support me, that emergency funds are needed. This is going to go into effect January the 22nd. So I have from now till January the 22nd to come up with a certain amount of funds, or else I will have to disappear for a little while. I'm not sure how long, but I want to thank those who are helping. I want to give a shout out to those who are helping before I do anything. Let me do this really quickly. Let me see if I can find something, because something has disappeared from my screen. So this is outside of the regular donations. Oh, here it is, right here. Let me do this. Oh, 1 second. Oh, hold on. One moment, everyone. Oh, let me just do this. Oh, stranger. The name is spelled. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this on the screen because these are the names of the people that I requested to send help, and literally almost everybody on this list did and still are doing it. Even right now, I'm seeing emergency fund donations on the in my donation right now. So let me go ahead and put this on the screen. We're going to get into some great answers. One moment. Boom. Okay, so let me give a shout out first of all. Let me put this on the screen here, because these are the people that keep me around, and I'm sure there's more. I couldn't write everybody down. There's more. There's those who gave that aren't even on this list, and I appreciate you all too. And I'm going to shout out everybody. I'm going to shout out these names for right now. So I want to give a shout out to these are the people that I requested. These are the heavy hitters that I requested help from, and anybody else in the room that watched. And a lot of people like Ninja and several people that aren't even on this list jumped out and gave support for this emergency situation that I am in. So I want to give respect to that. Thank you so much. Give a shout out to all those who supported. Ika Kepara came through. Nito Campbell. Well, first of all, before anybody even came through, AJ Super Magul came through as I was announcing it. He came through and sent the donation as I was announcing the situation. Then Arcade Infinite sent one, then two, and while I was talking. So shout out to them. Hika Kepara came through. Nito Campbell came through. Commit 101 came through. Ascari. AJ Magul came through. Scribe came through. Arcade Infinite came through. Bossfee came through, and which is Black Alucard, who also said he's sending a big donation. Actually, yesterday I got to check for that. Bossfee came through. Amun Maat Ra came through like 3 times with several hundreds of dollars. Amun Maat Ra, I'm not sure who you are, but you are fabulous. Thank you, my brother. Stephen Escalar, I believe, came through. Anthony Drain came through. Nice. Neteru Unkhotep L came through. Cash Peden came through about 3 times. E Manifesto came through. Stranger came through. Rigo came through. Robert E. Williams. Ron Minerals. He ended up sending the donation around the same time that I asked, but didn't know of it. So I'm going to count that. Ron Minerals. Sal Vega. I don't know where Sal Vega went. I don't know where he went. Raphael Gary came through. Shanibo Shane came through. Bev came through. Michael Godfrey, and there's several others that aren't even on this list because they donated after I actually put the list together. Thank you all. Appreciate you all. And it's still going on. It's still going on. We're almost there. We're about a quarter way there. I appreciate everybody for the support. Thank you so much. I just wanted to announce that and let everybody know. For those who send the support in, thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to the new people at Nightlife. Shout out to you. All right, so here we go. PDF is fire. Here we go, everybody. We're about to get into the first question of the Tehuti Pod class. Are you all ready? Let me know if you all are ready. This is going to be crazy. Shout out to everybody. I see donations in and questions in. Thank you, everybody, for your. I see big support in for the situation. Let me erase this. Family Dollar. Wait a minute. Erase this. Okay, let me refresh the page. Okay, everybody. So after I answer this first question, I know there's going to be a lot of support that's going to come in. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me get back into the room. Let me fix this here. Horn. Shout out to all those who supported, and we're going to get into it. This is going to be a crazy one tonight, everybody. Let's get into it. I'm going to put this right here. Okay, here we go. So before I do that, everybody, because once I go, I just want to go. I want to keep going. I don't want any kind of breaks. Amun Min Ra. Is that Amun? The other? That's not Amun Ra. I'm not sure. But shout out to you. Oh, this is the name that I love. Amun Min Ra Sut. Amun Min Ra Sut T.O.M. A lot of deities going on there. Shout out to you. Shout out. So before I start and do anything, because once I go, we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the brother Scribe or Hati to jump in for about 3 minutes while I go just pushing up, do something really quick, and then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna put I think I may put this little guy down, and then when I come back, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go into the answers, and this first one is gonna be crazy. T.O.M, if you're listening, he sent a question. And this question is crazy. I'm gonna erase somebody out of actual history. Not even a biblical character. I'm gonna erase an actual person that people think existed. I'm gonna erase him out of history on a question that didn't even have his name in it. It's gonna be crazy tonight. So go ahead and jump on for a second, Scribe, just for a moment, or AJ, jump on. I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna get water, freshen up for about 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna go into this answer. So jump on really quick because I want to start without taking any break. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Scribe is here. I know Scribe is here. Shannon, where's the team? Where's everybody? Be ready to always jump on. Let me cut this off. So this is going to be crazy. This is going to be crazy. Let's get into this. Going to go. I got a bunch to answer today. A bunch. Is it? Somebody just jump on? Let me check. Let me check the room. Where's the room? The room has vanished. And there it is. Neter, formerly known as. Okay, good. All right, so here we go. Neter, formerly known as. Go ahead. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Go ahead and tell everybody. Oh, you're perfect to jump on. Go ahead and tell everybody how you feel about making your journey. I don't even know if you're already here. I don't know if you're on the plane right now. I don't know.
No, I'm still in the Midwest. We had a blizzard, so I had to change my flight. So I'll be on the plane tomorrow. So peace, love, light, gratitude to you, to everybody in the chat.
Are you still getting here at 3?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm gonna step away for just a minute. When I come back, everybody's gonna be blown away. I'll be right back, everybody. Talk to him, AJ. Talk to him for a moment.
Okay. Peace to the chat. Thank everybody for your support to Tehuti. Thank everybody who celebrated the 1-year anniversary last week. Saba is amazing. It's awesome, this community that we're building, coming together to learn, love, support each other, and support Tehuti's journey, 30 years of teaching. Oh my goodness. I can't, sometimes 30 minutes doing anything is tough for me. So much love and adoration to Saba. He has inspired me. My life has changed so much over this last year and a half of learning from him, building with him, being a part of the podcast, being a part of this community. Seeing him on Killer Priest was like nothing I ever experienced before. So this journey has been amazing. Peace to you, Scribe. Peace, brother. Hotep. Peace to the chat. Yeah, my journey has been amazing. Tomorrow I will be in LA to meet Tehuti live in person in the flesh. I'm getting my name changed. I hope everyone has some plans to liberate themselves from the matrix, these names that they've given us, these holidays. I don't celebrate those holidays anymore, but these holidays people are celebrating, it's all false, it's all lies. We were born free. We were born free. We're not supposed to be slaves to these people. So I am getting rid of my name. I'm very happy. I'm so excited, ready for a new life. The transformation already took place a while ago since I've been learning about Maat and Kemet and on my journey. And me meeting Tehuti is, it's like the beginning, but there's the several beginnings. Me on my journey and our liberation. I hope Tehuti's life and Scribe story and Arcad story and Ahati's story and everybody who is doing their best to live a free life. I hope it liberates. I hope it inspires everybody to live free. Life is too short to be unhappy. So it's just, a thing that I feel is very necessary for me to do. So I'm excited about meeting Saba and, supporting his movement, his journey, his life, and all that he is and all he does.
Wonderful. Thank you, my brother. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Tomorrow, when I see you tomorrow, it's going to be a little different than Scribe's visit because you're here for a week. So you're landing on Tehuti's regiment days. Scribe came on my off days. He came on my relaxed days. You're coming here at 4:30, and at 5:30 begins workout. So you're landing right for a workout. Let's go. You're here for a week, so it's gonna be interesting. I look forward to seeing you. It's gonna be great. Okay, Scribe, go ahead and say a couple of things. We're gonna get right started. It's gonna be crazy tonight. Crazy. Where's the people? 63 people. It needs to be 630. Go ahead, Scribe.
Yeah, Hotep Maat, peace and love. Saba Tehuti, peace and love, AJ. Congratulations for this ascension moment that you're attaining. I'm super excited for you, my brother. So congrats to you, my brother, and I'm excited to see what this energy brings in for you and where you go from here. So peace and love to the chat. Blessings to everybody out there. I hope everybody's staying warm. Continuing to put in that work. Thank you for consistently showing up. Make sure you show your reciprocity and your love to our great Saba. And, with that, I'll just say peace and love, Hotep Maat, and let you get into it. Great Saba Tehuti.
Okay. Thank you. All right, let's go, everybody. Ready? Let's get into it. Let's go. AJ, you look serious, brother. You look like you look like the world is crumbling in front of you and you're resurrecting. I don't know, it's an interesting look you got. Okay, let's go, everybody. Ready, everybody? It's about to be crazy. Invite people in. Let everybody support. I see a little bit of support in. Now, let me refresh this. I don't know. After I answer this, I know people are going to appreciate and start throwing some support in, really, because this is going to be a class of class. Let me shut all these windows down so that it doesn't slow up the movement of the computer. Slow down the movement. We're going to close a lot of these windows. And here we go, everybody. You ready? Woo, 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 woo. Let me get all this off the screen. So much stuff on the screen. Let me get it off. Off the screen. Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Let me go ahead and get move this off with this. And Let me look at the very first question in. Very first question in is from T.O.M. Oh boy. Oh, look at this question. Tell me if you all have even heard of this question before. Have you even heard of this question before? Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Shout out to T.O.M with the great donation. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Shout out to T.O.M with the great donation. And let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Look at this question, everybody. I want all the new people to really see this. Look at the kind of questions you can send into the Tutti Pod class. Look at this. I'm going to put that on the screen. Shout out to you, my good brother at T.O.M. Look at the kind of questions that you can ask. Oh, let me ask a question. Scribe, can you hear that clapping? Okay, can you hear me? Okay, shout out to T.O.M. Look at the question, everybody. Look at that. Has anybody heard any teacher address this? Has this ever been asked to anybody? Anybody even heard of these names? Look at these. Look at this. I love it, everybody. I love the variety of questions you can ask on the Tehuti Pod class. Do you all see this question, though? So shout out to Trenton Donaldson, 2772 inversion, 2772 donation. Saba, can you break down the possible hermeticist, John D., Edward de Vere? These two, along with Francis Bacon, may be responsible for the KJV of the Bible using hidden Kemet teachings plagiarized by the Ptolemies. They may also be behind the works of Shakespeare. Let's go. Let's shut the pod class down right now. And let's take this question over to the other channels right now. You ready to do? You want to do that, everybody? Let's take a field trip, school field trip. We're going to shut the pod class down. We're going to take this question over to all your other favorite channels and throw it up on the screen and get your favorite teacher to address it. Look at this. Again, I'm going to read it one more time, then we're going to get into it. This is so interesting and so random. So Trenton Donaldson again, 2772 USD. Saba, can you break down the possible hermeticists, John D. and Edward de Vere? These two, along with Francis Bacon, may be responsible for the KJV of the Bible using hidden Kemet teachings plagiarized by the Ptolemies. They may also be behind the works of Shakespeare. What in the world? Hotep from T.O.M. Thank you, my good brother T.O.M, for having the faith to even know that I can address such a question. Let me do a mic check before I get into this answer, though. Let me do a mic check. We're going to get into it. Thank you for having the faith to ask me such a random. Look at these names. Have anybody ever heard of these names before? Edward de Vere. De Vere. Wonderful. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. I like it. I'm happy. I'm excited. I love those who support me. I love those who support the mission, and I support you with these kind of answers. Press a 1 if you can hear me, because we're going to get right into it, everybody. Let me grab some agua. Neter, the greatest. You're going to love this because you love this kind of information. Heka Kepara, you're going to be Maat, daughter of Ray. Remember when I broke down Jehovah Witnesses to you in 1992? That's right, everybody. I have a student in here from 1992. Remember when I broke down the Jehovah Witnesses to you from 1992? Remember that breakdown? Actually, no, that's going to be at the end. We're not even going to get into that. Forget that. I'm going to say that when it's time for the Jehovah Witnesses. Everybody, here we go. We're not even going to get into Jehovah Witnesses yet. Let's get into this de Virier, this Edward de Virier and Shakespeare. People asking about Shakespeare. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Welcome to the pod class. We're about to get right into it. Here we go. Let me do a screen share and get into this. Commit right off the bat. This is the most popular one. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. This is the popular, right? Psalms 46 has Shakespeare's name quoted into the verses, right? Let's start with that. Commit. Let's start with that. Ready? Does it get deeper than that? Commit says Psalms 46 as Shakespeare quoted into several verses. We do hear about that, but does it get deeper than that? Here we go. June Law's ready. We've been ready. Here we go. This is going to be good. You can tell by how excited I am. Let's go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Here we go. Let's start off with the Shakespeare thing that Commit is talking about, and let's see if we can get deeper than that. Many of you have heard many times that the Bible is frequently put together and even quoted, but how deep does it go? Some of you have heard of Shakespeare's name in the Bible, but why? Let's take a look at the book of poetry. The book of poetry, being Shakespeare was a poet. New people stepped in the room. Interesting. Okay. For the new people, here we go again one last time, so you can understand we're about to break down Saba. Can you break down possible hermeticists? John D. Edward de Vere. These two, along with Francis Bacon, may be responsible for the KJV of the Bible using hidden Kemetic teachings plagiarized by the Ptolemies. They may also be behind the works of Shakespeare. Let's get into it, everybody. Those new people that stepped into the room. Let's go. Here we go. So many of you have heard many times that the Bible is secretly put together, even coded, but how deep does it go? Some of you have heard of Shakespeare's name in the Bible, but why? Let's take a look at the book of poetry, being Shakespeare was a poet. So Commit 101, right off the bat, put that Shakespeare's name is in the Bible. Let's start off with that. Here we go. Ready? Here's the old Bible, the old book of Psalms, the old King James Version. There it is. I'm going to show you a clearer version, and let's look, and here it is right here, just like Commit said. We're going to go to Psalms 46. And in Psalms 46, we see the word shake. And this is something that a lot of people have heard. But how much deeper can Tehuti take it? Here we go. So we see the word shake. It's a little hard to read because it's written in that old English. You know, that forgot what font that is called, but you all see that it's a little, but you know that word is shake. So there's shake right there. And then we go down. Look at that. We see spear. Okay. We see shake. And right off the bat, we see the 3, and then we see the 9 and spear. So we have 3 and 9 right off the bat. But why? Why is it there? And here, let's take a look over here. And it's not just there in any random spot. It's there in the 3 and the 9, but it's here actually in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. So we see 46 letters down. In Psalms 46 is the word shake. And then we go over here and we see the same thing going from the bottom up. 46. Here's 45. Here's 46. Spear. Now, how many of you have heard that before? I'm sure a few of you have heard this before, right? But why though? Why? Why is it there at that number? Why is it at the 3 and then at the 9, or 3 and 9, and then why is it at 46 in the 46th chapter? Why is that? Does anybody know? Why is that? Yes, Ava is definitely cryptid, but why that number? Because people usually show you that and they say, hey, look, it's the book of poetry. This makes sense. Shakespeare was a poet. It's a book of poetry. Look, Psalms 46, he quoted shake, going up to down. Psalms 46, going from down to up, is spear. 46 up, 46 down, and chapter 46. And then they end it right there. That's where your teacher, your conscious teacher, will end it right there. And you'll be blown away. I remember I was blown away. Everybody's blown away. We're like that. But does it go deeper than that? Here we go. Is there a code? Is there a meaning? What does this actually mean? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti podcast. So we know that it's in 46. 46 letters down is shake. 46 letters up is spear. It's in 3 and it's in 9. There's your 3 and your 9, which are, of course, 3 square root of 9. Here we go. Let's go deep into it. But why 46? Question. When was the King James Bible finished? Does anybody know? Let me look in the room. I like crowd participation. Does anybody know? When was the King James Bible finished? Does anybody know? Let's get the cogs moving. King James Bible. Somebody give me the date. What is the date of the end of the King James Bible? The Hampton Council. Hampton Council under King James. Give me the date, everybody. Type it in the room. What year? Does anybody know? Type it in the room. I love participation. Here we go. Type it in the room. When was the King James Bible put together? When was the ending of it? Type it in the room. 1611, boom, boom. We got 1611. Okay, we got Imhotep 360, 1611. Oh, we got same person, 1611. Okay, good. I don't know. I was a Christian too. Okay. Anybody know? We got 1611. Everybody agree with this? 1611, right? 1611. Is that the answer? Big Vape, shout out to you. 1611. Yep, there we go. T-Bull, Big T-Bull says 1611. So we got 1611. We got T-Bull, 1611. Is that the unanimous answer, everybody? 1611? I mean, yeah, you can look it up, 1611. 1604 was the beginning. Okay, Black Revolutionary. What's the name? Black Revolutionary Now, BNR. We got 1604. So 1604, of course, that would have to be the beginning because 1604 is before. And then 1611. So 1604 to 1611. That's about the time frame of the King James Bible. Does everybody agree? We got Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum, 1611. So that is the unanimous. We got Black Revolutionary with the beginning date, 1604, and we get everybody with the end date, 1611. So let's go look and see. We got basically unanimous 1611. Imhotep 1611. Okay, boom, boom, boom. T-Bull 1611. We got Black Revolutionary with the beginning 1604. We got Amun Min with 1611. We got Cash Pete with 1611. Boom, 1611. And that is the trick. That's the code. You know, every time I ask a question, whenever there's a bunch of unanimous answers, that is the actual program. And that is the reason why we don't know why it's 46. But of course, Tehuti's here, and Tehuti's going to break it down. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast, because, of course, when you look it up, you'll see Hampton Council, King James Bible, 1604, 1611. Within that is the real number, and within that is the actual code. That's right, Matt Ray, 1611. We got everybody. Matt, daughter of Ray, 1611. Cash Pete, 1611. Amun Min, 1611. 1604, the beginning of it. T-Bull, 1611. Imhotep twice, 1611. And let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the podcast, because you know that Tehuti's going to give you another answer. Here we go. 1611. Nope. Not 1611, everybody. Here we go. American Bible Society News. Elegant King James Bible. 400 years of influence. What does it say here? Let's check it out, everybody. Okay, here we go. The year's commemorates 400th anniversary publication. The publication of the King James Version of the Bible, known today for its elegance. The King KJV has immeasurably shaped the rhetoric and literary expression of generations of English speakers. And look at this, everybody. Let me blow it up. Because here's the hidden code right here. With companies diligently checking one another's drafts, the manuscript was completed in 1610. It was published in 1611. That's a very, very, very important, significant number change. So actually, the Bible started in 1604 and was completed 1610, published 1611, it was actually completed the year before that. So the real number that they're not telling you is 1610, and that is going to answer the first Bible code of Shakespeare. 1610, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're about to break it down. Let's go. So the real answer is 1610, which nobody's heard of before. So what does this have to do with Shakespeare? Well, here's William Shakespeare right here. Or we think is William Shakespeare. Here's William Shakespeare. Okay. And he was baptized, born 1564, April 26th. Nice. Okay, here we go. Boom. What is that year? 1564. What is that? Boom. 46 years from his birth to the actual real finish date of the Bible. Right off the bat, we see numeric coding and the psyops begins. So, in reality, the 46 letters, if we go back over here, why is it that nobody will ever tell you? Because they'll only say, look, Shakespeare is 46 letters down, shake, 46 letters up, spear, Psalms 46. Why is that, sir? We don't know. We're going to stop right there. And the real code is because that is actually his birthday. His birth lifespan was 46 years from his baptism and from his birth is the date when they finished the Bible. That was the secret code. Let's continue. But who exactly was Shakespeare? So there's your answer for the very first time. You know now in the Tehuti Pod class that it's actually 1610 that the Bible was completed, which gives you the 46 from his actual birthday, the person who signed in 46 Psalms, 46 down, 46 up, because 46 years, and that's when he supposedly died. So who is Shakespeare exactly? Did you all know? He didn't know of Earl of Oxford. You're probably like, what in the heck is Earl of Oxford, Tehuti? Who cares if Shakespeare didn't know of Earl of Oxford? But did you know that Shakespeare, there's no knowledge of Shakespeare himself knowing the Earl of Oxford. Earl of Oxford was running the great scriptorium in Stratford, and he knew every playwright except for Shakespeare, right? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. This is where it gets very, very interesting. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Okay, so he didn't know the Earl of Oxford. He didn't know him. That's interesting. He's supposed to have. Why? Because here he is right here. Who's the Earl of Oxford? Well, it just so happens that the Earl of Oxford, who owned the scriptorium, was the 17th Earl. So Earl of Oxford wasn't really his name, was it? Nope. What was his name? Well, we go back to the question that the brother asked. He asked about Edward de Vere, John Dee. And they may be also behind the works of Shakespeare. Okay? So we have the Earl of Oxford who owned the scriptorium of all the playwriters. He's the 17th Earl. And what was his name? Bing, 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 bing. His name was Edward de Vere. Edward de Vere was in actuality the Earl of Oxford, the 17th Earl. And we're going to see how that number comes in significance in this Freemasonic biblical code. So here he is, everybody. Edward de Vere is the owner of the scriptorium in Stratford that had most of the playwriters come to. Here he is. He was 1550 to what date? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. So here he is. The coded dates: 1550 to what? 1604. What is that? The beginning of the so-called Bible. Okay. And Edward de Vere, 16th Earl, actually 17th, 16th Earl was the one before him, and he owned the scriptorium, and we're all the court of the playwriters. Okay, so here we go. Just understand that Edward de Vere, the 17th, is the Earl of Oxford, who didn't seem to know Shakespeare, which is very interesting because Shakespeare is the most popular poet that you know of today. But for some reason, the owner of this scriptorium doesn't seem to know who he is. So Shakespeare, who you were taught was one person, had in actuality 6 signatures, everybody. The Shakespeare who you think was one person had 6 signatures. Here he is, Shakespeare, one man. And I went and found his signatures, and look at all the different signatures. As a matter of fact, his family was illiterate and couldn't even sign a signature. His family signed with just a scratch. They were illiterate, they couldn't read, but yet gave birth to one of the greatest writers who supposedly brought in 1,700 words into the English language. And here's all the different Shakespeares, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different signatures from supposedly the same one man, Shakespeare, the greatest playwright and poet who didn't know the owner of the Stratford Scriptorium, Edward de Vere. And here he is, Shakespeare, here he is, boom, and there they are, and here he is. No contemporary authors acknowledges death. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? There's nobody that's gone to school today who's never heard of Shakespeare. He's supposed to be the greatest of the playwriters, the greatest poet of the time. But when he died, imagine Michael Jackson dying. We don't even have to imagine it because it's happened, right? Imagine Drake dying. Drake is not my favorite MC. My favorite MCs are Graf and Cool J Rap, but let's imagine Drake dying and no other rapper mentioning. How many rappers spoke about Nipsey Hussle when he died? And Nipsey Hussle was far, 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 far from the greatest MC. But when Nipsey Hussle died, how many contemporary rappers spoke about Nipsey Hussle? How many contemporary R&B singers spoke about Michael Jackson when Michael Jackson died? If Mike Tyson dies tomorrow, how many contemporary fighters and boxers are going to speak of him? How many? Ooh. Crazy. I played Shakespeare in a commercial once. This is amazing. Haha. Oh, this. Haha. Crazy. I played Shakespeare in a commercial once. This is amazing. Haha. Here we go. Ready? So no contemporaries wrote about his death. That's strange. The greatest playwright and poet in the world. Nobody wrote about him. Edward de Vere, after composing a letter. So here's Edward de Vere. He owns the scriptorium. That means he has access to all the plays and poems. He owns the whole scriptorium. They come to him. Edward de Vere, after composing a letter to his father-in-law, William Cecil, Lord Burghley, on October, the 30th of October, 1584, Edward de Vere signed off his own hand. Then he had a postscript bitterly protesting the chief minister's attempt to use his own servant to spy on him. What does he say? He says something very interesting, and you're going to see that this is called pre-Masonic, pre-Freemasonic script writing and coding taking place. Here we go. What does he say? He says, and I quote, "But I pray, my Lord, leave that course, for I mean not to be your ward nor your child. I sever her majesty, and in blue, I am that I am." A quote taken right out of the Bible, the King James Version of the Bible. I am that I am, and by alliance near to your lordship, but free and scorn to be offered that injury to think I am so weak of government as to be ruled by servants, or not to be able to govern myself. If your lordship take his fellow this course, you deceive yourself and make me take another course than yet I have not thought of. Wherefore these shall be to desire your lordship, if that I may make account of your friendship, that you will leave that course as hurtful to us both. Very interesting old English type writing, but he's making a complaint, and in the middle of this complaint, he quotes the Shakespeare Bible, I am that I am. This is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Because only 2 people at that time ever quoted this in an exact same complaint. Here we go. Shakespeare supposedly didn't know Edward de Vere in Stratford, which is impossible because de Vere was running the largest scriptorium for all poets, all playwriters in the area. But in Shakespeare's sonnet 121, he is ranting, he's complaining, just as de Vere was complaining, Shakespeare is not complaining in the great known sonnet that you learn about in school, 121. He's complaining just like de Vere and uses the exact same biblical quote. There's no other poet using this quote at that time in history. So here is de Vere in 1584 making his complaint, his discourse, and in the middle of it quotes the Bible, I am that I am. Shakespeare in the sonnet is doing complaints, and he does the exact same quote. Here's Shakespeare's sonnet. You're going to notice there's 2 lines here with no signatures, but we'll get to that in a moment. 2 lines here with nothing written on it, but here's Shakespeare's sonnet. Okay, 1609. What does it say? Sonnet. 'Tis better to be vile than vile esteemed, when not to be received reproach of being, and the just pleasure lost, which is so deemed, not by our feeling, but by others seeing. For why should others falsely adulterate eyes? Sounds very similar to the thing we read before. Give situation to my sportive blood, or my frailties? Why are the frailers spies? Is this not the exact same thing that de Vere was complaining about and the reason why he went to his father-in-law? Or frailty? Why are frailers spies, which in their wills count bad? That I think good? No, I am that I am. And they level, and my abuses reckon up their own. I may be straight, though themselves be beveled, and their rank thoughts of my deeds must not be shown, unless this general evil is maintained. All men are bad, and their badness reign. So here is Shakespeare making his complaint about the spies over here, and here's Edward de Vere over here making his complaint about spies, also quoting I am that I am in his complaining, and Shakespeare in his complaining in Sonnet 121, quoting I am that I am while he complains about the spies. Very interesting, isn't it? Well, because there was no one man, quote unquote, Shakespeare. This was a code Masonic name to guise Edward de Vere and other Hermeticists who had their hands in the Bible. Let's go to the next magician on the team, who is what T.O.M asked about, John D. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti class. We're about to unravel this matrix. Here we go, okay? We're about to break down the fable. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pot class, and here goes the next magician on the team, John D. Guess what his occupation was? He was a spy. Guess what his name was, everybody? Guess what his code name was? He was a spy with the queen. Guess what his code name was? 007. 007. That was John D, everybody. 007, the spy. Sound familiar to anybody? That's John D, the magician, who was also the spy, and his code name was 007. Here we go, everybody. John D, 1527 to 1608. All these men are around at the exact same time in the same areas. English-born wealth mathematician, astronomer, astrologer, occult philosopher, imperialist, advisor to the Queen first. It was the subject of a landmark expedition. In 2016, Dr. John D was a mysterious personality from Tudor England. John D was an extraordinary figure with interest from astronomy to alchemy, exploring the occult. This is John D right here, 1527, 1608. There he is. And what did we find that John Dee owned? He owned these items right here. This is John Dee's crystal ball, his magical circle, and there are his amulets. He was a magician. All right, so John Dee was the first to apply. What did he do? He did some interesting things. He was the first to apply Euclidean geometry to navigation. He built instruments to apply Euclid, trained the first great navigators, developed maps, charted the northeast and northwest passages, philosopher to the Queen Elizabeth, did her horoscope, determined her coronation date astrologically. She came to visit him on her horse, founder of the Rosicrucian Order. There's your founder of the Rosicrucian Order of Freemasonry. Before there was a Freemasonry, there was secret orders called the Rosicrucian. That's the rose and the cross, the Bloody Mary and the cross. We can get into that in another class. So he's the founder of the Rosicrucian Protestant, responsible for the response to the Jesuits, and alchemists are hermeticists. Understand the similarities that we're going to go through. Freemasons, pre-Freemasonry, Rosicrucian, occultists, and hermeticists. A Kabbalist, adept in esoteric and occult lore. He was a Kabbalist. He read and got advice from the Kabbalah. This is John Dee, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. We are breaking it down. John Dee, also known as 007, who was a spy. 007. Here we go. You ready, everybody? Welcome to the pod class. Comedic Energy says, do my thing, baby. Peace to Buster. Okay, here we go. Ready? Let's go. We're going to walk you through, man. This is crazy. John Dee put a hex on Spanish Armada, which is why there was bad weather and England won. Look at all these things John Dee did, or he was acclaimed to do. He was commissioned by Elizabeth to establish the legal foundation for colonizing North America. Did you all know this? That John Dee, he was commissioned by Elizabeth to establish a legal foundation for colonizing North America. The one responsible for colonizing North America under Queen Elizabeth, the magician, was John Dee, the hermeticist, occultist, studier of the Kabbalah. And here is his connection to Shakespeare. Shakespeare depicted John Dee as Prospero in The Tempest and King Lear. So John Dee is in Shakespeare's writing under the name of Prospero and King Lear. There it is right there. And this is a depiction of John Dee by Shakespeare. All these men linked because all of them are one team and some of them are the same men. Here we go. John Dee, and here he is in The Tempest as Prospero, and he's also King Lear. King Lear, by the way, is who I read last class when Shakespeare was talking to King Lear, which is the first time that you ever heard the term son of a bitch, was invented by Shakespeare in his letter to King Lear, who is John Dee. Let's go, everybody. Let's break it down. John Dee was of the Euclid. Look up Euclid, and wrote the famous mathematical premise, mapping mathematics studies for the future, a kind of system of science-based math. Make note of this. I will show you the Euclidean hidden geometry and Rosicrucian Masonic symbolism influencing Shakespeare, showing you that they are all linked. So you're ready? So here we go. We're linking them all in. Here we are, everybody. We're back to Shakespeare Sonnet again, which has these two interesting lines in it that have nothing written on it, no signatures, two lines, two perfectly symmetric lines just in the middle. We'll get into that in a moment. Here we go. So we've already linked that supposedly Edward de Vere didn't know Shakespeare, but here they are with the same complaint, quoting the same I am that I am. And Edward de Vere just happens to own the whole playwright scriptorium where all the poems and poets are sent to, of which had to have called Shakespeare. Here we go, but yet they didn't know each other. Here we go. Now remember, John Dee, and John Dee is depicted in Shakespeare. Poets, the same sonnet that has the same quote from Edward de Vere. John Dee is in there as two different men under a guy. So now remember, John Dee is the first to bring Queen Elizabeth Euclidean geometry to navigating. Here is an example of that Euclidean geometry. Does that tie into Shakespeare? Let's take a look at everybody. Here's the Euclidean geometry right here. Let me blow this up so you can see what John Dee was dealing with, his mathematics, Euclidean geometry. Here it is right here. Some people that know math or study Euclid know these symbols here. And this is Euclidean geometry, okay? Note that specific triangle. There's a specific triangle. See it right there in the middle? This is what Euclidean taught and what John Dee brought to Queen Elizabeth and the people of that time. Euclidean geometry. He's the first to teach that to them. Note the triangle. Let's get back to Shakespeare's Summit. We're going to draw a line to each dot. So remember this, everybody. Let's take a look here. Here's the code of Shakespeare. Let me show you this goes beyond just 46 letters down, 46 letters up. He lived for 46 years. This goes even beyond that. Shakespeare. Let's get into how deep these Hermeticists and occultists actually placed themselves in the Bible and how they knew each other and how they actually were each other, guys under different names with one man's name as a face with different signatures. And here we go, everybody. Remember these two lines right here? Look at this weird writing at the bottom of Shakespeare's Popular Summit. Our school teachers taught us about Shakespeare's Summit, but they never, what does this say? Is this even a sentence? By G.ELD for capital T, and R. Yeah, we all read Shakespeare's Summit. We're all taught in school. But how come the teachers never told us this weird writing at the bottom? At London by G, capital G, dot, capital E, small L, small D, small F, small O, small R, capital T, dot, small and R. Is that a sentence? To be full D. So William, look at this. Is it somebody come up with a sentence means, please? 1609. What does this mean, right? What does it mean, everybody? Let's get a look at it. We're going to go and connect these dots. So see all these interesting dots here? There's a dot here with a T, dot here. There's a dot here after the G. There's a dot here after the 9. A dot here after Apple. There's a dot here. You see that? There's no dot after Senate. There's no dot after. Look how interesting this is. There's no dot after Senate, but there's a dot after Nibiru before imprinted dot. At London, there's no dot. After the G, there's a dot. And then after the T, there's a dot. After the T, there's a dot. Then the end of this one, there's no dot. Then there's a dot here. Interesting, right? Let's decode this, everybody. Let's decode this and see. Remember the Euclidean math over here that was taught by John Dee, 007, the advisor of Elizabeth, who was responsible for colonizing, right, with magic. Here we go. We're going to go to Shakespeare's Sonnet because John Dee is quoted in Shakespeare's Sonnet as Prospero and also King Lear. The first time you created the term son of a bitch. Let's go, everybody. I'm going to draw. Let's get a line going. Let's get a line from dots, everybody, because remember, these are Freemasons that deal with what? Geometry, that deal with Euclidean math, that deal with symmetry, syncretism, that deal with mathematics. So let's take the dot. There's a dot here, and we're going to put it to the other dot over here. A nice little line. Now we can see a shape forming, and we can start to understand why are these two lines here on Shakespeare's Sonnet doing nothing? Why is the writing not on the lines? Is that strange? Usually you write on lines, right? But this writing is not on a line. This is not on a line. Two lines you're supposed to write on. Nothing's on it. None of these are on lines. But if you take the dot and draw them through from dot to dot through the lines, we start to get an interesting shape here. Let's break it down, everybody. Let's keep going, everybody. Uh-oh. So now we're going to take the dot and the dot here. And there's a dot after the G. A very strange dot after the G and a dot after the 1609. And look at this. We take that dot and combine it to that dot and put it back up to the dot after imprinted. What do we get, everybody? What is this? What is this, everybody? Look at this triangle. Is this John Dee's Euclid triangle? I don't know. Is this that triangle right here? The Euclid triangle right there? Remember, he was the first to bring the Euclid triangle. Remember that, everybody? That was John Dee. John Dee was the first to bring the Euclid triangle and geometry and navigation. He was the first to teach that. Woo! Here we go, everybody. John Dee is in Shakespeare. under two different names as a code, masking. Shakespeare has these two lines, and when you draw the two lines, a line through from dot to dot, and a dot to the other line, what do you get? You get the exact Euclid triangle, but it doesn't end there, everybody. It doesn't end there because there's these other dots. Let me go check the chat. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I don't know. They may be teaching this in some other room. Let me check the chat and see if you guys can hear me. Here we go. Woo! Are you guys ready? Here we go, everybody. This is highly advanced. It is. It is. The whole psyops is also encoded in the English language. You are right, everybody. Here we go. Ready? So here's the dot to the dot. Now I'm going to show you that this doesn't just end here. This is not a coincidence. The Euclid triangle, remember this, everybody? Look at this. There's triangles inside of triangles. Can you see that? There's one here. There's another one that forms here from E to M to B. Then there's B, A, crossing the L to C. Then there's E, crossing here. These form exact triangles, multiple triangles. So we have one Euclid triangle, interestingly enough. What happens if you connect the other dots to lines? Uh-oh. Let me get some water, man. I know they're teaching us another. I know they're teaching us. I know. It gotta be. It gotta be because we learned about Shakespeare, but they didn't teach us about these sentences with these dots. And look at this. You take the line, put it to the other dots, and you get 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's look at this, the perfect 90 degree right here. 90 degree right here. Euclid triangle. 90 degree. 3. The Trinity. Right? The Trinity. What the T is for. What the T is gonna be for. One of the T's. So we get 3, a trinity of the Euclid triangle. The same Euclid triangle in Euclid geometry that was first taught by John Dee, who's in Shakespeare, has 2 different code names, now is Euclidean triangles on the Shakespearean sonnet, which has the same code from Edward de Vere, who's complaining with Shakespeare is complaining, and now you have John Dee, the magician, at the exact same time period, who's inside of Shakespeare's sonnet, who taught Euclidean mathematics. Then all of a sudden in Shakespeare's sonnet, you have 2 lines for no apparent reason, nothing's writing on them and written on them. Then all of a sudden you have these weird sentences by G dot ELD for T dot and R dot no dot, and to be fold William Apley dot 1609 dot. None of this is even a sentence, but yet they form exact 90 degree base Euclid triangles, Trinity forming a 3, which is what a triangle means. Boom, everybody. We're connecting them. Boom, here we go. Is Tehuti done though? Nope, I'm not done. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. And now you guys can see why people throw these kind of donations and support of these kind of answers that I have, because you're not. Anyways, here we go. If you have right-angled triangles coming off of the same hypotenuse and mass, it will form a perfect circle. So here we go, everybody. Let's go back. This is the teacher of Euclidean math and the Euclidean triangle, John Dee, the advisor, the occultist, the hermeticist, and Kabbalist, who taught about the Euclidean triangle. And now if you take these dots on Shakespeare dot and add the dot to the dot, you create a Euclidean triangle, and then you form exactly 3 with 90 degree base triangles. But not only does Euclidean triangle end there, but if you take the 90 degree base and you connect them at the hypotenuse, what does it form? A perfect circle. Woo! Imagine if this formed a perfect circle, that would be crazy. I don't know. The John Dee writes sonnet. Here we go, everybody. Let's go. So if you have right angled triangles coming off the same hypotenuse in math, it will form a perfect circle. Let's see, everybody. I don't know. Uh-oh. What's this, man? What's going on here, everybody? What's going on here, everybody? Shakespeare was a Euclidean mathematician now? How come they never told us this, everybody? I didn't know Shakespeare is a mathematician with Euclidean math? I thought that was John Dee. I thought Shakespeare was a poet, but no, he couldn't have been a poet because Edward de Vere never heard about him, who owned the scriptorium in Stratford, never heard about the man. But yeah, they have the same quote, and here we have John Dee's Euclidean hypotenuse triangles with 3 90-degree angles, and you connect the dots going all the way through, and you have a perfect 360-degree circle hidden right there in Shakespeare's sonnet, which is why you have 2 lines that have been sitting there for hundreds of years, sitting there with nothing written on them because they were encoded with the Euclidean mathematics of John Dee, who all worked together with the supposed one-man Shakespeare, who nobody can find a true history of, who had 6 different signatures, and he wasn't even born with the name Shakespeare. But here we go. Okay, so we have, if you have right angle triangles coming off the same hypotenuse in math, it will form a perfect circle, and here's the Euclidean perfect circle. Perfect. That's awesome, isn't it? Isn't that awesome right there? That's awesome. It's all coincidence, though, we know. Tehuti made this up. Tehuti wrote this. Tehuti wrote the summit. I know. So look at this, everybody. So this is perfect mathematics. You can see the Euclidean right in there. And what is this, everybody? Uh-oh. Let's keep going because we're going to see how deep these hermeticists are inside of the Bible. So no, it doesn't just end at Psalms 46 up, 46 letters spear, Psalms 46 down, 46 letters up shake. No, it goes much deeper than that, all the way to John Dee, to Edward de Vere in Euclidean mathematics on Shakespeare's sonnet, forming the Trinity, which is the base of Christianity, formulated the Trinity, which is a symbol of the triangle, which is literally what Trinity is. There's just triangles forming the perfect circle, which is what? 3 in 1. I don't know, man. What's the Trinity again? The Trinity is God the Father, God the Holy Ghost, God the Spirit. They are 3, but they're 3 in 1. Yeah, because one is what? One is what? One is the Deus symbol, which is the dot circle of Ra. That is the monad, which is the circle, which is 1. Because 1 is really the number 0 because it means whole, which is literally a whole 360 degrees, because 0 is really the number 1. And then you put 3 triangles inside of 1, and there's your Trinity inside of 1, which is what Christians promote, which is inside of the King James Version of the Bible, co-authored by these men, put together, encoded by Hermeticists and Kabbalists. There's your 3 in 1. There is your Trinity, coded into Shakespeare's sonnet, which is quoting John Dee, which is quoting Edward de Vere, that has John Dee in there twice. Here we go, everybody. There's your Trinity. And what is this, everybody? Everybody seeing this symbol, right? I'm not done. I'm not done, man. Do you see why I'm not popular? I'm not done, but here we go. So here is the PX. What's this PX? Anybody ever seen this? Let me go into the chat. What is the PX? I told me you're gonna love this. I don't know if we expected all this as an answer, but what is what is this, everybody? What is the PX? What is the PX, man? What is the PX, everybody? What is this? Well, it's the Christian sigil. It's a Christian symbol. It's a symbol of Christ. But what is it really? It's Chi-Rho. Uh-oh. Here we go, everybody. Chi-Rho. Here's the Chi-Rho right here. If you see a P with an X in it, it is Chi-Rho. How does this tie in? There's your Chi, and there's your Rho, which are the first letters of Christ. So they put it as a sigil symbol, and they cross it in together, which is the X is the Chi, and what looks like a P is really the letter R because it's Rho. Rho is from the word Ra. Ra, which was who? Ra, which was the head of the Neter, which Ra, who was the head of the Neter of that supreme family, that particular family of Osiris, of Osar. Ra was the head. He was the Heru elder. So he was the head of the Neter, and that's right, from the word Ra, from the Phoenician word Rosh, it comes from the Hebrew word Resh, and Resh means head of something, which bred into the Hindu Sanskrit word Raj, and that's Raja, which means the head of something, which came from Ra, because Ra was the head of the Neteru, and the way you drew a head in ancient time was a neck with a head on the top, which looked like the letter P, which got into the Greek teachings, which became the letter P, which was coded with the letter Ra, which was Rho, and that's why P, which looks like a P to us, is really a Ra in Greek, because the Greeks learned from the Phoenicians, who got their language from mutated Medu Neter. Boom, let's get into it, everybody. That's just something that wasn't even part of the class. I don't know why I said that, but here we go. All right. What's this, everybody? Look at this. When you take those same 2 lines, symmetrical lines, and draw them to the dots, look what you get. You get the X. You see that? That's the X in the P row. Oh my. It's going from dot to dot to dot to the U. which we're going to explain that in a moment. But it is perfect symmetry, right there with a line in the middle, going to the dot, separating the two T's, dot with the line, line, and there is your X. And there is your X right there. And the P row, a symbol for Christ. So we have the hypotenuse triangles, which is your Trinity, which is 3 and 1. Your hypotenuse triangle with your 90-degree. Triangle from Euclidean math that was taught by John D, forming 3 inside of 1, which is the 3 and 1, which is the Trinity. And there is your X, who is the sun part of the Trinity. There is your X right there. And when you took the same sonnet, you find the X symbol right over here. Boom, inside the sonnet. All right, let's go, everybody. And boom, Shakespeare's connection to the Bible in sonnet with the lines forming the X of the Chi Rho Christ, which is really Chi Ra, which is really Ra, which is really Chi Rho, which is Ra. Okay, and Chi is the Ka. But here we go. That's deep, Tehuti. We see the X. But what about the P at the top of the Christian symbol? Uh-oh. So there's the X right there. Well, what about the P in the Christian symbol? See? In the Christian symbol, it's not just an X, right? There's the P. It's the X, the Chi Rho, which is the P. Uh-oh, guys, you got me. You got me. I'm slipping, man. Psych, I lied. I'm not slipping at all, everybody. Here we go. Of course, they wouldn't leave that out. Just to show you how deep John D. and De Vere and Shakespeare, King James Bible psyops, is the P is in Shakespeare's name itself. The P is inside of Shakespeare's name itself in the sonnet. Here is your X. There's your P. They didn't leave that out. They didn't leave that out, everybody. They didn't leave that out. No. No, they didn't. Let's go back up here. See? There's your Trinity. 3 triangles with a hypotenuse forming the 1, the circle. Here is the sonnet with the line with the P, with no P, right? But there's the P row, the X. I didn't show you the whole symbol, did I? The whole page. Look at that, everybody. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! The dot goes right up to the P in Shakespeare's name. What do they say? What do the millennials say? I can't make this up. So, there it is, everybody. There is your P. There's your perfect X from dot to dot to dot to dot. And there's the line going up straight from the dot, going up perfect equiliteral X there, the cross. And it goes right up into Shakespeare's name, only into the P, though. Only to the P, which forms the P row. Let me check the chat. I don't know if you're listening to this. Yeah, let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. This is what you get here. Eric said savage. This is what you get here at the Tehuti podcast. Boom, everybody. And you see the connection now between Shakespeare, John D., Edward de Vere, Christ, the Chi Rho, the Rho, which is really a P, which is the head, and the P, which is Ra, who's the head of the Neteru, Ra forming Resh, which is Raja, which is head, which is the P in Shakespeare's name with the dot, 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 forming the perfect X, going up to forming the Christ symbol. Because these are the ones that put together the Bible, everybody. Boom! All of these Rosicrucian pre-Freemasons believe in the Latin T. H? What's that? In the Latin TH. What's that, everybody? TH, everybody, is Templum Pyro Salimitenum. That's the TH. There's your T. The TH, everybody, which is Templum Pyro Salumentum, which is the Temple of Jerusalem, which is what? Solomon's temple, which all Freemasonry goes back to because they claim him as the first master mason, Solomon. So Templum Pyro Salumentum is the TH, which is the Temple of Jerusalem, and that TH is the hidden symbol of Freemasonry. Let's go, everybody. They all believe in the TH, which was all in this symbol. It was all coded in the symbol, which became the royal arc of Freemasonry, a magical symbol of a T and an H, which became the triple Tau. The triple Tau, the Trinity. What is Tau? Tau is the Greek Ankh. The T, the Tau, the triple Tau. Here it is, everybody. Uh-oh. There is your triangle, and there is your TH. How many T's do you see? 1, 2, 3. 3 T's. What's the first letter of the word triangle? As in the hypotenuse triangle. T, 3 triangles. Uh-oh. There's your 3 triangles, your 3 T's, 3 triangles in the hypotenuse, forming the perfect circle. There's your 3 T's, your royal arc. Your royal arc, because you have a templum Hiero Solumentium, which is your TH. And when you put a TH together, what does it look like? 3 T's, your Trinity, inside of the royal arc of Freemasonry, called the triple Tau. Woo! Which is the hidden 4T. The hidden 4T represented fictitious character created by the Tamahu named Solomon, who built the Mason Temple and reigned for how many years? Oh my goodness, man, I don't know, everybody. This is the hidden 4T. You see 3 T's there? Let me go down and see if I revealed it. I don't know. It's 3 T's, which is Trinity. 3 T's, 1, 2, 3. But it's a hidden 4th T. Turn that upside down and you'll see another T right here. The H is the bottom T for the line that forms this T. That's the hidden one. So it's a Trinity. It's a Trinity. 3 triangles are a Trinity, which became the royal arc of Freemasonry, the magic sigil of the HT, which is the Templum Hiero Solumentium, which is 3 T's, but there's a hidden T inside of there, and that hidden T creates 4 T's. 4 T's. 4 T's. 4T, which represents Solomon's temple, because that's the TH, Temple of Jerusalem, Templum Hiero Solumentium, which was built by so-called Solomon, the mythological figure that they created. And how many years did Solomon rule for? How many years did Solomon rule for, everybody? This is as crazy as the Matrix breakdown. Yes. This is crazy as the Matrix breakdown. This is the Matrix in real life happening to us right here. Woo! Tyler God Heru says, you the mother effing man, Tehuti. Bag Chaser says, nobody on the planet does it like this. 4 T's. 4 T's. Woo! Here we go, everybody. There's 4 T's. And how many years did Solomon live for? How many years did Solomon reign for? How many years did he reign for? Uh-oh! 4 T. 40 years. There's your hidden T. And the royal arc that looks like 3 T's, that's Trinity, which really is a hidden T, and that's 4 T's, which creates the sound 4T. 4T, and there we are in Chronicles 9:30, 9:3, right? Because the 3 doesn't matter. Second Chronicles 9:30, which is really 9:3, right? Where's Shakespeare found again? Shake is in the 3rd verse, and it's in the 9th verse. Here it is. Solomon reigned Jerusalem. Solomon reigned Jerusalem over Israel for 4T. 4T years. There's your hidden 4 T's. 4T, the number of Freemasonry. With that in mind, let's go back to the Bible, secret society influencers, and see how it plays out to Shakespeare's monument. Because remember, they made something called Shakespeare's monument. Here it is, everybody. We're going to Westminster Abbey. William Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616, buried Holy Trinity, right? And this Shakespeare's monument, right? But it was not until the 29th of January, 1741, which is 1740, in old style dating. So they would have said in old style dating, 1740, 17. Who's that? Who's the 17? 17? 4T? Who's 17? Oh, was that the Earl? Is that the Earl that owned? Anyways, so 17, 4T is when they made the Shakespeare monument. There's your 17, there's your 4T, and it was erected in the Poet's Corner. What's the Poet's Corner? Poet's Corner is the capstone, the corner of the pyramid. All right, which is a triangle. Here it is, everybody. Here it is. Uh-oh. Shakespeare's monument. Get a good look at the guy. He has a little tan over here, looking like a brother over here, right? Don't let the Hebrew Israelites see this because they're going to say Shakespeare was a black man. So here it is. Everybody's black to them. So here it is, right? So here is Shakespeare's monument. William Shakespeare, right? But he's holding something in his hand here, everybody. What is he holding? Is he holding one of his poems? Uh-oh. This is in 17 4T. And here's Shakespeare's monument. What does it say here, though? I'm blowing it up, everybody. Blowing it up. Let's see what it says. It says, the cloud cooped to her gorgeous palaces, the Solomon temples? Why is Shakespeare talking about Solomon's temple? Oh, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, everybody. Solomon's temple? Solomon, Shakespeare. There's your 4T, right? 17 4T. The 4T, the royal ark, 3 T's with a hidden 4T, because Solomon reigned for 40 years. So they make the Shakespeare monument in 17 4T, where he's holding a piece of paper in his hand, and the third line down, Solomon's temple. And then over here, this word is spelled missing a letter. This is missing something. This is written in code. Something's missing here, everybody. The top line is missing an E. Why is it missing an E here? There's an E missing here. Why is it missing an E? Well, we know that Shakespeare monument in old style dating was 17 4T. We know now that Shakespeare and Edward de Vere is writing I am that I am from the King James Bible, but supposedly they didn't know each other. They're both complaining about something, writing the exact same sentence, and Edward de Vere owned the scriptorium where all the plays and poems were given to in Stratford, and he was the 17th. He was the 17th Earl, who supposedly didn't know Shakespeare. So there's your 17. And then we have the first line here, and there's an E missing. But if there's an E missing, that gives us a certain amount of letters here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Uh-oh. 17 letters. 17 letters on the top line because they took out an E. So this is 1714 in old style. Earl, the 17th Earl, Edward de Vere, was the 17th. Ooh, 1740, and here's the first line where he's holding this, talking about Solomon's temple, which is a 3T, which is the Temple Hiero Solomentium, which is really the 4T because Solomon reigned for 40 years, but it's 3 T's because it's Trinity hidden inside of the hypotenuse triangle that's inside of Shakespeare's sonnet, right there where the dots connect, creating the circle with the 3 T's inside of it. And now on the third line, the Trinity line, we have Solomon's temple, where the first line, there is 17 letters because they took out an E. Yeah, they took out an E, right, to make 17. Whose name starts with an E, though? Okay, here we go, everybody. So welcome to the 2T Pod class. And now we're going to talk about, Earl, the 17th. So we have Earl, the 17th. We have 17 letters because they took out an E, and it's 17. And now look on the downside of this, right? Remember, we have the Templorum, the Templorum of the 3 T's, which is really a hidden T, which is the 4 T's. And here we have on the third line, Solomon's temple. And let's look at this, though. Each of the letters of the sentences on Shakespeare's paper start with the letter T. But there's one 2, 3, 4 T's. I'm gonna take a second break, man. Let me look at the door. Hold on. The monkeys are out. Hold on. The monkeys are out and about. Okay. Let me take a break just to look at the donations that were sent. And I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't seen one donation since okay, here we go. All right, everybody. So we see the 4 T's. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. You didn't catch that over here. Look at it, everybody. 17 letters on the first line. Third line, Solomon's Temple, because it represents the Trinity. 3 T's, which is really 4 T's, the hidden T, because Solomon ruled for 40 years. So each of the lines start with a T, 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 all capitals, and then all these are small letters, T, 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 capitals. Where have we seen that before? Where have we seen T's capital before that? I don't know. Oh, on the Senate, where the 2 T's are let's move on. Here we go. So 4 T's. There's your 4 T, right? And there's 17, and there's your 4 T's. Boom. Here we go, everybody. 4 T's, 1740. Let's go back to Shakespeare's sonnet, and let's see what's going on. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. This is why people send the support they do for the way that I answer questions. If you do not appreciate the way that I answer questions, please do not support me. But if you do appreciate the way that I do answer questions, please support, because this is what I do. If you feel that the Tehuti podcast can close and you can go to other channels and get this, then please take me for granted, because I'm just one of a million people. But here we go. Look closely at what's after the ELD. After the ELD, what does that say, everybody? 4 T inside of the triangle. Oh, man. Shakespeare, you're a bad man. John D, you guys are serious. After the ELD is 4 T. There it is right there on the Senate. The 4 T, right? There's your 4 T. There's your 4 T's on Shakespeare's monument, which was put together in 1740. Here we are, everybody. So here we are. There's your 4 T's, right, everybody? Boom. After ELD, it's 4 T's. There's your 4T equals 4T. Boom. There's your 4 T's code in 1740. But what about the 17? Remember the 17 lines? Remember the Earl that didn't know him, who owned all the plays where you submit your plays and poem? He was the 17th Earl. There's 17 letters on the top. Are you ready? Let's count all the letters in the sentence again. Uh-oh, man. Uh-oh. Oh. We looked at this line and I said, hey, this is not even a sentence. It's a coded pre-Masonic. There's Freemasonic, then there's pre-Masonic. This is pre-Masonic. Here's the code, everybody, because by capital G dot EL4 T capital T by capital G dot capital ELD 4 T dot capital T dot and R. That's not a sentence. No, it's a pre-Masonic code of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 fonts right there, everybody. Boom! 17 for the code name of Edward de Vere, whose signature is on your Bible. And why 17? Because Earl was what de Vere was he? What Earl was he? He was a 17. There's your 17 right there. 4T, 17, 1940 Shakespeare. Oh. And the 17th. I'm not done though. This is what happens when you send a $27 donation. This is what you get. This is what you get. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. What is all this? What is all this, everybody? This is what's on the monument. all this weird writing. Stay, passenger, why goeth thou by fast? Read, if thou gainst whom in vows death has passed within this monument, Shakespeare. Oh man. There's no Shakespeare within this monument. This is not a tomb where Shakespeare's body is in. Shakespeare is not within this monument. This is with a space in this monument. The code is in this monument, not Shakespeare within this monument. These were English masters. They knew the difference between within and with in this monument. Oh man, here we go, everybody. Get a look, everybody. What is this in the corner, though? What's that in the corner? What's within this monument? 4 T's? Oh man. 4 T's? 1, 2, 3, 4. Within this monument, there's your 4 T's, everybody. 4 T's right there in the Shakespeare monument. He's holding up the paper with the 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences that start with capital T, capital T, capital T, capital T, 4 T's and 19 T, and on the Senate is 4 capital T, which is 4T because it represents 4T, the 4 with the hidden T, that is Solomon's temple, that where he ruled for 40 years. So right there within this monument is the code, and the code is 4 T's. 1, 2, 3, 4 T's written in a form of symmetry right over each other. 1, 2, 1, 2, 4 T's. There it is right there, everybody. Oh my. 4 T's. Wait, when did the Grand Lodge begin? Oh man. 1717. When did the Grand Freemasonic Lodge begin, everybody? 1717. There it is. Woo, 1717. There's your 17s, everybody, because it goes right back to Freemasonry, a very significant number because that's when the Grand Lodge began. Woo. Oh my goodness, everybody. Hold on, everybody. I got to take a second break. I got to take a quick break, everybody. I'm going to step away just for a second. I got to take a break in the middle of the answer. That's how crazy this is. I got to take a break. Scribe, jump in the room for just a quick second. I got to take a break for just a minute. I'll be right back. This is crazy. How long is this answer? What's going on? We're breaking the matrix. I'll be right back, everybody, in a second. Woo! Man, I hope they appreciate it.
Hotep Maat, everyone, peace and love. We need to see some fire in the chat. Saba Tehuti is blacking out right now. I feel like I picked the perfect background. This is what I feel like right now. Literally in an infinite swirl of just information. Saba Tehuti is going absolute bonkers right now. Let's see, peace and love. Shout out to everyone who is here in the class, you know, absorbing this information. Yeah, this is like you said, this is definitely, you know, up there with the matrix breakdown. This is absolutely crazy. it's like it never stops. Never stops. You know, that these guys were very, very, very serious about what they did. And they understood the power of symbols, alignment, sacred geometry. Of course they did, you know, because we originated it. But they definitely took it so serious, you know, and implemented it. This is why the way that this is set up here today, this is the reason why it's so deep, and the reason why it's so psychologically damaging to the planet, you know, because they took their time. You know, they took their time with this information, you know, and it was, yeah, they definitely wasn't playing any games when they started to set this up and implement this, correlating the numbers with the letters, with the shapes, the tones. Yeah, this is, and to be able to decode this and look at it and be able to recognize it for what it is and bring it to us. Yeah, that's only Saba Tehuti can do it, you know, especially in the way that he's doing it. You know, this is absolutely beautiful. Yeah, shout out to Commit 101. Sigils are definitely very strong magic. Yeah, this is Saba Tehuti. I told him I feel like I'm in this swirl right here.
You're in the oh man,
I feel like listening to this breakdown.
You what? Say again?
This is what I feel like listening to this breakdown. I'm just falling down an infinite loop of just information. This is beautiful, Saba.
Thank you, my brother. I want to show everybody the difference between, for years and years and years, we heard Shakespeare's in the Bible, because shake and you heard that before, right?
Yes.
Shake and spear, 46 letters down, shake, 46 letters up, spear, and sounds 46, and then it's over. Nope. This was planned for. This is years and years of planning. This is men going under guises of different names. This is 6 different Shakespeare signatures. This is a whole hermeticist, occultist, magician plot. Let me end it off. I'm going to end it off, and then you can go ahead and stay on here. As soon as I end it off, I'm going to let you brothers come on. So I'm about to end it off. Let's go.
All right.
All right? And they that's why they keep telling you, yeah, a man becomes an elder when he's 40. When he's 40. But anyways, let's go, everybody. Let's get into it. Here we go. We're back. We're back. Let's go. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So where we leave off? Oh, let me take you to Job. Job 41:26. Man, we see spear. Here's a Hermeticist quote again. We see spear as in Shakespeare again. Here it is. Job 41:26, everybody. Boom. What does it say here? Let me go ahead and do this. Oh, let me go ahead and go back. Oh boy, it doesn't end. We see, look at this. In your Bible, Christians, Hebrews, Christians, 41:26. The word of him that layeth at him cannot hold the spear. Why is that here, everybody? Why is the word spear here? Can you guys hear me okay? Press a 1 if you can hear me okay. Press a 1 if you can hear me okay. We have spear here because they're putting all these in as codes. But why is it here? Let's go, everybody. Everybody knows about Shakespeare in Psalms 46, but why is spear here in Job? Go back. Let's count how many characters are before the word spear. Oh, man. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, this is a deep thing going on right here, okay? This is very, very deep. Woo! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Look at this. On the line before spear, count the characters. That includes this thing here too. Boom, 17, everybody. Right before where you see the word spear again in the Bible, on the line in the old King James Bible, 17 characters before spear, because spear is 17 and 17 is spear and spear is Shakespeare and 17 is the Earl Edward de Vere and Edward de Vere is the 17th Earl and Shakespeare is the 40 and 17 40, and all of these are the same. This is a play. This is the best play Shakespeare ever wrote, everybody. Tell me anything Shakespeare and them put together that compares to this. This is my favorite. This is my favorite one. Note the coded writing in Shakespeare's monument. Do you notice anything interesting about all the letter used? The letter U's, everybody. Remember all this? You notice anything about the letter U's? Woo! This is interesting. What do you notice about the letter U's? Let's go back to the letter U's, everybody. Let's blow it up. Let's blow it up. Let's blow it up. Shakespeare's monument. Look at the letter U's in Shakespeare's monument. What do they all look like? Don't they all look like the letter V? What's that? Is that a letter U? Is that a letter U? Is that a letter U? All the U's look like V's, don't they? All the U's look like V's. Is that a letter U? Or is that a V? All the U's look like V's. So U's and V's are interchangeable in the Shakespeare Code. They're interchangeable in Freemasonry because the U is a V. W or W or W is two U's, but it also looks like two V's because U's and V's are interchangeable in the Freemasonic Code. They all look like V's. Let's apply this same rule to Shakespeare's sonnet. And let me unlock the matrix for you. Are you ready? Look where all the lines are in the chi roll. Remember the chi roll symbol? Look where all the lines are in the chi roll symbol, of which the P in the Shakespeare completes it. Let me take you back, everybody. Remember this? Here's the Shakespeare chi roll. There's the P. And look where all the lines are. Remember I told you, everybody, that there's a dot here, a dot here, a dot here, and a dot here? But there's no dot here, but it goes perfectly symmetrical to a U. But in Shakespeare's coding, U is a V. Oh boy, let me unlock this for everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday Pod class. Let's break it down. So I'm going to take this Shakespeare sonnet and show you the ultimate code of who Shakespeare really was. Because this is written backwards. Everywhere the dot is written backwards. I'm going to put it forwards for you. Here it is. They're all pointed to the circled R-E, E-V, E-D. There it is, everybody. Two letters, R-E-U-E-V-E-D. Remember, in the original code of the Bible, when they had the Hebrew language, because that's how they do gematria as well, right? Gematria is a Hebrew word. Gematria is a Hebrew word. Gematria is a Hebrew word. In Hebrew, you don't read from left to right. You read the other way. You read another direction. So if we take this E-V-E-D-E-R, which the lines are pointed to, and we read it the other direction, what do we see, everybody? Uh-oh. D-E-V-E-E-R. De Vere. There's his signature right there, everybody. There's the true playwriter. There's the one who owned the scriptorium. There's the one who said he didn't know Shakespeare, but yet is quoting, him and Shakespeare are quoting each other. There he is right there. He is the 17th. 1740, which is the Shakespeare memorial, 1740, with the 4 T's that represent the royal ark of Solomon, with the hidden T, which is right inside of the sonnet, with the 3 triangles inside of a circle formed by the perfect 3 hypotenuses. Edward de Vere, who actually had access to all the plays, all the playwriters, and all the poems. There's his signature right there in the sonnet, backwards, written in the way that Hebrew would be, D-E-V-E-E-R, de Vere. There it is right there, de Vere, boom. So here's your team of Hermeticists that quoted the Bible. Here they are, everybody. Here's Shakespeare, which is 6 signatures. Here's John Dee, the magician, who's responsible for the colonization and the advising of Queen Elizabeth, who brought the Euclidean hypotenuse triangle to Shakespeare's sonnet, which is hidden inside of Shakespeare's sonnet. Here's the man who owned the scriptorium in Stratford, where all the poems and plays were taken to, and he was Edward de Vere, D-E-V-R-V-E-R-E, the 17th of Earl, going back to 17, which is the 17 letters across the top of what Shakespeare is holding in his hand, 17 letters. And of course, in the book of Job, 17 fonts before you get to Spear's name, because he was Edward de Vere. But wait, what Bible is all this in? There's a 4th person on the team we're missing, everybody. Because remember, there's 4 T's. There's 4 T's, right? One person who's not associated with any of this, but is associated with all of this. He's the hidden T. There's 3 T's inside of the royal ark, which is TH, which is Templar Tyro Salamentium. But there's a hidden T that's controlling it all. There's 3 men that were poets, that were in each other's poems, that owned the poet scriptorium, that was known as the best poet in the world, who's quoted in the Bible, Edward de Vere, John Dee, quoted in the sonnet, and Shakespeare. But that's just 3 of them. That's your trinity. Who's the 4th one? The one who's not associated with any type of poetic writing. The main person, King James himself, everybody. This is all inside of the King James Bible. Is he a part of the hidden psyops? Is he the hidden one? Because King James is not known as a writer. He's not known as a poet. He's not known as owning the scripture. He's not known as having anything to do with these poems or poets, but yet it's all coded inside of his Bible. He's the one control. People say, it's the King James Bible, but King James never wrote it. He never wrote it. No, he controlled it. He authorized all this to be. Was King James involved in this Hermeticism? Was King James an esoteric person? No, King James was a Christian. He was promoting Christianity. He put the King James Bible together for all the Christians. Or is he the hidden T? Guess who's listed under the Grand Mason? Remember the Grand Masonic Lodge? That was in 1717 with the Royal Ark of 3 T's, which is a really hidden 4 T. Templar Hiero Salamentium. Well, when you go to the Grand Lodge biography, we're going to go to a biography from the Freemasons in the Grand Lodge to a promoter of esoteric knowledge. I'm going to go to the biography. Who's this, man? Who's this? James VI of Scotland. King of Scotland. The first King Stuart, King of England. 1603 to 1625. English historians have tended to portray him as a coward and a pussy, foolish pedant, the wisest fool in Christendom. In fact, he was reasonably successful in his main goals. The wise man plays the fool, increasing national prosperity, maintaining peace with Europe, settling the church today. He's remembered for commissioning the so-called King James Bible. What is he doing in the Grand Lodge? Wait, this is the Grand Lodge biographies. Why is King James in here? Shouldn't he be in the Christian biographies? Why is King James in the Grand? Why isn't King James in the Secret Society Grand Lodge biography? As a wise man is playing the fool. Well, on the west wall of the lodge hall used by Lodge Spoon Perth number 3 in Perth, Scotland, we found a mural depicting King James kneeling at their altar in his initiation. Woo! This is Freemasonry. The oldest existing record lodge, called the Mutual Agreement, December 1658, records that King James entered Freemason and fellow craft of the lodge in Scone in 1601. 3 years before he commissioned the Bible, he entered and initiated himself into the Freemason. He was within this same circle of people. James also appointed William Shaw as the master of the work of the Warden General in 1583 with the commission of reorganizing the Masonic craft. Hey, King James. In 1598, Shaw issued the first statute. Shaw issued the first of his statutes. So let's get a look at this connection here. How does this connect? James also appointed William Shaw as master of the work of James also appointed William Shaw as master of the work and Warden General in 1583 with the commission of reorganizing the mastercraft in 1598. Shaw issued the first of his statutes setting out the duties of Masons to their lodge and to the public, imposing penalties for unsatisfactory work and inadequate safety practices. Shaw drew up a second statute in 1599, wherein the first veiled reference to the existence of esoteric knowledge within the craft of stone masonry can be found. Esoteric knowledge and Freemasonry. This is what King James was involved with. The fourth T. And there's his other teammates right there. Hidden, hiding under each other's names. This man is two men inside of this man's play. This man is quoting, this man and this man are quoting each other's rants with the same biblical quote from the King James Bible. This man, De Vere's code name is in there, Anna 17 with 4T. John D has his Euclidean mathematic triangle inside of the sonnet. With the 4 T's inside of Shakespeare's writing. Let me shrink all this down. Tehuti, you made this up, man. You did this, Tehuti. You wrote the sonnet. You did this. There is Euclidean. There is the 3 T's, the 3 triangles of the first teacher of the Euclidean mathematics. 2, Queen Elizabeth. There is your 4 T in the sonnet. There is your in Shakespeare's sonnets. There is your 4 T's in Shakespeare's memorial. There is your 4 T's with the hidden T's. There's your 17. There's your Shakespeare. There is your Earl de Vere backwards. There's your Grand Lodge in 1717. There's your 17 fonts before the word spear. And there is King James behind it all as a man issuing the Shaw as the teacher of esoteric knowledge within the craft of Freemasonry, because Shakespeare, King James, was initiated into the craft of Freemasonry, where he believed in esoteric knowledge because that was his man he appointed. And boom, now I'm done. Matrix broken. I hope you appreciate it. Maat, Hotep, There is how I answer questions. Boom. I am done. T.O.M, I hope you appreciate it. Hope you like the answer. Welcome new people to the Tehuti podcast. Now you can understand, hopefully, now you can understand why things like this exist, why donations like this exist, why people are donating for questions, because you're getting books. I'm not giving you an answer. I'm giving you a book. I'm giving you a book with all references of things you've never heard of before. The chat is open at the bottom for you to put in links. There's 106 people watching. All of you have access to the chat. If you see anything like this in anywhere of all of YouTube, please put the link in the chat so I can go to that class and form a team with that person. If you have not seen anything beyond Shakespeare, 46 letters up, 46 letters down, shake, 46 letters up, spear, Psalms 46, there it is, quoted in the Bible. See, it's quoted. If your teacher stopped there and didn't take you into the chi, rho, and the p, and the tri, if he didn't take you into all of that I just did, please, everybody, for those who appreciate what I do, if what I do for you today here is with that one answer is worth more than the waiter that you tipped who brought you a glass of water and a Hennessy and a steak that you paid for, Did you pay for it? You paid for it, then you tipped him for bringing you the food that you paid for. If you think that what I'm doing for you is worth more in your life than the waiter giving you the food that you paid for, then please send your donations, your questions, or support to PayPal at Rocky SB, Cash App TT Amun. If you appreciate me at all, I'm going to go into the chat now to see the responses to this. This is the first question. This is the first question. I timed it. 1 hour and 29 minutes. If you can go into any other YouTube channel for 1 hour and 29 minutes and get straight information like this, please put the link in the bottom. I'm looking at the bottom. Put the link in the bottom. I want to go. There's no arguments. There's no name calling. There's information. And there's information that makes you question your reality and your surroundings. It makes you rethink what you thought you knew. And now you can take this at T.O.M, play this for your family, play this for the person that you want to break the Bible down to. It is on YouTube forever until they shut down the podcast. This is my design masterpiece answer for you. Hope you liked it at T.O.M. Let me check the chat to see who liked the answer. And boom, we're going to step into and we see AJ Magoo putting up fire. Shannon puts up fire. AJ Magoo says, set us free. Set us free. We got Arc Andromeda putting stars. We got Robert putting fire. Okay, good. We got Rigo cursing. Rigo's cursing. Now, you know what that means? Rigo's cursing. You know what that means? I got Rigo cursing. Cash App didn't work. Hold on, we got Brother Silent K saying the Cash App didn't work. Cash App TT Amun didn't work. Let me put it in the room again. Everybody's been using this Cash App for the past year. It is Cash App TTAMUN. Moderators, you can put the direct link for Silent K right in the room where he clicks it and it goes right to the link, right to the Cash App. Thank you for telling me that, Silent K. Okay, good. We got Andromeda putting up these fire bombs. We got Higa Kepara putting masterful breakdown. Please support. Thank you. Big Vase putting up fire. We got Jody Southward putting up great breakdown. Rigo putting up hand claps. Rigo putting up holy smokes. We got I know Matt got a race with something. I don't know this. We got Monstar XO putting up fire. We got Agent Magoo saying Tehuti is 4x amazing. It keeps getting better and better. Brilliant Saba, you're the master teacher. I appreciate you. I appreciate you too, because without a student, there's no teacher. If nobody sent me a question, there would be no Tehuti. Well, I'd be with my animals, living in the woods. So we got Nanya Samur putting mind-blowing answers again and again. Agent Magoof said, shut him down. Master K said, outstanding information. Your manifesto said, not your wig pushback. Nanya Samur put, wow. Kamit says, churches should be shut down tomorrow. And I'm going to put the link in the chat again for the brothers. Get ready to step in, because as soon as I go through this, I'm going to step out and brother step in. We got Bella saying, incredible. Appreciate you, Tehuti. I'm trying to do it in her voice. Okay, we got Andromeda saying, master teacher, master student. Darius McNear, who's in every room. Darius, you're in every room. You're in all the chats. So thank you. You'd be the best person in the room. You and Kamit and Raphael will be the best person in the room to compare the 55 class to all the other rooms, because I literally see you in all the other rooms. Same with Conscious Conqueror. Great breakdown. No wonder LeBron wears number 6. Okay, good. Atum. We got wigs are blown completely off. Right, you manifesto. We got Amun Min put amazing work. Thank you. Rigo put, I've never heard of this information before. Wow, thank you. Matt Raw put game over. This is more responses than the Matrix breakdown. I guess because this is the Matrix breakdown. This is the Matrix in real life. This isn't the movie, but it is the movie. It's the movie you're in. Okay, we got Darius McNear, the Room Raiders. Okay. Black Revolutionary said, I heard some of this information, but nothing like this, and how you break it down. Amazing, Futi. Thank you, Black Revolutionary Now, BRN. I like that name, Black Revolutionary Now. That's right. Let's do this Black Revolutionary now. Let's not keep it for the past. I always like the Black Panthers and Malcolm X. What about the Black Revolutionary Now? I like that name. All right. Boom. You all like the answers. I'm glad you all appreciated it. That is the Tehuti Pod class. First question, for those who appreciate it, is Cash App TT Amun. PayPal at Rocky SV. Please send in your support. It will pop up like this if you're sending Cash App. It will pop up like this if you're sending in PayPal. This is how I answer questions. I'm very happy that you all appreciate. This is just question number 1. Question number 1. Jehovah Witness, I'm saving for the last. For those who make the last of this class, Jehovah Witnesses, it's gonna be like Jehovah Witness is a continuation of this one, because he's a part of the same thing too. Oh, and then the Nefer Moon. That's today too. I gotta break down Nefer Moon. I'm sorry to do it to you, Nefer Moon. I gotta break down Nefer Moon. The what's his book? What's that? The Menu Nectar. Some 11 laws of God. And I break that down. It's supposed to be 11 laws of God. No, it's 11 laws of Maat, but you'll see. This is crazy, everybody. Let's break it down. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm going to step off for a moment. Brothers, take it over. I'll be back. I'm going to go to the other side and come back. All right, everybody. Peace for now. Arcad. Tell him, Arcad.
Ain't nobody messing with our Saba. Y'all know we got the best teacher.
Okay, I'll be back. 109 when I come back. Let me give you a hint of what the next question is, just to keep everybody hanging in there. Oh.
Don't do it to him.
What brought the fall of Kemet? Who asked this question? Who asked this? Raphael Gary. Oh. What's the fall of Kemet? I'll be back, y'all. Peace.
Peace and love. Hotep Maat. Peace and love to the chat. Y'all know we got the best teacher. Y'all know we got the best teacher.
Clear your throat.
Y'all know we got the best teacher. Y'all know ain't nobody out there messing with Saba, man. Come on, stop playing. Hey, listen, it's about to be 2023 now. Teachers of Maat ain't playing no games. Y'all know we got the best teacher, period, hands down. You guys will see tomorrow when they have those debates and tomorrow or today. What's today? Today the 24th, right? Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love to the chat, everybody out there. I was running a lot of errands today, so I'm a little bit short on my spiel, but I just want to reiterate. I didn't even really catch the whole breakdown. I just came in like in the middle of it. I got to run it back, but y'all know, period, there is no comparison. And I'll be commenting in the chat on the classes. I went back and was commenting on some of the other classes. And man, y'all gotta stop comparing our teacher to people that he already beat. You know what I mean? Like his record is 11-0 officially, but his record is way longer than that. And those of us that are in the chat can vouch for that. Scribe, how's my my sound?
Sound great, brother.
And we got the best architect too. I'm just gonna put that out there. Welcome to the big leagues, my brother. Welcome to the big leagues. Did y'all see Scribe's breakdown in the class on Sunday? Those of you that have not, I need y'all to witness something in real time right now. Shout out to you, Scribe. I love your background. Shout out to you, Ahati. I love your background too. But I just want to reiterate something. I just want to point something out to everybody in real time. When the you can see the evolution of our good brother Scribe in the class that he taught on the teachings of Amun and Mope. It was excellent, my brother. And yeah, that was for those of you that have not seen it, go to the website teachersofmaat.org and check out that Sunday study guide that Scribe did. Last week it was excellent. Shout out to Tehuti Most. Shout out to AJ, formerly known as Neter. Today is the day, your big day, brother. Shout out to you. I missed some of your I seen you on there earlier. I was driving, but Ahati, I'm gonna let you brothers go ahead and talk. I gotta take care of something real quick. But peace and love to everybody in the chat. Teachersofmaat.org. Go to the website, check us out. Stepping Out of the Matrix. Melanin and Dark Consciousness. Those books, go to the website and download Saba's books. And we need to encourage him to release a third book, because we're about to start that on January 1st. I'm going to start the new breakdown. And yeah, everybody, let's step out of the matrix, man. Peace and love. Hotep Maat.
Hotep Maat. Great brother Ahati Maat, do you want to speak, my brother?
Nah, go ahead.
All right, peace and love. I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, of course, make sure you're showing your reciprocity to Saba for that excellent breakdown. I know many of you have already. That was absolutely mind-blowing. If you brothers could put the links to the website in the chat so that people can have that. Ahati, since you're the moderator, you can put the link in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen and show you all what we're doing. All right, so here we have the teachingsofmaat.org website. This is the official Tehuti's teachingsofmaat.org website here, and the link is posted in chat, so make sure you go there and you bookmark it, so you always have it. All right. And yeah, we're doing a lot of great things over here. Doing a lot of great things. Let's see. Can you all see this? Let me make sure. All right. Yeah, you can see it. All right. So once you go to the website here, you can scroll all the way down to the bottom. And once you get to the bottom, you'll see a subscribe section. And right here, you can put in your email address. And when you put in your email address, it'll add you to our newsletter list. And we send out a weekly newsletter, putting out a bunch of information for you all. And also, when you sign up for the newsletter, you'll get 10% off your first purchase in the shop section. All right. So this is a good free way to continue to get more information and stay up to date with what we're doing at the Teachings of Maat Foundation. All right, so make sure you all are bookmarking this website and, you know, continuously checking it. We have our Study Guide Sunday Live here. We have our shop downloads here where you can go and make your purchases of the Teachings of Maat, Tehuti's Teachings of Maat merchandise. All right, so we got the short sleeve shirts. We have the long sleeve shirts. We have the hooded sweatshirts. All right, so many of you have already made your purchases. Congratulations to the great brother Rigo. He won a free t-shirt last week. So, you know, we do spontaneous giveaways as well. So, you know, make sure that you come here and you show support in this way. You know, I was out and about today and I had a brother come up to me and just ask, hey, teachingsofmaat.org, that's the website. Yep. All right. They can just see it and go straight to it. You know, it was about a 30-second conversation, got the website and went on about his way, you know, and that's what this does. It attracts a lot of people to you so we can continue to keep spreading this information. All right. And of course, Tehuti's pod class. This is where you can also come here and watch the latest of the pod classes here. All right. And, you know, if you ever need to get in contact with us, you can always go to the contact us section. And we have the Teachings of Maat email address, leadership@teachingsofmaat.org, and also Saba Tehuti's email. So if you're ever looking for Saba Tehuti's email, you can always come here and find it as well. Or you can use this messaging system right here, and we'll get back to you fairly quickly. All right, so we have a lot of information there, and there's a lot of ways to contact us. And, you know, we're looking for great brothers and sisters to join us in the foundation, you know, so we can continue to build. Just like that, the great brother's name, you know, Black Revolutionary Now. This is what we're doing right now. This is real time. We don't have to keep looking at the past. We can study the past and implement it now in the present so we can create a better future, you know, and we have to make that step and, you know, do what's necessary and not be scared of the unknown and be willing to put your best foot forward, lead with your left, as the great Par'is did, and, you know, come forward and do what's necessary so we can help our people here today, right now, in real time. All right, so peace and love to everyone out there. Shout out to everybody who's in the chat. Shout out to everybody who's, you know, tuned in right now. There's about 100 people live watching in. And, you know, these breakdowns are just absolutely amazing. They're beautiful. It's absolutely magical the way that he does this. And he teaches us in various different ways. All right. So, you know, make sure you're showing your love and your reciprocity. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass the mic to the great brother, the lion, the hungry lion, the great lion. Look at that image. That's exactly how he looks. It's staring in your soul, ready to get at you. Let's get it. Great brother Ahati Ma'at. Peace and love.
Hey, peace, brothers. Hotep Ma'at. I want to first hail the chat. Those of you that have been supporting our great brother Saba Tehuti, Heka Kepara. Actually, the brothers on the panel here, Scribe, Arcad stepped up big time. I know a little bit about Arcad's situation, Heka Kepara, everyone that's in the chat that's been support Rigo, that's been supporting Saba, going through his time with the government. A lot of us know how that feels, so we can definitely relate that it is a serious matter, because when it comes to the Tamahus, they do not play when they want something done. And that's the whole point of these teachings, is to grasp what Saba's giving to you, those of you that are getting it for free especially, to take what he's giving to you and actually implement it into our own lives. Because if we're not doing that, it's really just a waste of time. Our children mean that much more to us than just us sitting back for another generation and doing nothing. Especially not only in our generation, but the timing is great, because with what happened with COVID, A lot of people are waking up today. They call them quote unquote normies. A lot of people are waking up today to the deception that a lot of us have known for many years prior to COVID. And so this is the opportune time to get business cards from teachersofmaat.org. Contact Scribe, he'll send them to you. Purchase the merch, you'll get discounts off of the business cards by just purchasing the t-shirt. And you can actually just use that as an icebreaker, as to open up a conversation. Hey, did you ever think about this, about William Shakespeare and how he's related to the Bible? No, I didn't think about that. And you can spark a conversation that way with somebody. And if you're not good at talking, that's great too, because all you have to do real quickly is scan your phone and show them the website. And somebody at the website will actually reach out to them very quickly and be able to help them out. But when I met Saba 8 years ago at the beach, and I had a lot of questions in my mind at that time, I didn't really see how much it would grow to this. And I'm actually very pleased. That's one reason I like hearing the brothers speak more now than I do, because I'm constantly enthralled and interested in the growing spurts that are happening right in front of you. This is a monumental moment that we're living in right now. I can't emphasize that enough. It's definitely a time for black men and women, but really black men, because black men have to step up and truly protect our women and children, be men. And the women are starting to see, at least in this group, because they come over to our Sunday study guide class on 5 p.m. Pacific time. If you're in the West Coast, they come over to our class too, because they see in us brothers here on the panel and even in the chat room a sense of respect that we have for one another. And that speaks volumes more than your money, the amount of women you might have, or anything like that. And that's what the Tamahu's banking on, is that we stay in these we stay in these superficial types of relationships with one another, so that when a great teacher comes before us like Saba, he'll eventually fizzle out over time. But my plan is that the men here also is that that never happens again. I don't know if somebody's talking about the Black Panthers earlier, but I've been researching them a little bit more again. And great movement, great energy, great fearlessness. But one, and this is not to condemn them or take away from the ancestors, because I highly, I actually used to write to one. That's a whole nother story. I actually used to write to an original member of the Black Panthers a couple of years ago. But the point I'm making is that they were missing one great element, and that was his teaching. That was Maat. I'll just put it simply. I've researched a lot of movements. I've researched the Tamahus a lot. And the one thing the Tamahu is scared senseless about is black people uniting under a spiritual front that originates with them, period. And that is what us, at least on the panel, are doing today. We're building a movement, not only for us, not only for Saba, not only for our females, but for the children. It's always about the children. Because when Tehuti Mos was here, he was already starting to write children's books. I'm laughing because it's beautiful, because when you put a sense of pride in your child again, they can never be tricked. So even if that fear does come into them, it'll be momentarily, because they know the truth. And it's I'm getting a little choked up, but I'm not envious or jealous, but man, I think if I had something like that when I was growing up, but that's something that isn't a reality, so I'll just stay in reality. The reality is that when Scribe, Arcad, me ask you to come out and join our movement, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be time consuming. We're going to ask you to do things that you've never probably done before. There's going to be times you don't like things that I say. But I've learned that the movement is greater than me. And the gentlemen know this, because I didn't pick myself to be a leader of anything. I asked them twice. And then they voted on me and told me to be the leader. So I took it, because that's what you do. Because the leadership is greater than any one of us. And this is what has to be done. If this is what you want, if all you want is the teachings, that's great. Keep coming, supporting Saba. That's great. But me personally, if I had children and I looked at all these other conscious systems that's going on, I was in a conscious room the other day, Kemetic Centered Living group, and I asked the teacher there, that has way more subscribers than our great Saba. I asked him one simple question. I just asked him, who's the Neter Mehet? Just you could have Googled that while I was asking that, and you're answering another question, came back and lied and said you already knew that and answered it. But I do respect him. He says he doesn't know. I respect that. I'll put that out there. He didn't know. And I respect that. Because that's rare. So I invite you, brothers, that are teaching, and you might come across this channel and you see Saba and you're intrigued and you're really interested. It doesn't take much just to reach out, man. That's how this begins. We just reach out to one another. We put our pride to the side momentarily, and we just get in where you fit in, as the OGs used to say. Get in where you fit in, so that we can keep this going for Saba, so that in the future, if something happens, we can literally protect him now. We don't have to scramble around. We can literally protect him. So that is one of the goals. Thank you, Scribe, again. Scribe is definitely growing, and I appreciate all the hard work you're putting in. I know Saba does too, and Arcad as well. Saba's back. I'll let you take over, sir. Peace.
All right. Thank you, brothers, for stepping in as usual. And appreciate all of you. I'm looking forward to this team growing. I'm looking forward to things expanding, and I appreciate what is here right now. I really love you, brothers. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much for what you do to keep things moving. What you do that I can't even see. Okay, so what we're going to do is this section, before I get into the next question, is 923 here. Before I get into the next question, I have to give respects, shout outs to those who have sent donations and questions. I'm going to go ahead and read off several of those and then get into the next question. So first, we got brother Nito Campbell. He actually sent two. Shout out to Nito Campbell. This is the first one he sent that's not divisible by 9. That's interesting. But then he sent another one. I wonder if you add them up if they're divisible by 9. So shout out to Nito Campbell. Let me go ahead and put him on the screen. Oops. He sent this one, and then he sent a big one. A big one. Here we go. Shout out to Nito Campbell. He sent 2 donations. Appreciate that, my brother. He sent this one actually before the podcast began. And let me go ahead and put this in the room here. $14. See what it says? It says at the bottom. It says, getting a lot of light to all. Peace. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate that, my good brother. And let me go ahead and just give him his claps for right now, because the next one I'm going to read is going to be the monster one. Shout out to Nito Campbell. He gave us $14. And then right came back with Nito Campbell. I'm going to put this in the room. That's Nito Campbell for this. I'm going to put the next one in the room coming right up, which is that was $14. Then right afterwards, Nito Campbell with the $72. Wow, shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. We sent in, and I want to tell everybody again what's going on here. He sent in for emergency funds. So this is what I was talking about, everybody, in the beginning of the class, is there's a situation that I am definitely collecting emergency funds for to keep things going, because they're definitely trying to take me out, and they're trying to hit me with thousands of dollars of something that is not my fault, and it's just another divisive way to remove me, because when I go and check on the situation, I get no information. It's a long story, but it's all to do with this COVID-19 situation and the new people that bought this whole area, bought particular areas. And thank you for this emergency fund. Thank you so much, my good brother Nito Campbell, who was the first of the night to give for emergency funds. Thank you very, very much. He gave emergency funds and $14. I appreciate that. Let me go look and see if this went into the if this went on file. If not, let me go ahead and put it on again. $14. Okay, here we go. 80. One moment. Okay, good. That's in the file. $14.72. Oh, wait a minute. 14 plus 72 is 86 divided by 9. Oh, no, 86. We're doing this right? Divided by 9. Okay, I see what happened. Okay, thank you. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate that, my good brother. $14.72. I greatly appreciate, especially for the emergency fund. You are awesome. Always helping out the situation. Thank you so much. I want to give a shout out to Barbara McCrae for doing a book purchase. Shout out to Barbara McCrae. Shout out to you. Appreciate that, Barbara McCrae, for supporting through getting book. She got both Stepping Out the Matrix and Melanin Dark Consciousness. Shout out to Barbara McCrae. Appreciate you. Thank you for that support. And the next up on the support list is okay, let me all right. So the brothers were supposed to get what's this? The brothers were supposed to get we're doing a computer fund to enhance the smoothness of how I can present information, because the Mac is whack. The Mac is it's hard to explain. It doesn't pull up files properly. It doesn't pull up it erases things from the hard. It hides things in the hard drive, then it brings them back up again. Really, really silly how it works, because it's not compatible with anything outside of Mac. So the brothers were going to get me a computer, and Scribe was going to hook it up for me and do all this thing. But Arcad said there's a little issue with it. So what Arcad did is he ended up sending me something for a computer fund for the computer. And interesting enough, one of my goddess's brothers is a computer builder. So I can literally get any type of cheaper computer. I just need a big screen that's touch screen, and he can actually put as much terabytes, RAM, hard drive, all of that. He can actually rebuild it from scratch. So I'm able to get a computer for much cheaper. And shout out to the brother Arcad for sending money for computer fund within minutes of me speaking with him. It happened really fast. So shout out to Arcad. There it is on the screen. Massive. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it, Arcad. You're awesome as usual. This brother is quick on the draw, fast on the support. I thank you so much, Arcad. He's given so much so much support. He gives other kind of support too. Shout out to Arcad. He gives financial support consistently every week. He gives Neteru support appreciation, and he is the main speaker supporting how unique he sees me, and that is another type of support. When I hear him talking like that, thank you so much. It says. Jermaine Hammond, Mac is whack. They put this. Hold on a second. I didn't actually put it on the screen what it says, and just in case anybody knows who Jermaine Hammond is. I mean, who's that? Hold on. Who's Jermaine Hammond out of nowhere? It's worth $100. I'm gonna tell you who he is. So he says, Jermaine Hammond, $100 computer fund in what are those called? Brackets. $. Mac is whack. Mac is whack.
Peace and love, Saba.
And for those who don't know who Jermaine Hammond is, hold on, you may not know because I never call him Jermaine Hammond. So for those who don't know who it is, this guy right here. There he is right there. This is the guy right here, also known as Arcad Infinite with the major support. $100 to us. Arcad Infinite, formerly known as Jermaine Hammond, because his name's going to be coming up soon as well. He's going to be another formerly known as. We don't want. I haven't even told you who Jermaine is. I got to do a class on Saint Germain one day. But shout out to the good brother Arcad Infinite, quick on the draw. Quick with the support, appreciate that. I'm gonna do a couple more and then get into the next question. And next up, the sisters, the young ladies are sending in the big support. Hold on.
Hey Saba, 1 second. You're when you're doing your sound effects, is doing that thing that it was doing last week. We're not hearing it, and it's making your voice muffled when you hit the sound effects.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna get a computer this. I gotta get some this weekend. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Telling me that I got to get some this weekend and get off this.
We'll hold you down. We'll hold you down, Saba.
Thank you.
You know we got the drums.
You got what?
I say, we got the drums.
Thank you. I actually have a really good computer, but it's small and it's not powerful. That a Hati got for me. It's a new, but it's not as powerful enough to do all the videos. But I think I'm gonna I'll see what I'm going to do, but I'm going to definitely get a computer this week. None of these problems will happen again. Thank you. I'll let you guys do the sound effects. Turn up too. The sound effects of your horns and claps are very low, whoever's doing it. Okay, so here we go. Shout out to the one and only Bella. Shout out to Bella. The young ladies are coming through with a big support. Shout out to Bella. Oh, yeah, you guys do it. And what does Bella say? She says, "You have become the crucial asset to my awakening. You have become the crucial asset to my awakening." Shout out to you, young Bella, who isn't even Bella giving $30 is like Arcad Infinite giving 250. Bella's financial situation is Bella. Thank you for that. I know certain people's situations, and $30 is like $300. So shout out to you. Thank you so much for that. That's equal to like $200 from some of these big time brothers. Thank you, Bella. Let me see if that went into the file. I'll do two more. Yep, I'll do two more, and then we'll get into this next question. How did Kemet fall? I'm going to ask everybody, how did Kemet fall before I get into the answer? Because I want to know if anybody knows. What happened to Kemet? How did it fall? What happened? Okay. Shout out to the one and only man of the hour who constantly give support before the class starts. Every single class, I believe, since the pod class has started, this brother right here has given support every single class, and his name is Zep Tepi Slim. I don't even know if he's in the class today. Also known as Anthony Drain, who always gives 1072. There was one time where he didn't give 1072. He actually gave 72 for the emergency fund. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Shout out to you, my good brother. Anthony Drain, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Carolina's in the house. Shout out to Carolina's in the house. Shout out to, who else came in here? Cartoon Cat. I like that name. Cartoon Cat. Am I saying that right? Let me see that name again. Cartoon Cat. Shout out to you. I never seen that name before. Shout out. Appreciate the new people coming in. All right. Shout out to Anthony Drain for his consistent 1072 every single month. And we got Matthew McDowell. Who is who is Truth Seeker. Oh, support. Thank you, Matthew McDowell. Let me go ahead and put this as support. I understand people's financial situations. I talk to people off of this thing, so Matthew. So shout out to you, Matthew, because I know this is what you can do at the time. I greatly appreciate it in your situation to do this. Thank you, my good brother. Let me go ahead and get these off the screen. This is Anthony Drain. And next up for the donations is the good brother, Truth Seeker, who gives $9.99 for support. If you're going to give money for the support of the emergency situation that I am in, type into your PayPal or Cash App, just put support so I can put that in a specific file. Thank you so much, Matthew McDowell. Especially, I understand what's going on. I appreciate you, my good brother, for being able to do that. Thank you so much. And one more before I close. We got Higga and ooh, Owen Hythe, don't go anywhere, my brother. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna do you on the next one. I see crazy. Owen Hythe is a Scary. I'm not gonna do him right now. I'm gonna do him the next one. Stay around, because this is some explosive stuff going on. Shout out to Hika Kepara. They put him in the right file. Constantly giving support to the situation, and I'll put him on file as support. Hika, thank you for supporting the situation. These are the people that want me around because they appreciate the things that I do. Thank you. And then Scary, I can't wait to do yours. I'm gonna do yours after I answer the next question. Shout out to you. We got 86 people in the room. Let's get it back to 110. Here we go. This is give this man a clap, give him horns, give him everything.
Go ahead, Saba.
Oh, Hika Kepara, thank you. Support and appreciation. Thank you for the support. Hika Kepara, if he's even in the room, I don't know, but if you're in the room, shout out to you and thank you, Hika Kepara. Let me see if he's in the room. You go ahead and give him his noise. Shout out to that's such a strange sound. But shout out to I don't watch this cartoon, but I've seen clips of it. But there's a cartoon where a guy jumps up in the air and goes ching, shing. It's one of those anime things, but
chopping heads off, Saba. Yeah, chopping heads off.
The Dragon Balls or something. One of them should shang. But okay. Shout out to Silos Conga. Did we lose Scribe?
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to Silos Conga. He says, peace to my king Tehuti. Haven't seen you in a while. Shout out to you. Zep Zeppy Slim. Shout out to you. And Bella says, my greatest respect and love to the brothers and sisters here. Thank you, Bella. Shout out to Higa Kepara, who gave this. This is him. Everybody, this is the man right here who gave this 3072. Thank you, my good brother Higa Kepara. Okay, we're going to stop the donations there. Next big donation coming up after I answer these questions is going to be Ascari, if he's even here, because Ascari threw in the monster. Two of them, actually. Shout out to you, my good brother. He's two big ones, back to back. Thank you. Okay, everybody, are you ready? Let's go. Welcome to the Tusi Podcast. We're going to get into the next question here. And for those of you who want to support, just like you saw the support given that I put on the screen, this Cash App, TT Amun, moderators can put it in the room, and PayPal at Rocky SV. Please give your support to what I do. And this next question coming up, this is my AI moderator. Please give the support for what it is that I do, everybody. If you appreciate what it is that I do, shout out to everybody who is assisting, and shout out to not only the one and only group in the room, not just the team, but the group that's in the room with the wrenches. These are the moderators, who is Nania Setmer, Ankia Maat, Ahati Maat, and the scribe. Shout out to them, and I'll read their name again, which is Nania Setmer, the beautiful, the awesome, Anki M. Maat, the great supporter, the warrior, leader, Ahati Maat, and the technician. He's the guy in the, he's my tank in the Matrix. The Matrix movie is the guy that controls the computers, that's Scribe. Shout out to the Scribe, the technician. Shout out. Okay, good. We're going to get to the answers here. All right, brothers, you can step back to the chat for now. We're going to get into the next question on the Tehuti Pod class. We are going to show you, I'm going to show you the variety of questions you can ask here, people. So there's a question there on point. So thank you, Ascari. That's on Hyphy. So that was about Shakespeare and the Hermeticists and John Dee, and going back to 1584 and 1610, and the esoteric Hermeticists quoted, and the owner of the scriptorium, and Edward de Vere, and the 1740. From that question to the next question is, what caused the fall of Kemet? Wow. You know, my brain, it's interesting, but to go from these topics to topic, it's very interesting for my brain to shift. But this is what I do. That's what you all here support me for. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room. The questions that were asked from the brother Raphael Gary. He's probably somewhere in the cut. Probably. I don't know. Let's go ahead and put this in the room. Boom, there's one. He sent the monster donation and an explanation of his question. So I'm going to put them both in here. And let me go ahead and give his question. And here we go. All right, there he is. He's always in the cut. Oh, your whole street went out. My power was going out yesterday too. Strange. I hope it comes back, my brother. Okay, so the next question is from Raphael Gary. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. I'm not going to do the sound effects right now because they said it's cutting me out. So I'm going to go ahead and shout out Raphael Gary with the monster. There he is in the screen, the monster for Dynasty 2 first to be. He has to rewrite this. Dynasty 2 first be compromised. Did Neteru exist? So I was like, what? What kind of question is this? For Dynasty 2 first be compromised. Did Neteru exist? So he clarified this. First of all, shout out to the huge monster, $43. Thank you so much, my good brother. And he sent in this to clarify the question, which was very good. And here's the clarification of the question. And he said, in which dynasty did Kemet or Egypt begin to fall? And were the Neters living on Earth at the time? There it is. There it is, everybody. So, which dynasty did Kemet begin to fall? I actually answered more than he asked. Now that I look at the question, because I could easily say which dynasty it was, and whether the Neters were on the Earth, and there's the answer. But you know me, I saw the question, and I wanted to get into how did Kemet fall? Not only which dynasty did it fall in, but what actually occurred. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. You get to see the variety of questions. For all those who like this, please support. Here we go. And Kamit is always on. Kamit is a survivor. He got two 14,000 watt Generac generators. Power is never out in my house. A great investment if you can swing it. That's right. Kamit will survive. Kamit probably has all those kind of, those survival kit knives with the twisted, and a knife comes out, then a spoon comes out, then you turn it, and it turns into a laser beam and a light, and then it's a bomb. Kamit is a survivor. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. We're now going to get into the answer to the question. And let's get into it, everybody. Here we go. You ready? Press 1 if you can hear me clear, and if you can see me clear, we can get into this answer, because once I go, I'm just going to keep going. Press 1 if you can see me clear and hear me clear, everybody. Can you hear me clear? Can you see me? All right. Has anybody ever told any of you what was the fall of Kemet? What caused it? What actually happened? What happened? Here we go, everybody. From Edward de Vere and Shakespeare and Bible codes to the fall of Kemet. This is the Tehuti podcast. Shout out to, here's a new name I didn't see earlier. Lisa Marie. Shout out to Lisa Marie. Shout out to you. Okay, everybody can hear me? You're having snow and ice in Tennessee. Who said that? Carolina? I think she said that. Somewhere she said we're having snow and ice in Tennessee. How strange is that, huh? How strange is that? And Raphael Gary says, a lot of people speak on Egypt's wrongs, not acknowledging Egypt has fell already. Right. Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Carolina says she's super interested. Maat, daughter of Ray, still hanging in there. Black Revolutionary now. BRN is in there. Shannon, the awesome, is in there. And Shannon, one of these days that Neter, formerly known as, is here. I'd like you two to meet too. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Welcome to Tutsi Pod class. And here we go. I'm going to screen share. And just so everybody can see, he says, what's the first dynasty to be compromised, and did the Neteru exist? And his clarification question is, which dynasty did Kemet or Egypt begin to fall? Were the Neteru living on the earth at the time? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Let's break it down step by step. What happened to Kemet? Let's see. Everybody can see the screen. Let me go and look at the room. Everybody press fall of Kemet, too nice and accepting, become independent. Meat said, fall of Kemet, too nice and accepting, became dependent on mercenaries and destroyed their natural resources. Woo! Kamit 101. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Every time I'm going to answer a question, Kamit says the beginning, says a part of it. Let's get into it, everybody. Great. Looking forward to it. Here we go, everybody. Because remember, when we're talking about Kemet, we're not talking about a religion. We're talking about an actual country. So here we go. All right. Everybody ready? Welcome to the pod class. Here we go. The question is asked. Let me see my phone a second. Okay, one second, everybody. Let me just do this. Boom. Reset, resume. Start. Is it charging good? Yes. Okay, here we go. The question is asked, what led to the final fall of Kemet And were the Neters there to protect the loyal Kemites? Let me ask the crowd, does anyone know? Let me see, which I already did, because I always hear the disrespectful comment, well, if the Kemetians were so great, why did they fall? Says the Hebrew guy or girl, or the hippie woke, says the Well, because I always hear the disrespectful comment, well, if the Kemetians were so great, why did they fall? Says the Hebrew guy or girl or hippie, quote unquote, woke, black conscious brother or sister sitting on their armchair who can't even structure their own household on one accord, needless to say, run a whole 4,200-mile country for over 5,000 years. I shall walk you through step by step to analyze factually what exactly happened and the mind state of the people of Kemet at that time. Enjoy. Here we go. The final fall came at the hands of a clever master that you may not know of or may not have heard of. So the final fall came at the hands of a clever war master that you may not have heard of, who ruled an area called Parsa, today called Persia, who I've taught you were the Scythians, Indus Valley people, Iranian, followers of the Anunnaki. This clever warfare master from that area was, does anybody know who he was? Who was that clever master that came and caused the final fall of Kemet? Here we go. Are you ready? The Tamahu did it. Let's go. Are you ready? Here we go. Yes, the Hyksos invaded, but they didn't cause any fall. That's way before, in 1600. But they invaded, ruled for about 100 years, and Kemet turned right back in full power. But the final fall came to the clever war master. Who was he, everybody? He was an Iranian, Scythian, Indus Valley war master, and his name was Kubujia. Kubujia reigned from 529 to 522 BC, who conquered Kemet in 525, follower of the war god Anunnaki Murdoch, as found in the Cyrus cylinder seal. And here is the Cyrus cylinder seal, 539 BCE, Cyrus cylinder seal. And he was a follower and dedicated to the Anunnaki Murdoch. He was Kubujia. Anybody ever heard of Kubujia? Anybody ever heard of Kubujia? You may have heard of him when I tell you his Greek name. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. So here's the area that he ruled, this huge empire called the Persian Empire that was ruled at this time in the 529 to 522 BC by Kubujia. Very powerful war master, very strategic. You're going to see how strategic he actually was. The Greeks renamed him as Cambyses II. But what initiated the conflict? What actually initiated the conflict? Why did he come into Kemet? What actually happened? And for that, we have to go into Herodotus. This is where this part of the history is recorded that we have right now accessible. So we're going to go into book 3, chapter 1 to 38, Herodotus. And this historian Herodotus says, it was against Akhmoses. And that's interesting, Raphael, that's interesting that the Hyksos dynasty, with the first attack and takeover of Kemet in the Hyksos dynasty, the person that redeemed it was Akhmoses. And in this war with the fall, the pharaoh that was involved in this one was also Akhmoses. So it was against this Akhmoses that Cambyses, or Kubujia, that's his real name, Kubujia, but you know the Greeks, that's always a sport. So Kubujia or Cambyses, it was against Akhmos that Cambyses led an army of his subjects, Ionian and Ionian Greeks amongst them. So right off the bat, you can see there's separate people now coming to attack Kemet. It wasn't just one group of people. They had to join armies and join forces. This was his reason. Cambyses sent a herald to Egypt asking Akhmos for his daughter. And this he did by the counsel of a certain Egyptian who devised it by reason of a grudge that he bore against Akhmoses. So right off the bat, we have a dispute or a traitor going in, knowing that this would get Akhmoses mad. He started having a council with Cambyses, and said, we'll send for the Akhmoses' daughter, knowing that this wouldn't work. So he asked for the daughter, because when Cyrus sent Akhmoses asking for the best eye doctor in Kemet in Egypt, the king had chosen this man out of all of the Egyptian physicians and sent him to Persia away from his wife and children. So he was upset because Cyrus, who was there before, Cambodia, he sent for an eye doctor, and the king at that time sent this man in to go live amongst the Persians, and he had to leave his wife and his children, so he was mad at that. This is where the war starts, so therefore he does this with a grudge. With this grudge in mind, he moved Cambyses by his counsel to ask Akhmoses for his daughter. Akhmoses might be grieved if he gave her, or Cambyses, his enemy, if he refused her. So Akhmoses was sorely afraid of the power of Persia and could neither give his daughter nor deny her, for he knew well that Cambyses would make her his queen, but his mistress. Reasoning thus, he bethought him of a very tall, fair damsel named Neteru, daughter of the former king Wahabri or Apries, and all that he was left of that family. Akhmos decked her out with raiment of golden ornaments and sent her to the Persians as if she were his own daughter. Here's where the chaos begins, everybody. But after a while, the king greeted her as the daughter of Akhmoses. The damsel said, King, you know not how Akhmoses has deceived you. He decked me out with ornaments and sent me to you to pass off for his own daughter. It's horrible. But I am in truth the daughter of his master, Wahabri, or Apries, whom he and other Egyptians rebelled against and slew. And it was these words and this reason that prevailed with Cambyses to lead him in great anger against Kemet. Here's how it all started, everybody. This all starts from a physician being sent out, separated from his wife and his children. He has a grudge against Akhmos for sending him out. He has to go live amongst the Persians, away from his family. He gets upset. He starts to have a council, and he starts to coerce Cambyses, Cambodia, to ask for the hand of Akhmos' daughter. Akhmos didn't want to give him his daughter, but knew he couldn't refuse because he knew that Cambyses was more powerful than him, and the Persians were very, very powerful, more powerful than his army at the time. So he pretended that someone else was his daughter. Actually, the person that he took over from, that the rebels, we'll get into that later, that the rebels announced him the leader over Wahabri, sent out his daughter. Wahabri wasn't alive to say, that's my daughter. And then the daughter gets over there and says, no, I'm the daughter of Wahabri. I'm not the daughter of Akhmos. And Cambyses gets fairly angry at this situation. This was a no-win situation for Akhmos. If he said no, if he said yes, if he sent a fake daughter, no matter what happened, chaos would break out. So Here's Akhmos right here, 560 BC. This is from the Walter Art Museum. And here we go. So Cambyses was smart. So what Cambyses did, he did a pre-war psyops. So Cambyses was smart. Pre-war, he started spreading propaganda claim that he was the son of Cyrus by Princess Netesis, daughter of the pharaoh Wahabri, which was circulated that he created a legitimate union with the local population. So he started spreading that he was a daughter of Cyrus and the other Netesis, and that he was connected to the population in Kemet through that matter. So he started sending out pre-war propaganda. So now here is the stela of Cambyses in 525 BC, where he's worshiping the bull, Ptah. This is the Museum of Antiquities. This is after the takeover, but this is all a part of the same style, where he declares himself king of Upper and Lower Kemet, son of Ra, Cambyses. May he live forever. He has made a fine monument for his father, Apis Osiris, with great granite sarcophagus dedicated to the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, son of Ra. Cambyses, may he live forever and perpetually prosperity, full of health and joy, appearing as the king of Upper and Lower Kemet. So here he is right here, worshiping the Apis bull. Okay, Cambyses went to the city of Sais to participate in religious ceremonies in the temple of the goddess Neith. He prostrated himself before her during the formal coronation ceremony and offered sacrifices to this Kemetic Neter. But we know this all was a psyops propaganda, because he dated his rule over Kemet not from the year of his conquest, 525, but from 530 BC, when he became the king of all of the Persians. That is what he was really loyal to, the Anunnaki Murdoch. So even though he conquered Kemet in 525 BC, he dated his reign from when he ruled all of the Persian area, full conquest, in 530, not from the time when he took over Kemet, calling himself the Kemetic king, all the psyops. And on top of all this, Cambyses got help. He got help in this war. Let me take you to the manners and customs of the ancient Egyptians. You all can pick up this book by Samuel Birch, revised by Wilkerson. We're going to go to page 95 to 96. Yes, I always provide my students with the sources. Here it is right here. It's an old book. Manners and Customs of the Egyptians, Samuel Birch. And then the revised by Wilkerson. Manners and Customs of the Ancient Egyptians, Volume 1. All right, we're going to go to page 95 and 96. Always teach with sources. Here we go. So, what does it say? Amongst the auxiliaries of Akhmos was a man named Phanes, a native of Halicarnassus, greatly distinguished by his mental as well as his military accomplishments. This person, being for the same reason incensed against Akhmos, fled in a vessel from Kemet, or from Egypt, for the purpose of having conference with Cambyses, as he possessed considerable influence and was perfectly acquainted with the affairs of Egypt. It was in paramount importance that his designs should be prevented. Akhmos therefore dispatched the most faithful of his eunuchs in Triome with orders to overtake and bring him back. The pursuit was successful, and Phanes was taken to Mysia, but having circumvented his guards, he effectively escaped and fled. All right, so we have all type of inner energy working against Akhmos internally. Now, what happened? The Navy was created using men and equipment from Phoenicia and Asia Minor. During his march to Kemet, Cambyses made a treaty with Arabs, more help. So he had a navy, with Phoenicians, equipment from Phoenicians and Asia Minor, and then he had Arabs, which are nomads, who control the desert area. So he had water, help on the water from the Phoenicians. He had Phanes, He had the disgruntled eye doctor. He had the Arabs working with him on the desert side between Gaza and the Egyptian frontier. This treaty granted Cambyses sufficient water for his forces to reach the Nile. So on the dry plains of the desert, he had these nomads helping him out. When he got to the waters, he had equipment from Phoenicia. He had also the Greeks helping him out. He had inner help of men that were angry with Akhmos. This is getting bad. So here we are on page 196. Cambyses readily accepted his services and listened to the valuable information and advice and gave respect to the affairs of. So he had somebody telling him about the information and the war strategies of Akhmos, telling him his internal affairs and precautions necessary for passing the desert and the frontier. At the suggestion that treaty was made. So he had inner help, and then he had Arab helping him making treaties. Oh boy, it's getting bad. At the suggestion of the treaty made with the Arabians to supply the Persians with guides and abundance of water, and thus enable the army to pass a barren, inhospitable tract, which would have been fatal to the number of invaders. And the Arabian prince, having ordered all his camels and laden with skins filled with water, retired to the desert, and there awaited the arrival of Cambyses and his army. Look at all the help and assistance Cambyses is getting. Why was it so easy for even some of the Kemetic priests to turn on Akhmos? Why were these people turning on Akhmos? It goes back to his father. It goes back to the man before him. Hahibri, who the Greeks call Apries, and that's this man right here. It goes back to who he succeeded from, which is Wahibri, who started to align himself, and here's what Kamit said. So Wahibri started to align himself with Greek mercenaries, losing the trust of the Kemetic people. With all the propaganda on the side of Cambyses, what also helped, with also the help of the people of Kemet to side with him, was what Wahibri did, siding with the Greeks. A revolt broke out amongst the native Kemetian soldiers that gave Cambyses his opportunity to seize the throne. These troops returning home from the disastrous military expedition to Cyrene suspected that they had been betrayed in order that Wahibri Apries would remain king and would rule more absolutely by means of his Greek mercenaries. Many people of Kemet sympathized with this situation. The people in Kemet were very upset with Wahibri siding with these Greek mercenaries, and they actually thought that Wahibri was setting the soldiers up, and the people of Kemet sided with the soldiers, and a rebellion broke out. Okay, so Akhmos, as a general, he was sent down to calm the Kemetian soldiers down, so there won't be any further revolt. Because the people of Kemet were disgusted and untrusting of Wahibri, upon him coming to calm them down, they declared Akhmos as the new ruler. So he came to calm them down so there wouldn't be any revolt. They were so mad at Wahibri that all the rebels and the people of Kemet said, Akhmos, you're going to be the leader, the ruler. And that left Wahibri with only Greek mercenaries, having no Kemetic magi on his side. He was eventually defeated, but some priests and Kemetic warriors grew tired of Akhmos as well. Just like his predecessor, Akhmos was also loyal to the Greeks. This is bad. This is getting bad. Akhmos assigned a commercial colony of Naucratis on the Canopic branch of the Nile to the Greeks. And when the temple of Delphi was burnt, he contributed 1,000 talents to the rebuilding. He also married a Greek woman. He married a Greek princess named Ladice, daughter of King Batus III, and made alliances with Polycrates of Samos and Croesus of Libya. Polycrates was the head mercenary controlling the navy at the time. More Greeks. So, and Montier cites the story by Herodotus that Latis cured Akhmos of his impotency by praying to Venus and Aphrodite. This is getting bad. More Greek intimacy thus weakened Kemetic internally, creating the perfect opportunity. All this is going on, creating the perfect opportunity for Cambyses and the inevitable demise of Kemet. These are lessons that should not be repeated. That should be repeated but not repeated. The lessons, the story should be repeated, but the action should not be repeated. Then something else happens, which creates even more of a perfect scenario for Cambyses to take over. Akhmos dies. Oh man. Akhmos dies in 526 BC, leaving Psamtik in place only 6 months before Cambyses attacks. He was also too young, inexperienced, and ill-prepared for a decisive war master like Cambyses. So here comes the young Psamtik. He comes in 6 months afterwards. Remember, Akhmos had all the war strategies. His war strategies were being given to Cambyses by the ones who were disloyal to him. And now he puts this young man. He dies. He has an unforeseen death. And then Psamtik takes over. 6 months into rule, Psamtik is faced with he's faced with a war master who already has a psyop system going on in Kemet, claiming that he's the son of Cyrus and the original Netesis, and the Kemetians end up liking him. Here comes the young Psamtik in the middle of all this with no time to prepare. It's his first fight, his first war, and his first war is against this master follower of Murdoch who's doing psyops programs and having Greeks on his side, Arabs on his side, Kemetians on his side, and here comes the young man. Psamtik steps in the middle of this, and here's where the tables turn with the good old Tamahu. Remember, Wahibri sided with the Tamahu mercenaries. Remember, his successor Akhmos married the Tamahu. Remember, Akhmos assigned commercial colony of Naucratis on the Canopic branch of the Nile to the Greeks. And when the Temple of Delphi was burnt, he contributed 1,000 talents to rebuilding it for the Greeks. Remember, before Psamtik took over the throne, Akhmos continued to trust the Tamahu and sided with the fierce Greek war mercenary Polycrates, and then married the Greek woman. Woo! Well, young Psamtik thought he could follow in their footsteps and trust the Tamahu as well. When he was faced to stand against Cambyses, well, guess what happened? What did he do? What did Psamtik do? Cambyses got even more help. Guess what happened? So let me go back over here. So he decided to trust the Tamahu too, and fall into his father's and his parents and the men before him's footsteps. When he went to go against Cambyses, and then guess what happens? Guess what happens? Cambyses got even more help. The Greek mercenary Polycrates, who worked with Akhmos, who knew the internal war plans, flipped on Psamtik because Psamtik went and got Polycrates. Because remember, Polycrates, the naval war mercenary who controlled the navy. Psamtik went and got him, and Polycrates joined Cambyses. Polycrates, by the way, was the one who owned the whole navy fleet. This combined with Phanes, the tactical advisor, joining with the Persians, he stood no chance. Poor Psamtik stood no chance. Let's add it up, everybody. Let's add it up and look it up one by one. Let's add it up and see. So, 1, Cambyses psyops having the locals of Kemet and even the priests siding with him because of his psyops program. 2, Wahibri loses the trust with the Kemetic people by joining with the Greek mercenaries. 3, Phanes, the tactical advisor who knows the inner war strategies, joins with the Persians. 4, Akhmos starts rebuilding with Greeks, marries a Greek woman. 5, Akhmos dies right before Cambyses attacks. 6, Psamtik becomes king but is too young and inexperienced. 7, Psamtik sides with the Greek mercenary Polycrates, who owns the fleet and has the war strategy. But Polycrates sees that the young Psamtik doesn't stand a chance and joins with Cambyses. Needless to say, this was a slaughter. Woo! And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time for many of you, you finally get to see the step-by-step war, internal separation, trust of the Tamahu, kings dying prematurely, reasons for the last war of Kemet had that caused the end in this defeat. So the question arises, were the Neter there at this time? And the answer is emphatically no. Let me show you. So that's the answer to the first part of how did Kemet fall. There it is right there. There's the whole story right there, from 1, 2, 3 pharaohs all siding with the Tamahu, trying to join with the mercenaries, losing the trust. Their doctors are losing trust for them. The priests are losing trust for them. Arabs are helping Cambyses. Cambyses has psyops, war strategies going on in Kemet. The rebels are rebelling against Wahabri. He dies. Then they rebel against Akhmos because he starts siding with the Greeks. The Greeks rebel against him. It is total chaos. So were the Kemetian Nets, were the Neters there at this time? The events that I just taught on, which led to the fall of Kemet, were in the 500 BCs. The people of Kemet teach of a time when the Neter were here, called the Zep Tepi. This is some 36,620 years before they pass it on to man, as seen in the Taurian papyrus. And here it is in the Taurian papyrus. Again, I've read this many times. The last line reads, Venerable Shemsu-Hor, 13,420 years, reigns before the Shemsu-Hor, 23,200 years, total 36,620 years. So again, the last line of the Taurian papyrus reads, Venerable Shemsu-Hor, 13,420 years, reigns before the Shemsu-Hor, 23,200 years, total 36,620 years. And the ones that follow the tradition after the Younger Dryas period were called the followers of Heru, the Shemsu-Hor who carried the Heru name, thus they were Heru on earth. And they were also Neter, but they were the so-called human Neter after the original Neter had left. So the Neter were definitely not here in the 500 BCs. Now, the great thing about early Egyptologists that's different from Egyptologists today, the great thing about the early Egyptologists is that they had no qualm stating what the Kemetic people themselves said about the time of the Neter's rule and when. Let me take you to the Legend of the Egyptian Gods, page 24. Here it is right here. And this is Legend of the Egyptian Gods. And it goes on to say, right here, second paragraph, the legend takes us back to the time when the gods of Egypt went about in the country and mingled with the men and were thoroughly acquainted with their desires and needs. And the king who reigned over Egypt was Ra, the sun god, who was not, however, the first of the dynasty of gods who had ruled. His predecessors were on the throne were Ptah, and according to the Manetho reigned 9,000 years, but Ra only reigned 992 years. So the old Egyptologists had no problem stating what the Kemetians said at this time, and the time of the Zep Tepi, is when the Neters were on the planet walking with the men. But that was 36,000 years before the 5th dynasty. And now we're here in the Nibiru papyrus, which is located in the Dutch National Museum of Antiquities, Leiden, Netherlands, 1850 BC. What does it say here? Verily, every face goes white with fear, for now is fulfilled what is fated for us in the time of Horus, in the age of the Ennead. So there was a time of Horus. So those who teach that Heru and Maat, these are principles. No, the Kemetians teach that they had a specific time period called the Zep Tepi. And there was a time period when Ra ruled, and there was a time period where Heru ruled, according to the Taurian papyrus. If Heru was a principle that the Kemetians followed from the beginning of Kemet to the end, then there wouldn't be in the time of Heru. Because the time of Heru would be every single time that the Kemetians existed if they followed the principle of Heru. It would be a principle that existed from the beginning of Kemet all the way to the end. But according to the Kemetians, they had what's called the Zep Tepi. The time before, the Zep Tepi, that was the time of Heru, the time of the Iniad, the time of the Paut. So it says here, what was fated for us in the time of Heru, in the age of the Iniad. There's a time and an age. Okay, now here we are in the Israel Stella. And this is the difference, everybody. When you learn the Tehuti Pod class, I am the voice, I am the lawyer for the ancient ones. That means that when you learn about the Nefer and you learn about the teachings from me, it's from what the Kemetians said, not some hippie new age. See, what it is what you need to know and recognize and see what is the inner self and the inner outer self of the inner plateau of the third eye moving into the Heru eye, moving into the, not that. It's what the Kemetians said themselves. With most, I'm going to be honest with you, which we're going to get into in the Ra Nefer Moon breakdown, most Kemetic brothers are embarrassed of the Kemetic teachings, and that's why when you go to those other channels, they never quote what the Kemetians say themselves. When you ask them about Kemetic teachings, they never quote what the Kemetians taught themselves. Here it is in what they call the Israel Stella, which is really the Myrna Patah Stella. It says, upon him as fate, he has become proverbial to Libya, one generation telling the next generation of his victories. Never had this been done to us since the time of Pi-Ra. P is, which means who is Ra. Who is Ra? Pire. Never has this been done to us since the time of Pi-Ra. What time is that? It was the time of Heru, the time of Pi-Ra. It says every old man in telling his son, great lord of black land, is powerful, might belongs to him, who dares to fight, being aware how freely he strides, foolish and witless is he who would take him on. He cannot remain ignorant of tomorrow, the violators of his border. As for the black land, so it is said, since the time of the gods, she is the sole daughter of Pi-Ra. So it's been said since the time of the gods. Well, for those who believe that the Neteru are principles, I love this because I always hear brothers say, history is different from mythology. History comes and goes. Mythology exists eternally. I don't know if you ever heard anybody say that, but they say history is of the past. It comes and goes. Mythology is eternal, and its principles always exist. Well, it says here, since the time of the gods. There's a since. If I say, man, this hasn't happened, people weren't sprayed with, if I'm in 2022 and I see the police taking fire hydrants and hoses and spraying black people, I say, man, this hasn't happened since the time of the Black Panthers. That means the Black Panthers has a time period that has a beginning and end, and this event hasn't happened since the time of the Black Panthers. If I go out today and I see somebody hanging from a tree, I may say, man, this hasn't happened since the 1800s. This hasn't happened since, because I'm referring back to a time of old that I'm not in. If Ra and Heru are principles, then you're in that time now. It can't be since the time of the gods, since that age, because you'd be in that age if the Neteru were just principles that exist through all time. There would never be a since the time. There can be a since the time of Elijah Muhammad, because Elijah Muhammad is not here right now. But you can't say since the time of air. Air is, what time is that? We're breathing air right now. So this is them talking about a time period when the gods ruled the planet. Even Herodotus knew. Herodotus, we talk about the Kemetians. What does he say in Herodotus volume 2:4? He says, in the time before these men, they say that the gods were the rulers in Egypt, not mingling with men. And that of these always one had power at that time. So there was a time, it works perfectly with the Zeptepi, where the gods weren't intermingling with men. They were ruling amongst themselves. Then, in the time of the Shemsu Hor, then they intermingled and passed it on to men. And then humans started ruling then. But it says here, these always one had power at a time, and the last of them who was king over Egypt was Oros, the son of Osiris, whom Hellenes called Apollo. They said also the first man who had become the king of Egypt was Min. So there's a debate today whether Menes is Narmer, whether Menes was the first ruler, or Narmer, naming the first ruler of the ones who brought Kemet together. Not the first ruler, but the first man ruler who brought Kemet together. Was it Min? Or there were different men. But here, there was a time that the gods were rulers in Egypt. Okay? All right. The papyrus, the immortality of writers, makes it the clearest. What does it say? Here we are on page 176 of Merriam-Lithium. This is the immortality of writers. This is the P. Chester Betty Papyrus, British Museum 106-84, verse 2, 5 to 3, 11. And what does it say here? If you but do this, you are versed in writings. As to those learned scribes of the time that came after the Neter. Come on, man. They foretold the future, their names having becoming everlasting, while they departed, having finished their lives, and all their king are forgotten. Of the time that came after the Neter. If the Neter were principles, how was there a time that came after the Neter? Because the Kemetians teach there was a time where the gods, the Neters, were on the planet ruling. This was the Zeptepi. This was called time of the gods, time of the Neter, time on high, the Zeptepi, the time of before. And then after the gods left, after the gods handed it on to the Shemsu Hor, then ever since men started ruling, that was the time that came after the Neter. If the Neters were principles, and Kemet was always ruled by the Neter principles, but the Neter principles existed for all time. There wouldn't be a time of the gods and a time that came after the gods. So the answer to the question, the time of the fall of Kemet was some 40,000 years after the Zeptepi, when Kemet had internally declined into internal conflict to the point of trusting Greek mercenaries, and after many invasions and corruptions of the original ways of Maat, yes, finally the attackers won of thousands upon thousands of years. After thousands and thousands of years, and conservatively 7,000 years, there is yet to be a country to this day that has existed over 2,600 years. America the Great has only lasted to date 226 years. Kemet conservatively lasted 7,000 years, and eventually, due to outside mental and spiritual pollution, untimely deaths, betrayal, was defeated thousands of years after the Neter, the only known black-built spiritual unified country in Earth's history. I am done. So there's the answer to the question, Raphael Gary. Hope you appreciated it. Everybody that is new, welcome. To the Tehuti podcast. This is how I answer questions factually. I speak from the indigenous people of Kemet. That means that I quote from what they say. I go into sources, and that is the fall of Kemet. The Neter were here, according to the Taurian papyrus, thousands and thousands and thousands of years before the Younger Dryas period, and that's why the Sphinx is so old. There's nowhere Narmer could be the first pharaoh, and the Sphinx has water erosion that goes back before 10,500 years ago. That's the time of the Neter. Were the Neter contacted afterwards? Absolutely. But were they on Earth walking and marching around and warring with the Cometians by 500 BC? Emphatically, no. This is well after them. Do they have the ability to be called on, contacted, visit? Yes. But are they here interested in Earth's affairs as physical rulers, wanting to fight wars against Kambastis? Absolutely no. They left long time ago, according to what the Cometians said themselves. You all hear me? See me press one. I'm going to go into the room, see if anybody heard and appreciate the answer. Woo! Let's go. Let me see who heard the answer. Daughter of Ray said, where she said, sounds like a movie. That's what everybody, whenever I break down Ahati said, people said the same thing. I think Ahati said it too. Whenever I break down remember the Battle of Kadesh, and I broke down some other war. Whenever I break down these wars, it sounds like it's a story. It's what movies are made from. Interesting, they don't have any movies about this. Very interesting. But let me go and check the room and see. Kamit says, the Cometians did not study war as much as the Tamahu. They should have been slaying all the paper Tamahus instead of teaching demons. Okay. So let's go and see if anybody heard. Whew. All right. So we have who heard the answer? Sounds like a movie. Very educational. Thank you, Shannon. Very educational. Raphael Gary says, not principles. That's right. Not principles. The interesting thing is, the Neteru are not principles, but also are principles. That's a beautiful thing about it. Because the words and what the words mean are absolutely principles. That's how I won my debate with Jabari. You can have a principle of joy. That's a principle. What's the principles that bring me joy? What brings me joy? Joy can span from here to China. Everybody from a Chinese man to a homeless man, black, white, Indian, even a dog can experience joy. That's a principle. But then there's a woman that exists that I know. Her name is Joy. So when I'm talking to Joy, that's not a principle. But is there a principle called joy? Absolutely. Shu. Shu was a being, according to the Cometians. But Shu also means air and breath and being light and being within Maat, the feather, the Shu, the principle. The silly new people want to just have one or the other. Because they're embarrassed of the Kemetic teachings. Why? Because they debate too much. They're ashamed of it because they know that the second they say the Neteru were actual beings that the Cometians teach, whether you believe it or not, that the Cometians taught that they were physical beings, they're going to get attacked the same way the Hebrews got attacked. And they don't want that. So the safe way out, they're all principles. And when you say, where did the Cometians say that? They didn't. All right, we got Conscious Conqueror saying, peace, family. Peace, family. Silent K put, what is this? Oh, Silent K put, arm flex and shades. Interesting, arm flex and shades. All right, Raphael Gary says, amazing answer. I took my notes. Your notes? Great answer. Okay, wonderful. Okay, good. Cash Pete put fire. Cash Pete, I think your question's coming up soon too. You sent in one. Fire, bombs, diamond, thumbs up. Amun, Min, Ra, Suit, Atum put hand claps. Ascari put that answer is perfect. Is a perfect example of why this teacher must be supported. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Lisa, Marie, Shannon, daughter of Matt Ray, all press ones. RPM, press ones. Maat, daughter of Ray says, spitting hot fire. Is Who said that? Spitting hot fire, that Diamond? I know. All right, we got Zep Tepe. I think he's writing Neteru. Oh my goodness. Nigga Kepra says, how to regain? Does the Neteru return to his fist? That's a good question, and I'm gonna say this really quick. I know you don't answer questions in the chat, but the Neteru, the conscious energy, always exists and can always be contacted. What the Neteru wanted was for us to continue. The Shemsu Hor were supposed to be the Neteru to the successors afterwards, just like the Neteru were here. Not a savior situation like a Jesus. We got that from Jesus. The Neteru are going to come back on chariots to help us. These were beings that were advanced, that were here, came, left, and passed it on to mortals. And now the humans were supposed to continue it. And then the ones that come after us are supposed to say, the Neteru Heka Kepara did this, the Neteru Tehuti did this. That's how it was. And when we pass, we can become spiritual gods, and they can call us back through ceremony and ritual, but they cannot depend on us to help them in a future war that they're in 2082, because we've already come and gone. That's the reality of it. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class. Glad you all enjoyed that. Woo! It's getting deep. Getting deep. The next question is, so what I'm going to do is the next question I'm actually going to answer by just playing a video, and then I'm going to let the brothers come on. And there's a reason for that. I'm going to put that, and then I'm going to take a break while the brothers come on. So I'm going to go ahead and actually put the link in the room for the brothers to jump on while I answer the next question, actually just by playing a video from an astronomer himself. And there it is, brothers. Go ahead and jump on because I'm going to take a break. And then after that comes, the Jet. Is Black Sun here? Oh, and the Nefer Amun question. Ooh. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put the next question in the room. Then I'm going to answer just by playing a video. An interesting video because it came on live television, Common News Channel. This person sent in 777. So, of course, they're not going to get the big breakdowns like I just gave from Raphael Gary sending $43 and $27 and things like that. But he actually was very humble and said, hey, just quick question. So just a quick one. And this is from, I can't pronounce the name, SJ111. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the room, and then I'm going to play the video to answer the quick question from an astronomer himself, and there's a reason why I'm going to do this. Hold on. Wait. Okay, here we go. So shout out to SJ3, I think the name is. Let me go ahead and put him in the screen. And then I'm going to take a break after this. So here it is. Shout out to the brother, I'm not sure what brother or sister, SJIII. Oh, God Spencer, so it's a man. Shout out to the God Spencer who said, reciprocity. Quick question, is Nibiru here? And he sent 777, so I'm not going to get into the big breakdowns. And there's two reasons, not just because the donation is of a lesser amount, but because, so shout out to the brother for that, is because, so when it comes to Nibiru, I want to be very clear. Nibiru is just a word that means crossing. It's actually where the word Nibiru comes from, Nibiru, and they translate it to a planet or some body of crossing. Now, it's a very controversial topic because I deal with facts and facts alone. I know, personally, and I could do many classes on this, but I'm only going to play one of my sources. There are and is a planet and planets coming in that were not a part of this regular solar system, but it's not my place to say that that is the Nibiru that was spoken about in these tablets, because there's not just one of them. So Nibiru in the tablets that people ask about is one thing. They would say Nibiru, the one planet. They say Zechariah said 3,600 years, one thing, the Nibiru. I want everybody to know that I could do classes on many planets that are actually a part of this solar system that are just coming back into this solar system now. Whether they are that Nibiru, I can't say, because it's not close enough, and the beings that are on it has not announced that they are that Nibiru. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video of an astronomer on a well-known news channel actually discussing one of these planets that's a part of this. And he actually says, well, this is where we're from. And it's a part of this, and it comes in, but it comes in at such a long period of time. Now, by the time it comes in again, everybody's parents, sons, children will be dead. That's how long it takes. So it's interesting that the ancient people of the Kiingi discuss something coming into this solar system that takes a long time as well. But for me to say that that is Nibiru, when I know there's more than one, I'm not going to say that. So instead of me giving that big long breakdown, I am going to play what the astronomer says, and then you come to your own conclusions. And I will say that this is a Nibiru, because Nibiru is just a body of crossing. There's not just one. If we're going to use the translation of what the word actually means, the body or the planet, something of crossing, this is a Nibiru. Is it the one and only that the Sumerians talked about? Can't say until they get here. Here we go, everybody. Here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and play this, and then I'm going to take my wiggy break. Let me see what it is called. I called it I call it Nibiru. There we go. And I'll go ahead and play this, everybody. Here it is.
12 VP.
Oh, I stopped.
113, jokingly dubbed Biden. Get it? Corey Powell's editor-at-large for Discover Magazine in studio. How you doing, Corey?
VP Biden.
Right.
There we go.
Correct on that. Two images show you. This is the arrow obviously pointing to it. But there are three dots on here. One is red, one is green, one is blue.
Right.
What's significant?
So this is the actual discovery image. Basically, two astronomers were looking one little patch of sky very, very far away, looking for exactly this kind of thing. Stars don't move. Planets or anything that's like a planet does. So this is color-coded. This is what they saw on different nights. They're looking for one thing moving. They color-coded it to show that all these stars are staying still. This thing is moving, and the way it's moving...
So this is just one...
It's one object, color-coded.
Is Pluto on this?
Pluto's in a whole different part of the sky.
So this is way out there.
This is way out there.
Well,
this is more than twice as far away as Pluto.
Unbelievable. Why does this matter, Corey?
Well, there are two ways you can look at it. I think I look at it first of all as an exploration question. That we know where we are on Earth. We've mapped our planet. Our solar system is still terra incognita. It's full of surprises. This object is something that astronomers said shouldn't even be there. There's a whole other solar system beyond the planets that we know that are full of these things that are sort of planets, sort of comets. Some of them they call dwarf planets. That's what they're calling this one. What we're seeing is we're seeing our neighborhood. We're seeing what's around us. And then the second part is we're seeing where we came from.
Mm-hmm. Go back to the other image, you guys, and we'll show, because we're over here on the left, right?
That's right. So we're over here.
Okay.
There's
Pluto's out here.
Yeah.
And this thing called Maki is way out here.
That's right. So that's another dwarf planet. If you want to find out where VP 113 or Biden is located, keep walking about another 30 feet that way.
Wow. We can see that far.
And this is the closest it gets this sun. When it really gets cooking, it's 15 times as far away as Pluto.
That's incredible.
Takes 4,300 years to go around the sun.
I don't know how you know that, but I trust you. What is a dwarf planet?
So a dwarf planet, the fact that you hear weird terms like that is actually scientists saying there are things out there we don't really understand. It's a dwarf planet is kind of a catch-all term for something. It's round like a planet. It sort of looks like a planet, but it doesn't orbit in a regular way, like all the planets that we knew growing up.
Would this be part of our solar system?
So it's part of our solar
Would
system.
Would it be outside?
It's a whole new zone. They're calling it the inner Oort cloud. You don't really need to know that. All you need to know is there really are these two solar systems. There's the solar system with the classical planets, and then there's this whole other zone that we haven't explored. And now they're saying because of how this new dwarf planet moves, that there may actually be an even bigger planet, something bigger than the Earth.
I guess that's the point I was going to, because you study this all the time. Is that why it's so significant? Because there's more beyond that?
There's more beyond that, and then there's more beyond that. I mean, I think what we're seeing is,
okay.
If you watch the show Cosmos, I've been kind of glued to that. And in the last episode, they were talking about the discovery of comets and the discovery of our place in the solar system. We're still learning that. We're still learning this right now, and it's still.
Coming in, man. All right.
Yeah.
Just like you're out of space, I'm out of time.
But this this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Oceans, continents, air,
Thank you,
us.
Corey.
It's all part of that.
You got it, man. Good to have you back.
Okay. Check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I am back. Let me move this from the screen. Okay, so there it is. My whoever the brother who asked that question, go and research that astronomer. Go research what he said. That actually came on public television. So they have found something that's coming in. That's one of them. I have more, but take that. You said real quickly. There is a source right there from an actual astronomer. So it is not far-fetched. It's only far-fetched to people who don't study. That there is another planet coming from the larger Oort cloud that's around us, that's water. Then there's the Kepler. There's larger systems that are around us, and there's other planets that are coming in on their circle that's longer than any human can live. So there you go, my brother. Now I'm going to let the brothers take over. You all can hear me. Higa Kepra says deep. Raphael Gary says he has photos of one. Deceptive to the eye. Yes, there. We may get into that one day, Raphael, because there's some that are actually can be seen, but that's another thing. But I wanted to show you that from an actual astronomer that you can research, because I go by facts first, and that's the fastest way I could give him that answer with a researchable astronomer, that he can go do the further research. Thank you for asking that question, Brother God Spencer. I'm going to let the brothers take over. Hope you all appreciated the Comet Fall breakdown. And as a teaser, I'm going to tell you what the next question is. It would be the Djed pillar. I don't know if Black Sun is here. There's a Djed. Oh, that's a spiritual masturbation one. Oh, this is going to be tough. I'm going to run out of time. We're going to go for spiritual masturbation or raw Nefer moon destruction. That's a tough one. Okay. Okay, everybody. So I'm going to step off for about another 6 to 7 minutes or so. Refresh myself up. The brothers will take over. And we're either going to get into the Zed pillar. And then there's a Jehovah Witness one. Oh my God, I got to come back quick. I need to end by 12:30. I need to end by 12:30. I got rest. Okay, all right, everybody. I'm gone. I'll be back. Peace from 91 people. When I come back, everybody, let your people know. All those who read the Neteru book, Raw Nefer Moon, the breakdown finally is coming. I'm sorry, Raw Nefer Moon. I have to break you down and show you for the occultist that you are. Peace. I'll be back.
Peace and love. Hotep Maat. I can't wait for that breakdown. I got tricked into that one myself. Y'all know I'm an infant. I'm an embryo in this. So I made the mistake and bought that book when I heard that beautiful word, Metal Netta, for the first time. That's the first thing that came up when I typed it into my Amazon search. And I ended up purchasing that book. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that breakdown. But yeah, it's 2023 coming up, man, and you know, we got to start celebrating our leaders, man, for real. And Saba been consistently breaking us out of the matrix for the last year. We had a beautiful celebration last week to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the pod class, and we're looking forward to, you know, another beautiful year of our Saba's teachings. And you know, I'm not gonna tell y'all to stop hating on my Saba. I'm not gonna keep saying it because we coming into 2023, and the proof is evident, man. So it's no need, and what's understood don't need to be discussed. So those of us that appreciate our Saba's teachings, you know, we need to continue to support, and we need to support our leaders. Scribe, I love you, brother. I love that background, my brother. And I am learning so much from you. I'm learning so much from you, Ahati. I just wanna point that out to everybody in the chat, man. Like, you know, follow us, you know, and witness this in real time. Witness the magic in real time. Witness the evolution and what's going on, what's taking place before your very eyes. Because there is no one like our Saba right now, and there is nothing like the Tehuti pod class on the internet. And like he said, if there is, put the link in the chat. You know, I can't even stomach the other stuff no more. I really can't. All I want is the truth. So I don't even waste my time with the entertainment now, because I just want to be educated, and I want the truth. And you know, I'm tired of the lie, and I have made that decision, and people do what's important to them. So that's why I stay up. And that's why I support my Saba any and every way that I can. And I will support all of my leaders any and every way that I can. And that's what we need to start doing, like Ahati reiterated to us about our children and about the future. If we're not doing this for the kids and for the future, then what are we doing this for? We're going to continue to teach our kids lies, lie after lie. Like, it don't make no sense. We're coming up on a new year. And it's time to start celebrating our leaders. And I support you, Saba. And I support you, Ahati. And I support you, Scribe. And shout out to my brother, Tehuti Mos. Shout out to that good brother, Tehuti Mos. I'm going to continue to support you. And shout out to AJ, formerly known as. Today is the day, my brother. I look forward to finding out what your new name is going to be. And I'm right behind you. And I'm a Scribe. I'm going to let you talk, my good brother. Saba said I want to hear that I want to hear that raw Nefer breakdown, and I want to hear the other breakdown. Saba.
Yeah, I definitely want to, you know, I'm excited for that breakdown as well. We need it in the community, you know, because it's definitely a misleading title. They pulled the veil over your eyes, so it definitely needs to be broken down, you know, so we can be led to the truth, you know. And if you really want, you know, real Neteru, you want to learn real Neteru, we got the best teacher, you know what I mean? So we have that on Mondays. You know, it's free will donation of at least $20 to get in the greatest Neteru class that there is. You know, I've looked at different classes dealing with teaching the Neteru. I mean, some people, especially a lot of these Tamahus, they charge some, you know, close to $1,000 plus to get in their Neteru classes. And I can guarantee you that it isn't even comparable to what Saba is, because this is Maat. They're just teaching from the outside. You know, this is different over here. So it's not just learning about what the Neteru reads, but understanding it and what it actually signifies and what it means, and from the minds of the ancestors themselves, you know. So it's superior to everything. So I always, you know, I want to keep on putting that out there, that, you know, Neteru Monday is get in the class, you know, just come once, and I guarantee you'll continue to keep coming back, you know, if you really want to, you know, learn and understand the ancestors, you know. And I know everyone here does, you know. That's why we're here, you know, because we love Kemet and we love Maat. So let's take it to the next level and understanding the language, right? And it's absolutely beautiful, right? So, you know, I just want to, shout out to Shannon. She's definitely in Neteru Monday class with us. It's I'm telling y'all, it's beautiful. It's like a whole nother pod class. It's like a whole nother pod class in just a more personal environment, you know? So just email Saba. You can go to the website and reach out if you want to, you know, join in, and we'll forward it to, you know, Saba Tehuti, you know, so you can come in and learn with us and learn the language with us, right? And I just want to put out there the importance of putting yourself in uncomfortable positions, right? A lot of us get comfortable with where we're at. I hear a lot of times when people speak, sometimes I even see it in the chat when we type, and it's just a subconscious thing that we do, where we place a limit on ourselves, and we speak tones, or we think the language that keeps us right there at that limit by saying, you know, certain things like I can't, right? And by doing that, you know, you're automatically hypnotizing your subconscious to make that a reality, right? So one thing that I like to do, and that works, is to put yourself in uncomfortable positions. You know, put yourself, whatever you think that your limit is right now, go ahead and put yourself in a position to where you got to challenge yourself, where you're doing something that you've never done before, right? And then once you do that, you'll start to, it becomes easier to do it. And you realize it's not nearly as difficult as you thought it was. You know, it really is, on the other side of that fear is bliss, you know, and it's growth and evolution. And that's one thing that my eye does. And I know that you guys witness it here on, you know, on this podcast every week. And then our, you know, just from where the podcast started and to what it's grown into today, it's literally because of Maat and Saba Tehuti leading the way. And because of that, we're able to just grow as individuals and bring our individual growth into as a collective. And when we do that, we become unstoppable. You know, with the information and the knowledge that we have, when we apply it, it becomes wisdom, and you get to see the results in real time. That's what makes the difference between those who just believe something and those who know something, is when you start seeing results in real time in your life. When you see the results, then you recognize, okay, well, the decisions that I made that led me to this position, what were those steps? And when I made those steps, how long did it take for me to get from where I was last week to where I was today, last month to where I was today, last year to where I am today? You're right. You can use your own personal life as a point of reference when you apply things to push yourself to the next level. Always strive to surpass those limits. Always want to take in information to expand your consciousness so you can actually grow. I mean, I don't want our people to continue to stay stagnant and using tones that keep us at a lower state. It's not real. We don't have to do that. We do not have to do that. I'm telling you right now. You know, we can implement the Heka'u that we're being taught, that the Neteru left us in the language, to elevate, you know, to expand our consciousness and grow, you know, and it's all under Ma'at. And when you decide to live within Ma'at, and you decide to follow Ma'at, you will do nothing but grow. So if you are ready to make the decision to surpass whatever limits that you find yourself at right now, follow Ma'at, learn the laws of Ma'at, learn the teachings and implement them. and you will see the results in your life. And when you see the results, that's when you start to become deeper within the information. And by doing so, you will be a beacon of light for others to see where your growth is. Others will start to see your growth and acknowledge it. And then you can tell them, this is what led me to that. Right? So I just wanted to give that to y'all because sometimes, within this matrix, we become stagnant and we allow ourselves to sit in a comfortable position. So do what you can to put yourself in an uncomfortable position to get past that limit. So, you can do what's necessary for you and your family and us as a people, because this is what we need at this time. We need this at this time, and it's very important that we do so, and we do it with love. We do it with light. We do it with guidance. We have a leader in Saba Tehuti who's teaching others how to be leaders and Sabas, and it's just echoing itself, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So, come aboard and help, and help us do this. Help us build what we're doing, so we can leave something for the children in the physical. This is a spiritual movement, but it's also a revolutionary movement, like the great brother Hati stated earlier. So we're bringing the two together, the two into one, and we're putting in the work necessary to do these things. So peace and love. Shout out to the chat, shout out to those watching, and to the great brothers on this panel. I love standing next to these brothers and working with these brothers. It fills me up with so much joy and excitement, for what we're doing. So just peace and love. Hotep Maat. And let's keep evolving and growing. So peace.
Okay, and pull this up. I'm not full. All right, everybody, here it is. Peace and love. It's gonna be great. I want you brothers to stay on so I can do. I'm gonna do. Yes, 11:03. So I'm gonna do the Ron Nefer Amun Jehovah Witness. I'm gonna give a couple shout outs, of course, to the donators. Thank you, brothers, again for everything that you all say and do to keep the crowd interested and hopefully dedicated to what it is that we're doing, because you never know the one sentence that either of you may say that somebody in the crowd may hear, and that will spark them. You don't know what part of your story, what somebody has to hear one thing and they'll be like, oh, I never thought of that. And then from there, they start making moves. So thank you, all you brothers, Ahati, Scribe, Arcan, Infinite. Magul had to go to sleep because he's taking his flight. So shout out to all of you. And I want you guys to stay on so you can put the sound effects on. We're going to do a few donations, and I'm going to get into the next question. Is Cash Peden in the house? So this is Owen Hythe. Here we go. There we go. Owen Hythe with his donation every time, always supporting. Okay, brother, I'm going to put it on. This is Owen Hythe. He actually gave 2. And here we go. Shout out to Owen Hythe. 2172. Go ahead and give him some hand claps, gentlemen. It says here, always supporting Tehuti and Ahati, my brothers. Thank you, brother Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe is very interesting because every time he does a donation, he always says something nice about Ahati. Thank you, brother. He's always, from the very beginnings, he's always says something positive with Ahati's name in it. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe, if you're here. And Cash Peden, are you here? Because you have the next question coming up. So shout out to you, Owen Hythe. I'm also going to, oh, and here we go. Woo-wee. Oh my. Okay. Back to back. Owen Hythy's here to shut the podcast down. Wow. Let me put this in a special section. Definitely big support from Owen Hythy. Let me go ahead and name this. And continue him on the list. He understands the situation. The situation is not over yet. I'm working up to January 22nd. So Owen Hythy, also known as Ascari, has given his big donation for the support of the situation I'm in. Get ready, my brothers. Back to back, too. Back to back, too. Get ready, my brothers. So first of all, this one is big in itself. And 2172. Shout out to Owen Hythy. And now for the next one, Okash Peden is here. Beautiful. Owen Hythy for the support of the situation that I'm in to help me get out of it by January the 22nd. Give this man horns. Give this man drums, kopesh, everything in the bucket. Everything in the... Thank you, my brother. Woo! Wow. Thank you, my brother. Oh, he says, for tax fund, words and actions must match. Woo! Hati's smiling. What tickled you, Hati? What just happened? What's tickling you about that right there?
He made it sound like we're taxing them.
Tax fund. It's like when you were
We're not in the government yet, so we can't do that.
When you play Monopoly and you land on the pay tax thing. That's funny. Tax fund. Maybe when we're a nation, right? All right. Thank you, my brother. Words and actions must match. Thank you, Owen Hythy. That is massive. Give this man some horn. Just type in horn sound effects. There it is. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Owen Hythy in the house. Owen Hythy. We got hey, Silent K. Silent K. Shout out to Silent K, who is DeMarco, Don DeMarco. Let's see. Let me hold on. Okay, come over here, Scorpion King. Right over here, good. Let me shift it up. Let me go like this. Shout out to wrong. Shout out to Silent K in the building. Silent K, are you? Something's going on here. Hold on. Oh,
Bluetooth
what is
connected.
this? What? Hold on, everybody. Wait. Let me try this again. What just happened? Hold on, everybody. The Mac.
Mac is whack.
The Mac is crazy. I see Steven Escalar with the monster. Okay, we got Silent K. There you go. Silent K. Shout out to Silent K DeMarco. And I'm gonna go like this. And he's put in. Shout out to Silent K. Appreciate you, good brother, for the support for what it is that I do. Thank you. Silent K, to my knowledge, from what I see, what I've seen is he is a moderator over there on Neteru's channel. Go over there and give him a shout out. He's usually on every time Neteru goes on live that I've seen. Silent K's been on, so give him a shout out when you see him. Say shout out to Silent K and the people in the Tehuti podcast. He's supported. Shout out to Silent K with the $10 piece. Silent K. Silent K with the muscle sign and the glasses with the shades. Shout out to Silent K, my good brother. Appreciate you. And I'll do one more and then what's that? That sounds too real. That sounds like one of those movies where they walk up behind you. You just hear that sound when the movie ends. No, man. Oh, that's crazy. That's the real clip. All right, so shout out to Silent K. Appreciate you, my brother. I'm gonna do one more. I got of course, Arcade Infinite. How could I? Arcade Infinite with the 777. Thank you, Arcade Infinite. I'm gonna go ahead and put you on the screen. He already gave 100. He already just gave 100, but he comes through with the 777 because he's not done. He's not done. Arcade Infinite, here we go. And then we're going to get into the answer. 2 answers. I got enough time to do 2 answers, I believe. I'm going to try to do them both 45 minutes each to see if I can do that. I'll end this class at a decent time, man. Here we go. 777 for Arcade Infinite. The Infinite Arcade Man, who's up on the screen. He's the one that gave the 100. Oh, come on, hold on. One moment. Hold on, man. Oh, shout out to Arcade. Appreciate that. Was that a sound effect?
Yeah, I think Scribe hit one.
Oh, that's the sound when people give. Yeah, keep that one. That's the bomb right there. That and the horns when people give the huge donations. I like that right there. That nation bomb. That's awesome. Who gave that? Was that you, Arcade, or was that
Yeah, he sunk my battleship.
We got Rigo in the house. Rigo. By the way, next week is your week, man. Next week is the Matrix. I gotta announce that. I have to do an announcement for that class. I don't just want to start that class. I got to put up Facebook posts and everything for that one, so that people know to come to Matrix 3. Shout out to Rigo, who gives the monster support again. Mr. Rigo, he's nonstop. I'm gonna go and put that in the room. And Rigo is the monster. Let's go ahead and give him a shout out with the. Is this him? $40 for wow! For the big sound effect. Thank you, Rigo. Appreciate that, my good brother. I started some big. He got the whole army. He got the brigade. He got the whole army there. Okay, everybody, are you ready? It's 11:13. We're going to do the rest of the donation support announcements after I answer these questions. So shout out to I see Neteru, Kotep L, Lisa Marie, I see you, Sash Wallace, I see you, Vortex, I see you, Anthony Peden, I see you, Raphael Gary, I see you, Stephen Escalar with the monster, I see you, I see Shannon Southern, I see everybody here, I see Terry Patty. Who's Terry Patty, man, with the out of nowhere, somebody named Terry Patty just comes and just only big donations Terry Patty gives. Only. Okay, everybody, here we are with a question from Cash Peden. Cash Peden, how many people here in the room or on the screen got caught up in the Astara Set Society or the book, the Neteru? How many people went through that? Anybody? Anybody? That seems to be literally the most popular Kemetic book by a black man I've ever seen. Is the Neteru book by Nefer Amun. We're about to get into it, everybody. Questioning from Cash Peden. I got the Scorpion King with me here because this answer is going to sting. Oh, Arcade has it on deck. I got it over there too. That's yours, Nina, right? You have the Neteru book? So it's somewhere in there. I have one too. I don't know how I have one. I don't even know why. I don't know why. Pass me the 11 Laws one. That's over there somewhere. 11 Laws.
Throw it in the trash. Burn it live on camera.
Put it back up again, Arcad.
What is that, Arcade? What you got there? We got the brother Ron Nefer Amun's book on Neteru. Neteru. Let's go, everybody. The question that was sent in is from Cash Peden. And that question comes in as, what's that you got there, Arcad? What you got there? Oh! Ooh! What does that say there? The 11 laws of God. What?
That's what you about to do to him.
Oh, man. The 11 laws of God. How many people here want to learn about the 11? You got that too, daughter? Everybody, I don't know what. I got to talk to Ron Nefer Amun. I don't know what magic he did, but there's no black man that puts a book out, that puts books out, that literally everybody has his books. Everybody has his books. I don't know anybody who doesn't have the Neteru book or the 11 Laws of God. I don't know what magic he's doing. This man put out a book called Neteru with no Neteru in it. That's some magic. I don't know how he did it. Hika says he has all 5 volumes. What is it about Ron Nefer Amun's book? 11 Laws of Maat? I have it. I know I have it somewhere. Okay, anyway, we're going to get into it, everybody. Here we go. Zeptebi says, for some reason, you always pass on that book. Here we go, everybody. The question that was asked is this question right here. If Cash Peden is in the house. Cash Peden with the $11.11. And I'm going to tell everybody right now that he donated way more than $11.11 on that day. He made so many donations. Support donations, like $70, I think. Then I woke up in the morning, he gave $10, then $11. There it is, thank you. He gave so many donations, so I'm gonna answer the question like as if he gave $50 or something. Here it is. I got one. I got it. I don't know how I got this. This is mine, right? Yeah, I have no idea. Listen, these books, there must be some kind of magic how these end up in every conscious person's house, because I do not remember ever buying this book. I've never read this. Why do I have this book? Someone gave it to me or something. Somehow we all have these books, but let's go, everybody. You know what, and put it back. I keep it to show people, teach people from. Okay, here we go, everybody. So the question is from Cash Peden is, break down the 11 laws, primes, and Kemet. So primes means primaries. The 11 laws, primaries, and Kemet. Here we go. Shut up, Cash Peden. Shannon says, deception breakdown coming right up. Here we go. 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 You know, I got to do it to you. Break it. Break it down. Light it up. Here we go. Cash Peden. I asked him for clarification because when he sent me this, I was not too sure. I was about 80% sure, but I asked him, this 11 laws, is that from the book? So he finally told me. He told me today. I talked to him earlier today, and he said, yes, it's from the book. So let's go ahead and break it down. Since he verified to me today that it's from the book, then I'm going to break it down from where this concept comes from. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're about to break down this question from the good brother, Cash Peden, which I'll read it one more time. And the question is, break down the 11 laws, primaries, and Kemet. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're about to break it down. Let's go ahead and do this. Like Brutus. Because we always knew this. Haha. Yeah, boy. Okay, it's present. Screen share. Here we go. With the screen sharing it up. And there we go. Can everybody see the screen and hear me? Because once I go, it's going to go. So everybody can hear me and see the screen clear. Press 1. Once I go, I'm just going. It's 11:20. I want to be done both these answers by 12:30. I'm going to try. Let's do this, and I can call it a night. And then we're going to get to the Dejed answer. There's another one about Cleopatra. A couple of more of those next week. Can you all see the screen, everybody? Can you all see the screen? Press 1 if you can see the screen. this may sting a little bit. I'm sorry, Asara Set community. I'm sorry, everyone who reads these books, but I'm not sorry because I am here as the breaker of the matrix. I'm not here to sugarcoat. I'm not here anybody's misrepresenting any teachings about Kemet. I'm here to take you down and re-educate you, and hopefully you can come on the pure side. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class. Here we go. So, all right, Scorpion King, you good there? You good? You good? You okay? Okay, good. Here we go. All right, so most people getting into Kemet ask, what are the laws of Maat, quote unquote. So most people getting into Kemet ask, quote unquote, what are the laws of Maat? Then immediately, they're taking down the hypnotic narrative of lies. So first, I will dispel those lies and openly state what the laws of Maat are not. So I've opened up with this before, and we're going to do it again, but a little different this time because we're going to get into some specifics of these 11 laws. So here we go, everybody. Now, as I've broken down in many classes before, this nonsense usually comes up to the innocent in their search for the laws, the quote-unquote laws of Maat. And guess how many searches there are on laws of Maat? So people are looking for them. When they look up the 42 negative confessions that they consider the laws of Maat, 1.6 billion searches on a lie. So when you look up laws of Maat, what comes up is 42 negative confessions. When you look up that by word, it is 1.6 billion searches on the lie. Okay? And here's the silly laws of Maat. The silly ones, because there's real laws of Maat. These are the lying ones. There's no such thing as 42 laws of Maat. But here's what comes up. 1.6 billion searches. So imagine that, everybody. There are 1.6 billion searches of people searching for Maat. 1.6 billion people directed towards the PSYOPs lie. Well, my good students, a new trend has begun at the expense of Maat. And this one has 2.8 million searches. Here we go again. 2.8 million searches. Where are these 2.8 million people in the pod class? We'll see. And here it is, everybody. 2.8 million results in searches on Maat, the 11 laws of God. Let me go ahead and take the timer off this. Maat, the 11 laws of God. Here it is, everybody. This is the book that we all held up. This book here is $74.99. Hey, what? Wait, what? Yes, $74.99 used. I'm not sure how that happened, but here it is, everybody. Here it is. Okay, laws of Maat. It says in 1985, Ra-Un Nefer, I call him Ra Nefer Amen, but Ra-Un Nefer Amen received through divine revelations the Neteru, Word of God Oracle, in Maat, 11 laws of God. He shares the revelations he has received concerning the laws correlating with the tree of life that influence and govern people's lives. Okay? And then it got put back out in 2003. So this is received revelations according to this from the Neter. The Neter came and revealed the 11 laws of Maat. That's what he says. I'll read it again. Ra-Un Nefer Amun received through divine revelations. That's the Neter. Unless you got it from Jesus. That's the Neter. The Neteru Word of God Oracle in Maat, the 11 laws of God. He shares the revelations he has received concerning the laws correlated with the tree of life that influence and govern people's lives. Yes, that's right. Without question, due to hypnosis, the exact same Kemetic conscious people who taught us there were 42 laws are now teaching there are 11. Without even a flinch to ask, what happened to the 42? What do you think? Yeah. So can you imagine that hypnosis, everybody? That for years, They've been teaching about the 42 laws of Maat, and then boom, out of nowhere, the same organization, the same teacher says there's 11 laws, and nobody even flinches. So what happened to the 42 laws of Maat? Now there's 11 laws. And nobody's asking, where in Kemet are there 11 laws now? Where in Kemet? Where is this? Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti podcast. Here we go. And here we go with hypnotic laziness upon the black man and woman in combination with the true self-hate for Kemet, combined with the European authority complex, subconsciously refuses to go by what the ancients of Kemet said about their own laws and looks for the Euro supremacist explanation, opening the door once again to secret Hermeticists, Freemasons, those of hidden theosophical esoterics to enter. Let us begin. Let's take a closer look at the book cover and see where this 11 comes from. Everybody, because where is this 11, this number 11 even coming from? Why 11? Why is that? Okay, where is it coming from? Let's take a look. Here it is, everybody. Maat, 11 laws of God. Ra'un Nefer Amun. What exactly is that? Everybody look and see this? See these numbers in these circles with a circle on top? Starting from the 0, this would count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the one on top would make 11. So let's take a closer look at the book cover and see where this 11 comes from. What exactly is that? And what papyrus in Kemet does that derive from, Ra Nefer Amun? I can't find it. If there are any members of the Asaraset Society that can help with ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, and as the real laws of Ma'at and the Stela of Muhuiai, if you have the truth, I am all ears. Let me listen. Here's the Stela of Muhuiai of all ears. Get a good look. This is one of the principles of Ma'at. I am all ears. Stela of Muhuiai. All right, the Stela of Muhuiai, because we give references here, everybody. We give ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. So, if these are the real laws of Ma'at, the 11, and we can find them in Kemet, if there's any Asaraset members here, you can help me with getting the ancestral artifacts over your opinions. The real laws of Ma'at says I'm all ears. This is in the British Museum, EA 141. This is the Stela of Muhuiai, right there, the Stela of all ears. Okay, now we're going to get into the papyrus instructions of Ankh Sheshonq, who was a political prisoner in the late period of Egypt. And what does it say? Example of one of over 700 actual laws of Ma'at. Here's the writing at the top, and it says, let me listen to your instructions. It is better to listen than to command. So people in the Asaraset community, Ra Nefer Amun, I am all ears. I will listen to your instructions. Better for me to listen than to command if you have the truth on where this symbolism comes from Kemet. Because the 11 laws and it has Ma'at at the top. So it must come from Kemet. So I'm all ears, as the Stela of Muhuiai states, and I'm going to listen to your instructions. Better for me to listen to you if you have the truth than to command. Yes, the real laws of Ma'at tells you do not do things unless you have thoroughly examined them. We are back to the papyrus of Ankh Sheshonq, which says, serve any man that you may find profit. Serve your father and mother that you may go and prosper. Examine every matter that you may understand it. Be gentle and patient, then your heart will be beautiful. It is in maturity that instruction succeeds. Do not say, I am learnt. Set yourself to become wise. Do not do a thing that you have not first examined. Examining makes your good fortune. So examine every matter that you may understand it. Do not do a thing that you have not first examined. Examining makes good fortune. As a matter of fact, the word Maat itself means to examine. Here we are. In the word Maat, examine. See, there's Maat. Examine, inspect, perceive. Seen, visible. Sight, vision, something seen. Inspection. So the word Maat means to see and inspect something. Okay? So I am all ears, like the tablet of Mahawi says. I'm all ears. I'd rather listen to you and then command. And the laws of Ma'at say examine all things before you become involved in them. And the word Ma'at itself means examine. Has not Ra Nefer Amun and other quote unquote Kemetic teachers of the 11 laws not even taught you what the word Ma'at even means? And the laws pertaining to examining things first before partaking in it? Of course not. Because if they, like myself, as a Saba teacher, were to give you that as a standard, the hidden occultist agenda would be revealed and you would examine this. It's right on the cover of the book. That'd be the first, before you open the first page, you would examine this. And would have seen this, 11 spheres, I have shears type 11 spheres, which is the base of the 11 laws. Nowhere in Kemet. Thus, no book sales, no blind followers, and you would see this. If you examined it, you would see this. Come over here, Scorpion King. Come here, come here, come here. You would see this. And what is this? Let me show you because they won't, everybody. What is this thing right here? Is not this this? What is this? They won't show you this. They won't tell you this. Neither is this explained anywhere in the book. Nobody that I've met has explained that, but let's go. Here we are. All right. Well, first, let me take you to a woman whom all Kemetic conscious teachers and followers of Ra Nefer Amun will undoubtedly say they have nothing to do with. And I've even heard them call her a witch, the actual founder of the occultist secret order of the Theosophical Society. And who is that? Mighty Hebrew's favorite woman, which is Madame Blavatsky, the founder, Theosophical World. Here she is, everybody. If you ask anybody in the Saraset community, hey, a Saraset community, do you follow this woman right here? Is this one of your spiritual guides? They would say, get this devil, who's this? Get her, what's this? This is H.P. Blavatsky. That's who it is, everybody. That's your leader and guide. Why? We'll go ahead and go to the Theosophical Society in 1875. Blavatsky, along with Henry Steele Olcott, in 1832 to 1907, co-founded the Theosophical Society. With the establishment of the Theosophical Society, Blavatsky sought to reconcile the growing disconjecture between materialism and spiritualism and tapped into the West contemporary fascination with the East by working to harmonize Western and Eastern spiritual philosophical ideas and values. This movement sought to synthesize science, religion, philosophy, East and West, as well as occultism, into a holistic syncretism. Amongst other things, Theosophy incorporates Neo-Platonism, Hermeticism, medieval and Renaissance occultism, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Kabbalah. Okay? That's the Theosophical Society. Kabbalah, what is that? Well, let me show you. What's the Kabbalah? This. Here's the Kabbalah. This right here. Here's the Kabbalah of the mystical Jews in the Theosophical Society. There it is. Interesting, right? Does this look familiar? Doesn't this look like this? Does this not look like this? Well, let's see. It seems the same to me. Seems the same. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No. 11 circles. 11 circles. 11 circles. They look the same, don't they? Well, this, according to this is the 11 laws of God. Ra'un Nefer Amun. Okay. Boom. Wait. When did this book come out? Let me grab the bibliography, the details. So, bibliography details, title, Maat, 11 Laws of God, publisher, Kamit Publications, publication date, 2003. 2003. Interesting. 2003. Helen Blavatsky is 1877. There she is. Helen Madame Blavatsky, 1877. She's notable for her works called The Secret Doctrine in 1888. That's 126 years before Ra Nefer Amun. Uh-oh. 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 Here it is, everybody. Let's go. The quote-unquote secret doctrine, because that's what a cultist is, it's a secret doctrine. The Secret Doctrine is a 3-volume esoteric book originally published as 2 volumes in 1888, written by Helen Blavatsky. And here it is right here. Secret Doctrine, signature Helen Blavatsky. Here's the books right here. Originally 2-volume, then 3-volume. Here is 1888. This book, 1888. Dates don't lie. Laws of Ma'at, 11 Laws of God, 2003. Is that 126 years? Not just did this image on the front cover come from Jewish Kabbalists and European Gnostic occultists, but note it says 11 laws. Now listen, if we can't find any people in Kemet with this symbol, or any people in ancient Kemet discussing 11 laws, then we have to source it to its true origin, which is mystic Judaism. Now, what did they, the Jews, the mystic Judaism, its creators, say about their Kabbalah? Because this is the Kabbalah. That's what it's really called. What do they say about the Kabbalah? Because remember, Madame Blavatsky was teaching about the Kabbalah 126 years before the laws of Ma'at, 11 laws of God, was written. And it goes back to Jewish mysticism. What do they say about the Kabbalah? But first, Ra Nefer Amun ties this law, quote unquote law. What is the Jewish word for law? So he ties this word, this symbol here, to laws. Why would he do that? Why would he put 11 laws and then show this symbol as if this symbol here has something to do with laws? We see the 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we see the 11, but why does it say laws? Why laws here? Notice it says the 11 laws of God and not the 11 laws of Ma'at, but why does it say laws? Well, let me show you. What is the Jewish word for law? Here it is right here, everybody. The Hebrew word, the Jewish word, the Yiddish word, the Hebrew word for law is what, everybody? It is Torah. Here it is right here. Let me shrink this down. Here it is. The word is Torah. I can read this. This is a T, W-R-H, Torah. Word of the week, law of the Lord, Torah. Torah is the word for law. So according to the inventors of the Kabbalah and the original users of the Kabbalah, their word for law is Torah. Ra Nefer Amun ties in this Kabbalah symbol with his laws of God. Let's look at the word Torah. It means laws. Okay. So the word law is Torah. With this in mind, what was this Kabbalah originally created to be hundreds of years before Ra Nefer Amun's 11 laws? What was it meant to be, everybody? Well, what better place to go to than the Jewish virtual library under category Kabbalah? Here it is right here. Kabbalah, the Zohar. What do the Jews, the Hebrews say the original Kabbalah was for? Let's read it, everybody. Zohar, Hebrew, splendor, radiance. Okay? Widely considered the most important work of Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism. What is it for? It is a mystical commentary on the Torah. Uh-oh. It's a mystical understanding of Torah. See that? A mystical commentary on Torah. That is Kabbalah. What does the word Torah mean? Torah means law. Interesting. So the Kabbalah is the mystical understanding of law with the 11 Sephirot. Boom! The mystical understanding of Torah, law. Okay, here we go. How does this stolen Kabbalah concept move from Jewish mystical understanding of law to Egyptian? Because remember, Ra Nefer Amun in the Asar Set Society is Egyptian, showing a Jewish Kabbalah associating the 11 Sephirot with law. Why? Because the Kabbalah is the understanding of law of the Torah. It's a mystical understanding of law. That's what it is, right? Okay, come over here. So how did it become Egyptian? Well, over 100 years before Ra Nefer Amun was born. Let me take you back even further than Madame Blavatsky to the father of modern Freemasonry. Who is the father of modern Freemasonry? None other than Sir Albert Pike. Albert Pike, Associated Justice of Arkansas Supreme Court. Albert Pike, there he is right there. 1864, we're going back further, everybody. He has a book called Morals and Dogma. I've had this book for like over 25 years. Morals and Dogma. Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, where he explains the belief of Freemasonry in the Scottish Rite, called Morals and Dogma. Supreme Council of the 33rd Degree. Jurisdiction, Southern Jurisdiction of the United States. Published by its authority. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma. Going back to 1864. Here we go, everybody. Let's see what's on page 13. I snapshotted page 13 for you. And what does it say? The sun and moon, says the learned bro, Delane, represented two grand principles of all generations, active and passive, male and female. The sun represents actual light. He pours upon the moon his sun-dating rays. Both shed their light upon their offspring, the blazing star, or Horus. So there's the Egyptian Horus. Let's continue. And the three form of the great equilateral triangle, in the center of which the omnific letter of Kabbalah, which creation is said to have been affected. Here's Albert Pike teaching and believing in Kabbalah as far back as 1864. Boom! We see Masonic involvement. This is crazy. We see Masonic involvement in transition from a Jewish concept into Egyptian. There it is. Now, what about the segue into the law concept that Ra Nefer Amun adopted? Well, that takes us back to Madame Blavatsky again. So we see here the transformation, or the segueing in, from a Jewish understanding of law to when it gets into the hand of Albert Pike, The Freemasons under Albert Pike now associate Kabbalah with Horus and Egypt. Okay? So we go back to Madame Blavatsky in the 3 books again. And speaking of law, question for the crowd. Who is the Neter of law in Kemet? Let me go in the room. Who is the god of law in ancient Egypt, in Kemet? Who is the god of law? Anybody know? Type in the room. Who is the god of law? Anybody? Who is the god of law in Kemet? Type into the room. Shout out to Freddie Cali. Freddie Cali, great supporter. He's here almost every podcast as well. There we go. Cash Peden. Here he is. So the god of law is Tehuti, or the Greeks call Thoth. Okay? So we have to segue in now that this was the Kabbalah, which was the mystical understanding of law to the Jews. And then it segued itself into Egypt through Albert Pike and the belief that it was associated with Egyptian gods Horus. So we see the movement of the Kabbalah moving from Judaic mysticism into Masonic Egyptian mysticism. And we see that the Kabbalah was the understanding of law, of which Nefer Amun calls his book the 11 Laws of God. So the god of law in Egypt, in Kemet, was Tehuti. So we have to segue this in now to the god of law. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go now back to the Secret Doctrine, 1888 of Madame Blavatsky. And what does it say, everybody? Here we are in the book. And it says, the very old book, the original work from which not only the Sephara, but even the Sefer Jezerah, the work attributed to Hebrew Kabbalists, to their patriarch Abraham, the book Shu King, China's primitive Bible, the sacred volumes of the Egyptian Thoth, Hermes. Do you see that, everybody? Here's the segue in from the Hebrew Kabbalistic into Madame Blavatsky, segueing it into associating it with the Egyptian god Hermes, because Albert Pike, way before Madame Blavatsky, already segued the Jewish Kabbalah into the Egypt, into Kemetic understanding, association. But we have to associate now with the Kabbalistic understanding that it's explaining of the Torah, which is law. So who's the god of law? Thoth. So here comes Madame Blavatsky now, associating the Hebrew Kabbalistic with the volumes of the Egyptian god Thoth, the god of law. Oh my. Woo! As we look at her book, we can see the segue. The Jewish Kabbalah starts to make its way into connection into Thoth Tehuti, who is what? The god Neter of law. Boom. Can you see what is slowly happening? Here's Tehuti, the god of law. Here is Moses. We have a man named Moses, or Mos, who received laws from his god of law by that god's finger, who was claimed to be around 1400 BC. So here it is. Then the magician said to Pharaoh, this is the finger of God. Okay, this is the finger of God. Exodus 8:19. And then we have Exodus 31:18. When the Lord finished speaking to Moses on Mount Sinai, he gave him 2 tablets of testimony, the tablets stone inscribed by the finger of God. So here's Moses of the law. And now they stole the concept of the finger from Amenemope, where it speaks of do not dip your reed against a transgressor. The beak of the ibis. Who's the god of the ibis, everybody? Tehuti is the finger of the scribe. The finger of the scribe is the beak of the ibis, because the beak of the ibis is the finger of Tehuti, the god of law. So they stole it, put it in the book of Exodus as God now giving laws to his finger. We see now, what did he give Moses? The Torah. What's the mystical understanding of the Torah? The Kabbalah. Who's the God of law in for the Hebrews? Yahweh. Who's the prophet of law? Moses. Understanding through the Kabbalah. Who's the God of law in Egypt? Tehuti, also called Thoth, the God of the finger. You see where they stole the concept? So now you can easily segue in the Kabbalah to the word law. Woo! Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, man. If you're getting this anywhere else, please put the link in the bottom. Please, please. I want to read. Here we go. All right, so here it is, everybody. Here's the Torah, Albert Pike, 11 Laws of Maat. There's the Kabbalah, Madam Blavatsky. So there it is. The 11 Laws concept has nothing to do with Kemet, but are plagiarized from the cultists, secret doctrine societies, Kabbalists, Jewish mystics, and Freemasons 139 plus years after, from the concept of the number 11 to bring association with Kemet all the way down to even the word law. 139 years way before Nefer Amun. It is a shame that with all the beautiful wisdom, quote-unquote spiritual teachings that Kemet left us, people are ashamed of it, subconsciously feel it is incomplete without the teachings of the European to structure it. This goes subconsciously back to the teachings that blacks are inherently evil and could never have divinity pass through them as savage animals that needed God to be brought to them by the colonizer, which is why in the New Age teachings, the indigenous people are never quoted themselves. When you ask a question about Kemetic teachings, think on that. But I am here as the last voice to represent the actual ancestors and what they said themselves. I hope you appreciate me, Ma'at Hotep. So there it is, everybody. There's your 11 laws of God, 11 coming from the 11 sufferers of the Kabbalah right on his book, the Kabbalah, which is the mystical understanding of law being the word Torah given by Moses. The pharaoh that was following Tehuti was called Thutmose, where they get the word Moses from. Albert Pike takes the Kabbalah and segues it into Egypt. Madam Blavatsky segues it directly into Tehuti, the god of law. Nefer Amun comes 139 years later, takes the 11 sufferers from the Kabbalah and calls it the 11 laws of God. Boom, there it is, everybody. I'm done. There it is. Do what you must go read the book, join the Sarah set, and dance your life away. All right, that is my answer, everybody. Boom. I'm glad you all appreciated it. I'm going to check the chat to see who liked the answer, who appreciated it, what's going on. And like I told you, the answer may sting. I'm sorry if it stings, but that is just the truth. And that is what I am here for, especially, not only especially when people misrepresent Kemet, but when they misrepresent my namesake. My name is Tehuti. So if you're Nefer Amun, if you're anybody and you're talking about laws of God, laws of Maat, Tehuti, I'm here. So you talk about that. You got. I'm not the ex-Christian that's just listening to whatever you have to say. I'm gonna break you down because there's no way I'm gonna let people.
Peace and love. Saba breaking the matrix.
What'd you think about that book, Arcad?
Yeah. I don't know, brother.
All right,
peace and love, Saba.
I'm back. I'm not letting anybody distort Tehuti's laws, Ma'at, name. All you people out there that are doing these teachings, you all hate Kemet. You hate the Kemetian. Say it with me loud. You hate the Kemetian. Say it again. You can scream it out loud. I hate Kemet. I hate the Kemetic teachings. I do not want to quote anything they say. I only want to go by what New Age teachers say, and that's what reads. Yes, can you hear me? My sound is out again? Can you all hear me? Press 1 if you can.
No, it's just screeching sound. There's a loud screeching sound.
Everybody mute their mic. Let me see. Can everybody hear me okay? How do you hear me now? How do I sound? Mic check. Okay, good. So everybody out there really hates Kemet. That's when you see them on all those other channels and they have their unks on and all their paraphernalia and they talk, all they do is attack other religions. That's all they do. The New Age Kemetic religion is to attack everybody. The Hebrews are wrong. The Christians are wrong. Jesus came from this person came from this, the misinterpretations. Okay, stop. What do you teach that the Cometians actually said? What do you teach that you can open the papyrus up that the Cometians said that you teach as well? Forget about the Hebrews, forget about the Christians. What do you teach? The Kabbalah? That's Hebrew. So you can't say the Hebrews, the Jews, the Hebrews, the Jews. You're going to break down the Hebrews, the Jews. Look how foolish they made us. You're walking around saying, we're going to dissect the Hebrews and break down the Jews. And let me walk around with my Kabbalah book, the 11 laws of God. I have the Kabbalah, but you Jews, you Hebrews, but I got my Kabbalah that you all made up. You can't find anywhere in Kemet. Stop embarrassing yourself. Stop hating Kemet. If you claim that you are teaching Maat, teach from what the people of Maat say themselves. Stop teaching Madame Blavatsky, the Manu. The Manu came 825 billion years ago to the Manu and the antediluvian. Stop that. Stop that, please, and teach what your ancestors taught. Don't teach what Madame Blavatsky, Albert Pike, the occultist John D. Shakespeare, Francis Bacon, and all these New Age guys. Teach what our ancestors teach, please, or just shut up. All right, let me go ahead and check the room and see who heard the answer and see who appreciated it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We got 90 Cent Murr says, busted, and now he's about to get dusted from mind-blowing answers again and again. And Shannon put a green heart for Nanny. And Rigo said, uh-oh. Woo, here we go. Freddie Kelly said, no more secrets, man. How can you have a secret doctrine? It's in the book. It's not a secret. All right. Drop it, Saba. Drop it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And Shannon says, I'll never look at another book cover the same after that last breakdown. That's right, man. How do we even open up the book without looking at the cover and not even, you know how stupid we have to be? We actually read the book without looking at the cover? How do you go to page 1 past the cover? And I'm here to wake you all up and let you all know that, listen. I'm here to wake you up so you can examine. That's what Ma'at is, examination. Okay, Scorpion King, we've done enough stinging. I'm going to put you over here away. We're going to get into the final and last question. Here we are. Scorpion King, go in there, man. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. It's okay. You're doing great. I need my hands for this one because we're about to talk about those people who knock at our door, man. I used to hide behind the bed, the Mormons on the little bikes and the Jehovah Witnesses. Yeah, I remember all them. I remember the Jehovah Witnesses came to my house. And when they come now, I invite them in. I invite them in now. I love them now. I remember the Jehovah Witnesses came to my house. And I said, come sit down with me. They came in. They saw live snakes on top of Kemetic statues. Statues like 6 foot tall. Snakes moving on the statues. They see a lotus table. The whole place looked Kemetic. I had the walls spray painted. It looked like broken rocks. It was like they were in a museum in my old mini mansion back in the real estate days. They came in. They're looking around. They're already nervous. I said, "Come sit down. Let's talk." And we have a debate. And I said, "Let's go to this chapter." They said, "What chapter?" It's like Corinthians. It's some chapter in the Bible. And they read the chapter. And then I took a piece of paper. I lit it. And it was on fire. And I rubbed my arm like this. And I said, "This chapter too." And the Bible chapter started writing on my arm. And they saw the chapter. And when I looked around, they weren't there anymore. And that was the Jehovah Witnesses that came. When the Mormons came to my door, I had them. They left in socks. I like them to come over. So when they come over, I invite them in. We sit down, and they left in their socks. And I'm at the door holding their shoes. You forgot your shoes. Your shoes, remember? This is how you came here in shoes? So they left in socks. All right, everybody, let's break it down. We're going to break it down. I want them to come in. I love the Jehovah Witnesses, I love them. They're awesome. All right, here we go, everybody. You ready? We're about to break down the last answer. I'm going to break this down. Hopefully, this will be about 35 minutes. Then I'll do some, and now let the brothers take over. I'll come back, do announcements. We will close up. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the 2T Pod class. We are here to break it down. Look at this name, Montre Tremaine, a.k.a. Master Tree Triple. What a name. That's an awesome name. Okay, what I'm going to do, everybody, let me go throw some water on my face. Brothers, you can talk for a couple minutes. I'm going to be right back. And because of this breakdown here, woo! Where's daughter of Matt? Oh, I can't think daughter of Matt. Daughter of Ra. Daughter of Ra, you're going to listen to this breakdown compared to the 1993 breakdown. It's going to be great. I'll be right back, everybody. Right back.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Hotel Maat. Yeah, peace and love, everyone. We need the Kopesh sounds for that one. Slice and diced it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, you know, it's like Saba says, you know, it's definitely a shame that we don't, well, not we, that those don't teach from the mouths of the Cometians themselves. You know, that's something that's definitely been lost in the Matrix, and one of the many things that I'm so grateful for Saba for bringing forward at this time, because no one was doing that, you know, teaching from the actual papyruses and what they said. You know, today is full of just interpretation of just whatever. I mean, it's just full of just interpretation, you know. So to be able to have this tool at our side is an absolute dagger, you know, because it changes the game. It changes the paradigm, you know. It changes everything, and it breaks a big spell, you know, because it's real easy to fall into, you know, because we can make things sound real good. It's, you know, you can make something sound beautiful, just because, you know, we love the way that it sounds. But it takes it to a whole nother level whenever we see and read what they said themselves and what they taught, and then being able to see where these things lead back to, and the people even putting it in there themselves, you know. So that right there is so powerful, and it's very we see how influential that the Cometians are, not are, even, you know, to today, and what this part of the country was even built on, you know. So we're definitely in the right place. We're in excellent hands, you know, and I'm so grateful. I know everyone here as well is grateful. You know, a lot of you, you know, show that by showing your support, you know. So for that, Tua, you know, dua for every single one of you who show support, you know, because this right here is something that was missing for a long time. And the fact that, you know, we have it here now at this time, you know, we must not take it for granted, and we must not feel obligated to receive this type of knowledge and information at the level that we're receiving it at. You know, it's mind-blowing. It really is, you know. Our ancestors were absolutely geniuses, and, you know, Saba Tehuti is showing and proving that, bringing that forth on so many different levels. This is absolutely beautiful. I'm so grateful. So peace and love to everyone watching. If you brothers want to have a word before Saba Tehuti goes back in.
That's the word. There's the word right there. That's it. That's all we need. Okay.
There you go, Saba. There you go.
Last word.
All I'm offering is the truth.
Ah, nice. I love that. That's awesome. Everybody who just saw that answer, everybody who just saw my answer, listen. Everybody, please. If you appreciate, for some people in this room, I just took 20 years off your life. Just imagine the time that you are in a false religion, a false book, falseness, and then you discovered it. Arcad, how long were you in falseness before you came across this knowledge? How many years before you came across this knowledge?
Up until now. Up until coming in contact with you.
How many years?
Did I get that? Well over 40.
40 years. Imagine if you came across, imagine if you were into whatever you're into and I broke this down to you 30 years ago. 30 years of whatever chaos would just be taken off your life. So people have to understand that these breakdowns, when I break down these religions, break down the truth, the falsehood, it saves you from hours to decades of living a life of falsehood. Imagine somebody who's been a Hebrew Israelite, been through 3 Hebrew Israelite men. They're on their 7th child. They're on their 7th child with the Hebrews. They've wasted their whole life just to come into the podcast tonight to find out it was all a lie. Imagine I caught them when they were 16. Imagine I caught them when they were 17, before they even had a boyfriend, before they had a girlfriend, before they read a first Hebrew book. Literally 20-something years of nonsense I just removed from their life. So I hope everybody really appreciates what's actually going on here, because there's going to be 14-year-olds, 16-year-olds coming across this pod class and saving themselves from 20 years of Christianism, 20 years of Freemason, 20 years of Jehovah Witness, 20 years of 11 laws of Kabbalah, and then just to find out that it's all lies. So if you all really appreciate what it is that I'm doing and those answers that I give, because the next one, Jehovah Witness, is going to blow. This is my PayPal, Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal, Rocky SV. When you send your donations come in. You can write your questions and they pop up on the screen. When I get to them, I like that. That is the PayPal. That is the Cash App. The PayPal looks like this, or looks like this. And that is how you support what you see. If you feel that what I'm doing is helping you, there could be somebody tonight that was going to go to an Asara Set meeting. They were going to go tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is Saturday, Asara Set meeting. They watched this in the morning and decided not to go, and just save 25 years of 11 laws of God. They saved themselves by watching the Tehuti podcast. And now there's going to be about 500 Jehovah Witnesses to 10,000, or however big this next answer views get, of people are getting converted to Jehovah Witnesses every minute. And they're going to watch tonight's breakdown, my last breakdown. Jehovah Witnesses, they're going to say, no way. Forget that. Just because I watched the podcast, forget that. So I hope you all appreciate it. Please send your support. Speaking of support, I'm going to give a couple more donation shout outs, and then I'm going to go ahead and get into this answer here. Okay, so here we go. So we got Neteru Hotep sends $7 for scorpion food. That's a lot of scorpion food. Let's go. It's a bonanza. It's a banquet. Shout out to Neter. And by the way, for those new people, Neter gave, I think it was like 200 or what. Neter gave a huge donation last week. Oops, sorry. Huge donation. This brother is majorly supportive. I believe he did. I think Neter gave a huge one. I have them all saved. So he gave $7 for scorpion food. That is cool. Thank you, Neter Unkotep L. Appreciate that, my good brother. Let me whip through a couple more of these and then see if I can get into the Jehovah Witness, the grand finale that everybody's been waiting for. We got Lisa Marie, Queen Lisa 14, who I believe a couple weeks ago was trying to contact me for some information. I am available. There we go. Shout out to Queen Lisa 14, aka Lisa Marie. Let me see if I can put this in the room here. Boom, boom, Chrome tab. And we got the $9 from Lisa Marie. Thank you, Lisa Marie. Appreciate your support. Appreciate your support, Lisa Marie. All right. Let me go to. Oh, here's some. Here it Vortex Ninja. Woo! Who gives more support for the situation. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. I'm going to go ahead and put you in the file right now. Vortex Ninja, let me go ahead and write you up in the file for helping support this situation that I am in, because you not just appreciate me as a teacher asking questions and answering, but you also want to support what is going on that could take me out for a little while. So I'm going to put a support Ninja. Shout out to you, Ninja, and I'm going to put this up in the screen. Get ready, brothers, to give this man or woman, well, it's Roy, C. Roy, I'm not sure. Give this man or woman some horns, some bombs, or whatever it is that you all can give with sound effects. This is Vortex Ninja, a new person. I don't even know this person's name. I've never seen this person's name like months and months ago. So shout out to Vortex Ninja with the $25 for the situation. Whenever you send money, woo! Whenever you send money for the situation, type in support situation. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. Whoever you may be in the room, or if you're one of the 85, 88 watchers, 110 watchers, shout out to Vortex Ninja. That's a dangerous ninja. A ninja that goes into a vortex. I don't want any problems with any ninjas that can go into vortexes. Those are the ones that just pop up in the video game, appear and disappear out of the vortexes. Okay, we're gonna go for one more. Let me refresh this, everybody, and let's see who's giving donations. Okay, of course, Cash Peden. Raphael Gary's Vortex Ninja again. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait. Did I Did Vortex Ninja? Yes, Vortex Ninja again. Is this? Wait a minute. Let me refresh. Let me see. Is this Vortex Ninja again? Back to back? Vortex Ninja again. Give this man bombs. He just gave $25 for the situation. And now here's another $10.71 from the ninja himself. Vortex Ninja, shout out to you. I just shouted you out and you're back to back with it. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. There he is right there with another $10.71. He just gave 25. $10.71. Thank you, Mr. Blow it up. The Vortex, the ninja coming through vortexes to help and support Tehuti. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. I'm gonna do one more. There's one monster in here. There's somebody in here. Steven Escalar came through with it. Hey. Cash P's doing it again. I don't know where he started though. Did I miss some? Cash P's doing his 8111, his 888-666. Is that him? Who's this? Oh, Terry Patty. Oh, Terry Patty is T-Dog. T-Dog, that's a new name too. Wait, T-Dog. Oh, it's T-Bull. Okay, T-Dog is in the room, everybody. Uh-oh, we have somebody I can acknowledge that I see in the room. T-Dog is Terry Patty. Okay, he put support. Look at this, monsters. Monsters, where did you come from, T-Dog? Where did you come from? Did you come from Sonetta, from the Tehuti podcast, from Killer Priest? Where did you come from? I just remember this name popping up and immediately monster supports. Get ready, everybody. Throw this man all type of grenades from throw him cannons from the 1600s and whatever you got, because this man, I swear he gave this already tonight. Wow, Terry Patty's a monster. Terry Patty. Let me put this on the screen, and then we're going to get into. I see Stephen Esclar. I see some of the monsters here, but I'm going to get into the answer. Terry Patty for support for the situation. Saba alias in the chat. T Dog. Where's T Dog? Let me go to the chat. I've been seeing T Dog and never knew all this time. Oh my goodness. All type of weapons, man. All type of weapons. Wow. Terry Patty. Is he in the room? Let me go check. Terry Patty, are you here? Terry Patty, Terry Patty, Terry Patty. We got officially beat says this information is key to every African today. Let's reach out to our greatness. Thanks again to Tehuti, Saba, and the rest of the team. We are grateful, peaceful, and love. Are you in Africa? Oh, this is Vinny Black Lodge. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. And shout out to Terry Patty. Are you here? Terry Patty may have fallen asleep, but shout out to Terry Patty. All right, everybody. We're going to stop that. Now we're going to get into the grand finale question. I do see some more donations. I'll shout them out after this answer and end the class. I see Bev came at last minute. Bev is here. I see Anthony Pete with a whole bunch. I see Raphael Gary. I see Marvin. I see Sash Wallace. But here, we're going to get into the answer, everybody. Here it is. Last question of the night from the Tehuti Pod class. Let's get into it, everybody. Here's what one of the ones everybody's waiting for. Let's get into it. Here's the question. Oh, from Terry Patty. It's from Terry Patty. Of course. I was like, I know Terry Patty sent something. Here is this question. Here it is. From Terry Patty. Go ahead and throw this man more bombs. He always donates 50-something. Some 50s. I don't know the time for that, but Terry Patty. There he is, everybody. Give this man a clap, bomb. Woo! Terry Patty. What did he say? What did he say? He said, Peace, Saba. A breakdown of JW faith and its Masonic. This whole night is about Masons. This whole night is about Masons and occultists. Isn't it, huh? This whole night is Masons. I love how the questions synchronize. The whole night is about Masons, occultists, and Gnostics and their secret involvement in religion. Let's go ahead and read this again. Terry Patty, also known as T-Dog, says, Peace, Saba. A breakdown of the JW faith and its Masonic roots, please. Shout out to General Ahati, Scribe, Arcad Infinite, and the Neter formerly known as. Shout out to you, Terry Patty. I want to know how you found out about the Tehuti podcast, because you popped up out of nowhere with nothing but huge donations. Thank you, my good brother. Greetings, Bev. Peace and love. Everybody ready? Where is Maat, daughter of Ray, who I know she wants to hear this. Here we go. So there's the question once again. Peace, Saba. A breakdown of JW. Peace, Saba. A breakdown of the JW, which is Jehovah Witness faith and its Masonic roots. Please shout out to the General Ahati, Scribe, Arcad Infinite, and the Neter. Woo! Oh, my favorite guy, Manly P. Hall. Let's go. He's one of the reasons why one of my books have the name that it has. Shout out to Zektebi Slim. All right, everybody, let's get into it. Here we go. Matt, daughter of Ray, said, I'm ready. Breakdown out of the Mason's tracks. Breakdown. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Let's break it down. Here we go. You ready, Arcad? You ready, everybody? Let's get it in. Screen share. Arcad's smiling. Arcad, do you have any Jehovah's Witness friends?
No.
Okay.
But I remember reading the book when I was younger, though.
You remember what?
I remember reading the book. You too can live in paradise, or you too can live in heaven, or something. Had the bright pictures.
And it said you too. Oh my goodness!
I think that was the name of the book. I think so, because my grandmother had it.
And yes. Yeah, Watchtower was the original. So once again, Terry Patty sent 56,004 cents. Peace Saba, breakdown of the JW faith and its Masonic roots. Please shout out to General Hati, Scribe, Arcade Infinite, and the Neter. Let's get into it, everybody. If you can see the screen and hear me well, press a 1, because this is going to be a fun one and a little scary one for those who are into the Jehovah Witness faith. Press a 1 if you can hear me and see me. We're about to get into it. Here we go. Let me see those ones, everybody. 1 if you can see me. Here we go. Black Sunshine. What a great name. Black. Oh, what a play on words. I like that name. Where'd it go? I saw a name here that said Black. Let me put this. Black Sun. Oh, Sunshine. Like S-O-N. Shine. Black. With a Q-U-E. Black Sunshine says, I was raised a Jehovah Witness. This should be interesting. Shout out to Black Sunshine. I don't remember this name. Maybe a new person. Hope you enjoy it. Let me ask you one question real quick, Black Sunshine. Are you still a Jehovah Witness now? Do you still have any kind of Jehovah Witness in you, or are you raised in and got out of it? You can type that anytime in the room. T-Dog says, peace, Saba. Great breakdowns tonight. Peace to you. Shout out to Black Sunshine, who was raised a Jehovah Witness. This should be interesting. I'm not sure if he or she's a Jehovah Witness now, or just was raised one and got out of it. And Matt, daughter of Ray, that's right. Matt, daughter of Ray, was raised a Jehovah Witness. Yes, that was the first thing I broke her out. Okay, let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Podcast. Let's break it down. Yes. We're all too familiar with this. Without any title or introduction, everyone tell me, who are these people? What religious group is this? They're at your door, smiling, the book in hand. Who are these people? Trying to convert the brothers and sisters. Here we go, at your door again. With the beautiful sister, gonna take her Kemetic African ways totally out of her heart for good and give her Jehovah. She's gonna take this symbol off right here and take on Jehovah. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. So, yes, we are all too familiar with this without any title introduction. Everyone tell me, who are these people and what religious group this is? Yes, sadly, we have all encountered this experience. From where you live right now all the way to Tanzania. This is pictures of them in Tanzania. Look at that. Look at the sister. Oh, what a waste. Look at these. Look at this. JW.org in Tanzania. We're going to turn Ramesses' daughter into a straight JW. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. You ready? All the way from your house to Tanzania. That's right, the Jehovah Witnesses. And brothers and sisters, guess how many Jehovah Witnesses there are now? Remember I just told Scribe, I was just talking to the brother, I said, somebody could be going to a Jehovah Witness meeting. You could be converting right now, hundreds. How many Jehovah Witnesses are there? Guess, everybody, how many? How many Jehovah Witnesses do you think there are? I know one getting baptized soon. I don't think I can save him. Black pulled out of it at 13, 14. I was never baptized. My mate, maybe the person's mate pulled them out. No, they didn't have a mate at 13. My mate, I'm not sure. But okay, shout out to Black Sunshine. Pulled out at 13. Okay, millions, man. Millions. How many millions? Rigo said, I'm not sure. Too many. Master K said, Watchtower Comics. Yeah, remember the Kingdom Hall, man? Oh my goodness, 144,000. Let's find out, everybody, how many Jehovah's Witnesses are there. Let's go. 8,686,980 as of 2021. 8 million Jehovah's Witnesses. Boom, man. Ooh, we got to stop this, right? We got to stop this. Here we go, everybody. But how did this all start? Let me introduce you to Charles Taze Russell, the founder, who, interestingly enough, Jehovah's Witnesses don't really mention when they come to your door, do they? When Jehovah's Witnesses come to your door, how come they never mention Charles Taze Russell? They never really mention him. They never mention any of his lectures. They never really mention him. Here's Charles Taze Russell and the good old original Watchtower. Older people may remember this one, the Watchtower. It's a little changed now, but everybody remember this, the Watchtower. That's a famous Jehovah's Witness book. Charles Taze Russell. Let's see and let's check him out, everybody. American religious leader Charles Taze Russell, by name Pastor Russell, born February 16th, 1852 in Pittsburgh. Ooh, okay, we're going to go to, he's the founder of the International Bible Studies Association, the IBSA, forerunner of the Jehovah's Witnesses. By the time he was 20, Russell had left both Presbyterian and Congregationalism because he could not reconcile the idea of an eternal hell. He left it. So by the time he was 20, Russell had left both Presbyterianism and Congregationalism because he could not reconcile the idea of an eternal hell with God's mercy. He had drifted into skepticism when a chance to encounter with some fellows of the Advent movement, begun by Walter Miller introduced him to the idea of that the Bible could be used to predict God's plan of salvation, especially as the plan related to the end of the world. Here we go, everybody. So today, when you see your mom, sister, brother, friend, etc., say they are or want you to be a convert to the Jehovah's Witnesses, or you see all these people on the streets at your door, and when they present to you their Watchtower pamphlets, so see all these people right here? Look at them all with their Watchtower pamphlets on the streets. And honey, she's wearing your pants. Watchtower pamphlets on the streets. There they are. And there is a reminds of Tehuti. There's Tehuti as a Jehovah's Witness. And there they are. This is when you see all these people at the door with their Watchtower pamphlets, and they want you to convert to Jehovah's Witnesses, and you okay. Do they really, when you see all these people that want you to be over Jehovah's Witness, or they want you to convert, or they say they're converting, or they want you to represent their Watchtower, do they really know the history? Do they really know what they're into? No. Let me introduce you to the first group of Masonic mercenary serial killers who are responsible for enforcing Christianity throughout the world by the sword. Who are they? Here are your first mercenary Christian serial killers. They are called Knights Templar. The Knights Templar. Here they are, everybody. Get to know them well. Here's the Knights Templar. Or the Knights Templars, often referred to as the Knights Templar, were founded in 1120 at the Temple Mountain in Jerusalem. Conceived of as warrior monks for God, of course, because they were killers. Templars grew quickly in number and power. To finance their journey to the Holy Land, the Templars controlled vast agricultural estates in Europe, collaborated with wealthy families, and set up one of the first international banking systems. Templars were located throughout Europe, including France, England, Portugal, Hungary, and were ruled by a Grand Master. Everything's about masonry. The Templars were made up of knights, surgeons, and clergy. By 1147, they had come to be closely associated with their white mantle adorned with a red cross. New members had to sign over all their wealth and goods to the order. and take vows of poverty, chastity, piety, obedience, just like other monks. Most brothers joined for life, although some were allowed to join for a set period. At their peak, there were said to be between 15 and 20,000 Templars, with a 10th being Knights. University, St. Paul University. What was the Knights Templars' original mission? Knights Templar was an official recognized fighting force of the knights who fought the holy wars of the Crusaders. Many organizations today, many organizations exist today that are based on the original Knights Templar. They operate around the world and strive to implement beliefs and values in the original order. I wonder how they did that, everybody. How did they go around the world originally pushing their values on people? I wonder how they did that. In 1099 CE, pilgrims from Europe began visiting Jerusalem, the Holy Land, after Christian armies had successfully defeated the Muslims during the Crusade. However, they faced robbery and even death as they worked their way through Muslim-controlled areas. The Templars were there to serve and protect, and their original mission was to protect traveling Christians. The Pope recognized the organization in 1129 CE. Throughout the Crusaders, they operated under the code of chivalry regarding their military conduct, trained to become elite soldiers, and fought in battles as military soldiers. Ladies and gentlemen, these were the killers that went around with the Pope and Christians, and while people were converting or not wanting to convert, these were the killers. These are the killers. These are similar to the Christian Crusaders. Convert to us Christianity, or we will kill you. That's basically the Christian soldier, warrior, monks. Okay, let's go. That's a Knights Templar. All right, here we go, everybody. We got a little history on the Knights Templar now. Is there a Masonic symbol of why they shed so much blood? Here's the Masonic symbol of why they shed so much. Here is their Masonic symbol of why they shed so much blood. The cross and the crown on their sword. Here it is, everybody. We'll blow this up. Here's the sword. Here's the cross. And right here in the center is a cross in the crown. And this is their blood-shedding weapon. Convert or die. Item antique, Masonic Knights Templar, ceremonial cross and crown. So their symbol was the cross and the crown. And here it is right here. Crown and cross symbol, L. Masonic drawing. According to this drawing, the symbol is from York Rite Freemasonry, specifically the Order of the Knights Templar. Let's blow it up and look at the Freemasonic symbol. Knights Templar. There it is right there. Order, Knights Templar, right beside 32 degrees. And there is the cross inside of the crown. That is a Freemasonic Knights Templar killer symbol, everybody. Okay. Here's a clearer look. Knights Templar. Blow it up a little bit. And there it is right there with the crown and the cross inside the crown. There's your lapel, your button. Knights Templar. Okay. Let me grab a little bit of water and let's continue. Wait, where have I seen this symbol before? What is the name of those pamphlets again that the Jehovah Witnesses push, everybody? What are those old pamphlets called again that the Jehovah Witnesses push? What are they called, everybody? Anybody remember? Anybody remember? What were those old original pamphlets that Jehovah Witnesses pushed? They still push them now. They're really popular about 20 years ago. What are those Jehovah Witness pamphlets called? Anybody know? Let's scroll up. Watchtower. That's right. Hika Kepara. That's right. Okay, we got him coming in. We got Master K with Watchtower. We got Hika Kepara with Watchtower. We got Maat, daughter of Ra, with Watchtower. We got T-Dog with Watchtower. That's right. Watchtower, Shannon Southern, Watchtower. Okay, here we go, everybody. So here's the Knights of Templar symbol. And wait, where have I seen this symbol before? What is the name of those pamphlets again that the Jehovah Witnesses push? You all got it right. Watchtower. Here's the watchtower, everybody. Uh-oh. What's going on here? What's this? Item original cross and crown pin from the IBSA Watchtower. Jehovah Witnesses, Pastor Russell. Here's the watchtower. Let me build this up. What's this thing in the corner? Watchtower. What's this? Uh-oh. What is that, everybody? What do we got here? Watchtower. The watchtower is at the Knights of Templar, Freemasonic, right beside the 32 degree symbol right there of the Knights Templar, the original killers for the Christians. Those were the Knights Templar, Freemasonic degree. There's a symbol right there. And there's the watchtower, and here it is right here again, much clearer. Right there. Is that it right there, everybody? Page 104. Here it is. Here it is right in their books. Crown and emblem. The watchtower. Freemasonic symbol. Uh-oh. But what is this? Well, maybe it's a big coincidence. There's no way that Charles Russell, who was guided by Jehovah himself, would use any secret society symbols. He would never take Masonic symbols of killers defending Catholics, a religion he is against, and put it on his watchtower for his innocent followers to push without even telling them. Would he? Did he even know about the Knights of Templar? So is this a coincidence? Do you think that Charles Taze Russell, did he even know about the Knights of Templar? What do you guys think? Did Charles Taze Russell even know about them, or did you just see a symbol, took it and put it on his watchtower? Did Charles Taze Russell actually know about the Knights of Templar? And if he did know about them, did he teach against them? As a Freemasonic group, a Christian would have to teach against any secret society political movement that is Freemasonic, because they believe the Freemasonic are idol worshippers and heathens. Even if they defended Christians, in fact, they're a Freemasonic Knights of Templar group that have to do vows that have nothing to do with Jesus. So, do you think he knew them? Rigo said, of course not. Did he know about them? And if he did know about them, did he speak against them? Let's see, everybody. Here we go. Well, you know, Tehuti is about to do it, right? The religious party pooper. Don't do it, Tehuti. Just let us live in ignorance, man. Nope. Let me take you to Pastor Russell's convention discourses, 1906 to 1916, section CR 359. Does anybody have this in their collection? Do your Jehovah Witnesses friends have the Russell's Convention Discourses 1906 to 1916, section CR 359? Next time, ask them that. Ask them if they have it, because Tehuti has it, and I'm about to share it with you. Here we are, everybody. These are the discourses. Here we are. Pastor Russell's conventional. You're like, how do you get all this stuff? Pastor Russell's conventional discourses, collection of sermons, testimonies, meetings, special services by pastor, a collection of sermons, testimony, meetings, special services by Pastor Charles T. Russell as founder in the convention reports from 1906 to 1916, plus press coverage from various conventions, interviews with Pastor Russell, and an exhaustive account of his 1912 World Missionary Tour. Man, this man went on tour. Here it is right here. Go check it out. You can get this. What is it saying here, though? What is it saying here? What does it teach? Let's go, everybody. Let's check it out. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. What does it say inside of section CR 359 under the section Temple of God? What does it say, everybody? Let's read it together. That is what I'm here for. It says, section CR 359, Temple of God. My topic for this afternoon, dear friends, is found in the Apostles' words. Sounds good so far. For the temple of God is holy. Maybe Solomon's temple, but the temple of God is holy. Which temple are ye? 1 Corinthians 3:17. great privileges of individuality in church government. We more? Do our Masonic friends, what? Do our Masonic friends understand something about the temple and being Knights Templars and so on? We more. Oh my goodness, man. Welcome to the T.O.M podcast. Let me read this again. Great privilege. This is Charles Hayes Russell, CR359, if you want to look it up. Great privileges of individuality in church government. We more. Do our Masonic friends understand something about the temple and being Knights Templar and so on? We more. Yeah, buddy. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the T.O.M podcast. Boom. It's over. But I'm not done. Not only did he know about the Knights of Templar, he's saying we more. Do they even know about being Freemasons and about the Templar and Templar Knights and so on? We more. We know more than you. Boom, it's over, but I'm not done. Woo! Here's the Knights of Templar symbol, and there's the watchtower right there in front of you. Get a good look. Knights of Templar. Cross inside of the crown. Cross inside of the crown. And don't worry, Knights of Templar, my Masonic friends, you think you're Knights of Templar? You think you know about that? We more. Ask the Jehovah Witness if he knows more about the Knights of Templar than the Masons. Here we go, everybody. And here is the cross and crown logo right inside of the Masonic temple. Let me blow it up. Here's the Masonic temple. There is your symbol right there inside of the Masonic temple, the cross and the crown. This is not a Jehovah Witness temple. This is a Masonic temple. Masonic temple is a temple of secrets. What do you notice about a Masonic temple? Notice anything interesting about it? What's the difference between a Masonic temple and a regular house or apartment or a church? Let me go ahead and look in the room. What is the difference between a Masonic temple and a regular house or a church? Anybody know the difference? Higa Kepara says, wow. Rigo says, we more. Yeah. Shadowband says, Jehovah's Templars. Yep. You know the difference, everybody? You know the difference? The no window concept. I mean, you can't look in because this is a secret society. Look at some of the Jehovah Witness temples in your neighborhood, especially some of the old ones. You're going to notice something very interesting. They have no windows. Just like the Masonic temple has no windows. Why? Because this is a secret society. So the Jehovah Witness Kingdom Halls, especially the original ones, no windows. Go check it out. Woo! Rigo says, whoa! Cash Peden says the jewels. Mad Daughter Ray says no windows. Here we go, everybody. Look at the Masonic temple. Do you see any windows? Nope. No, you don't. Here we go. Undeniable. But you know me. I have to add the final scorpion sting. Jehovah's Witness says, I'm sorry I have to do this to you. And you know what? You should be thanking me. You should be thanking me because I'm trying to save your time. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to save you time out of your life. You should be thanking me. Okay? So, I said undeniable, but you know me. I have to add the final scorpion sting. Remember they were called Knights of Templar, quote-unquote Knights. Did the Jehovah Witnesses, through that, did they throw that in there too, everybody? Did they get that deep? They have the symbol of the crown and the cross. But remember the group that Charles Taze Russell says, do those Masons know about the temple? The Knights of Templar? We more. So they were called Knights of Templar. Did they throw that symbol in there too? Let's get to the last scorpion sting. And this isn't even the last section of the class at all. This is just one sting. Well, I never showed you the full image of the watchtower, did I? You know I like suspense. Here it is, everybody. Here's the watchtower with a symbol there. See that? Everybody see that symbol there? Let me scroll over all the way. What's that? What's that right there in the corner? What's that? What is that? That's a Christian? What is that, everybody? Anybody recognize that? Do I have to blow it up? What is that right there in the corner? What is that? We have the Knights of Templar symbol in one corner. But what is that symbol there in the other corner there? What is that? Anybody know? Does it look familiar at all? Can you make it out? Can you make it out? What is it? I'm going to blow it up for you. Don't worry. I want everybody to see clear. This is the Jehovah Witness magazine, right? And anybody ever notice this when they handed you the magazine? Did you ever notice this guy? You ever notice this guy with the swords through him? You ever notice him? With the swords through him? What is that? Let me look in the room. What is that? Boom! An actual knight. Boom! It's a knight. Shadowban says, whoa! Rebel Mind says, whoa! Oh my goodness. Cannabis Spa put some type of thing. Shadow Banky's typing Templar. That's the actual knight, isn't it? So isn't that both symbols of the Knights of Templar? What is in the upper right corner of the Jehovah Witness pamphlet? Isn't it this guy right here? Look where I have the arrow pointed to. Let me shrink it down a little bit. Look at this, and look at this. Here's the Knights of Templar. There's the sword. Templar symbol. There's the knight over here. Knights of Templar. Let me shrink it down. Sword. Templar symbol. Knights of Templar. Jehovah Witness. Watchtower. Knights of Templar. Symbol. And on the other side, the sword with the actual knight. There's a Knights of Templar right there. Okay. I'm still not done. Welcome to the Tutti Podcast, everybody. I'm still not done with the Jehovah Witnesses. Let's go, everybody. Is there a connection between the Jehovah Witnesses and the Freemasons? Are they Freemasons? Were they Freemasons? It seems like, everybody, the theme of tonight's show is that all these Christians were influenced, or they are secret Freemasons, even down to Ra Nefer Amun. They're either secret Kabbalists, secret occultists under Madame Blavatsky and Albert Pike, or they're under Shakespeare, Francis Bacon, and John Dee. It seems like they're all Masonically based with secret codes. And all you get as a follower is the Christian part. You don't get the secret part. For those of you who have been following my lessons, know the Masonic affinity with the Aku, the pyramid, especially the one with the capstone. So anybody who's been following my classes know that the Masons have an affinity with the pyramid symbol. Of course, there's George Washington on one side of the dollar bill, and there's the pyramid symbol with his actual eye photoshopped on the other side of it. Okay? So you know they have affinity with that. When Charles, the founder of the Jehovah Witnesses, died, guess what his burial area tombstone was designed after? As a follower of Christ? A Bible tombstone? Statue of Jesus? Maybe. He's a Bible believer, so when he died, he should have, crosses, maybe a statue of Jesus above, maybe an image of the Bible on a tombstone, maybe some of the disciples. He had enough money to have his tombstone area designed any way he wanted when he left the instructions. How did he have his burial area designed? Well, the area is North Hills area of Pittsburgh. It is in the Rosemont United Cemeteries. at Allegheny in Bethel family plot according to his request. Everything you see is upon his request. In the Jehovah Witnesses Divine Purpose, 1959, page 62. The street is named Cemetery Lane. Okay, sounds good so far. So what does his burial site look like? What are the burial requests that he left for the Jehovah Witnesses in 1959, page 63, page 62? Jehovah Witnesses and the Divine Purpose. He left directions. Oh man. Oh man, most Kemetic brothers aren't even going to get this. Most Kemetic brothers, when we pass, we're not even going to get this. Look at this, everybody. Watchtower's pyramid memorial with cross and crown emblem and capstone. There's a capstone on it, separate. Right? The capstone, because the Freemasons like that, with the capstone separate from the Aku. Charles Taze Russell buried. One of his tombstones, stones near the tomb. The pyramid, and he died with the Knights of Templar on the pyramid. Why? There you are, Freemasons, Jehovah Witnesses. There you are. So next time you come knocking at our door, just tell us you want to induce us into Freemasonry. Just be honest, no problem. Here's a closer look, everybody, close up with the pyramid, so-called close-up of the so-called pyramid, and cross and crown emblems, Watchtower Bible, and the Tract Society carved in stone. There it is. There's the wreath. There's the capstone. And there he died with the Knights of Templar dedication on his tombstone. There it is, everybody. Robert Williams like, what? Mad Daughter of Ray's like, boom. Regal's like, damn. Oh, man. All in plain sight. That's right. All right, everybody. So there's a tombstone. There he is. Is it over? Do we need any more to show that the Jehovah Witnesses are nothing but secret society Freemasons in disguise? Well, there is the Knights of Templar Mason symbol. Oh, did I tell you the intersection of where the Jehovah Witness pyramid is? This is buried at a particular intersection. There's the Knights of Templar. Let's see how deep this gets. Look how deep these Hermeticists, occultists, Gnostics, Freemasons get with their symbolism. They're very deep. Everything is measured. Everything is numbered. Everything is highly calculated. There's the Knights of Templar symbol. There's the pyramid he's buried under. And what's the intersection? The plot he's buried is at a specific intersection. So there's a Knights of Templar Mason symbol. Oh, did I tell you the intersection of where the Jehovah Witness pyramid is? But first, because I like suspense, speaking of his death, where do Christians teach you go when you die? Where do you go if you're a good Christian doing right? Where do you go, everybody? Type in the room. When you're a good Christian doing right, where do you go when you die or on Judgment Day? Where do you go as a good Christian? Type in the room, where do you go? As a good Christian, where do you go when you die? Where do you go, everybody? Heaven. That's right, Cannabis Spa. Heaven. Heaven, heaven, heaven. Can we put with the exception of the Templar crap, that's a nice tombstone. It is, right? It is, right? It is very nice. As I said, most conscious brothers, we're not even going to get that. That'd be nice. Their excuse is they denounce them, but they can't denounce him. You know why? Because he was divinely ordained. God gave him that. You can't denounce him. If you denounce him, then you denounce God, because God made him start that group. So here we are, everybody. So you go to heaven. You go to heaven. You go to St. Peter's Gate. You go to heaven, right? You go to heaven, 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 heaven. That's right, everybody. You go to heaven. Streets of gold, heaven, heaven, heaven. That's right. Heaven is where you go when you die. So here we are. Charles Taze Russell is dead. And he left instructions that upon his death, look how deep. This is going to scare some butterfly stomach time. Here we go. Charles Taze Russell, let me put it all together for you. He left instructions of what to do when he dies. So he is dead. And according to his religion, he is going to heaven, right? And he's buried, showing his dedication to the Knights of Templar on his tomb under a pyramid. Let me show you how spiritually revered the Masonic Knights of Templar Brotherhood was to him. So he didn't just know about the Knights of Templar. He didn't just say, all my Masonic friends, you think you know about the Templar? Knights of Templar? We more. Let me show you how spiritually revered the Knights of Templar was to Charles Taze Russell. Let me show you, everybody. You ready? Are you ready, everybody, to blow the Jehovah Witnesses out the room? Pastor Russell's Convention Discourses again. Section CRII. Here it is again, 1908. We're going to go back to CR 359, my favorite section. And here it is. He keeps talking about the temple. What does he say? Now the question arises, how can we become members of this order? Of an order. Why is a Christian talking about an order? What did he say? Would you like to become one of these Knights Templar on the heavenly plane? Oh man, do I need to go any farther? I'll keep going. What did this man just say? Would you like to become? Remember, the reason why he started the Jehovah Witnesses was because he left Presbyterianism, remember, and Congregationalism, because he couldn't come to reconcile with the fact that there was eternal hell. There was an eternal hell for an all-loving, merciful God. So he definitely believed that when you die, if you're a good Christian, you go to heaven. But what do you go to heaven as? Would you like to become one of these Knights Templar on the heavenly plane? I'm not saying anything against the earthly Knights Templar. You can use your own judgment. Yes, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Podcast. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you are getting this anywhere else, please put the link in the room. Boom! He was so Masonic, he wanted him and the Jehovah Witnesses to become Knights of Templar after death. Oh, man. Let me get some water. He taught that when you die, you become a heavenly Knights of Templar. He was so dedicated because, remember, he left instructions of what to do after his death. So on his tombstone, on the pyramid, he left who he was dedicated to. The Knights of Templar, with the symbol of the cross inside of the crown. On his death tombstone, which was a pyramid. Because he taught while he was alive, he asked his followers, would you like to become one of these Knights Templar on the heavenly plane? When do you go to the heavenly plane? After death, yo. After death, everybody. It's the only way you go to the heavenly plane as a Christian, right? Woo! Oh, did I tell you where the tomb and pyramid was buried? Where he was located? Did I tell you where the tomb and pyramid was? Remember I said I was going to talk about the intersection? He's so dedicated to the Knights of Templar. I didn't tell you where the tomb was. Oh, man. A Knights of Templar after death. It's a wrap, Rigo says. It's a wrap. I am Kudzani says, wow. Matt, daughter of Ray, says, wow. Hager Kepraj shaking his head. Ariel Production says, wow. Oh my goodness. Matt, daughter of Ra, this is a little more advanced than the 1992 breakdown, isn't it? A little more. All right, so here we go. Woo! So dedicated to the Knights Templar. He's asking the whole crowd, would you like to become one of these Knights Templar on the heavenly plane after death? He left directions of where he wanted to be buried. Directions, everybody. He left directions in the Jehovah Witnesses, in the Divine Purpose, 1959, page 62. He left directions of exactly, precisely how he wanted to be buried and what he wanted to be buried under. And guess what the street is? Guess what the location was he was buried, everybody? Ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? It is where Babcock Boulevard and McKnight intersect. Oh, man. Coded with Freemason and Knights of Templar. Why Freemason? That's what he was. Babbitt Boulevard is a freeway. He was placed between a freeway and McKnight intersection. Those are the directions, everybody. McKnight intersection. And the freeway. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready for the knockout and the butterfly feeling in your stomach? Guess what the cemetery street is called? I got directions, everyone. I went and got the directions to the place. Shannon's put, wait, what? When Tehuti laughs, I love it. You know something is coming. McKnight Street and the freeway. Oh my gosh. Are you ready for the knockout and the butterfly feeling in your stomach? Guess what the cemetery street is called? I got the directions, everyone. Here you go. You ever want to go there? Here's the directions, everybody. Here you go. Full directions from I-80 East all the way to turn left on Cemetery Lane. Guess what the cemetery street is called? So we have McKnight as an intersection. Guess where these directions lead us? Right here, everybody. Right here. Look what the street is called. Masonic Way. Yep. McKnight and Masonic Way. Yeah, man. Yeah. Masonic Way. Jehovah Witnesses. I Googled, yeah, I got the directions. Led me right to Masonic Way. Here we are. And there's a cemetery, United Cemetery right there on Masonic Way. And here's the intersection. Together, there's McKnight Road. Boom! Well, the only thing left at this point is for Charles himself to just come out and say he's a Freemason. What are the chances of that happening? He might as well just come out, right? He might as well just come out and say, I'm a Freemason. What are the chances of that happening? Because if he said he was a Freemason, because remember, Maat, daughter of Ray, said they denounced him, right? Why? They denounced him because he was a Freemason, right? So that means the Jehovah Witnesses don't agree with Freemasonry because they denounced him, right? Woo! They denounced him, right? Ross says, wow, incredible. Wow. Matt, daughter of Ray, says, imagine Tehuti arming me with this ammunition to go back and argue with my Jamaican mother. I'm still traumatized. That's right. Yeah. I gave her this to go argue with her mom at like 17 or something. Oh my gosh. Robert Williams says, directions, Babcock plus McKnight, intersection on Masonic Way. Jehovah Witnesses are Masons. That's right. That is right, everybody. I don't even want to get into breaking down Babcock. I can do that in another class. Charles Taze Russell might as well just come out and say, I'm a Mason. But if he came out and said that, he can't come out and say that because Jehovah Witnesses, according to their story, their narrative, they found out he was a Mason, so they denounced him. So obviously he didn't come out in the open and say, I'm a Mason, because they would have denounced him right there, right? Uh-oh. 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 We're back to the Temple of God section. CR 359. I swear this is my favorite section. What does he say here? He says, so I'm glad to address delegates, especially here from the base cities, and also including some 35 states represented in the excursion party. I'm very glad to have this particular opportunity of saying a word about some of the things in which we agree with our Masonic friends. Huh? What? You agree with your Masonic friends because we are speaking in a building dedicated to Masonry. And we are also Masons. And we are also Masons. And we are also Masons. I am a Freemason. I am a Freemason. I am a Freemason. I am a free and accepted Mason. I carry this matter to the full length. 1916, everybody. 1908, 1916. What do you mean you denounced Charles Taze Russell because you discovered he was a Mason? These are his public announcements. These are his public announcements. These are his public lectures. You discovered he was a Mason? These are the public lectures for 10 years. He's given these public lectures. I agree with our Masonic friends because we're speaking in a building dedicated to Masonry. And we are also Masons. Who are we? The Jehovah Witnesses. We are also Masons. Nah, forget just a Mason. I am a free Mason. I am a free and accepted Mason if I may carry the matter to its full length. Because it is what our Masonic brethren like to tell us. They are free and accepted Masons. I am a free Mason. I am a free Mason. I am a free Mason. I'm not going to say a word against Freemasons. I'm not going to say a word against Freemasons. I'm not going to say a word against Freemasons. In fact, some of my dear friends are Masons. And I appreciate that there are certain and very precious truths that are held in part by our Masonic friends, because I am a Freemason. I'm not going to say a word against Freemason. Wait, I thought you kicked Charles Taze Russell out and denounced him because he's a Freemason. He's saying publicly for 10 years, publicly, I'm not going to say a word. We Jehovah Witnesses, we are Masons. I'm a Freemason. I'm not going to say a word against the Knights Templar. Woo! That's it, everybody. It's over. Well, wait. Charles, are you saying you are really a part of a secret Templar Masonic Brotherhood and you are coding it with the disguise of Christianity? And the innocent Jehovah Witnesses, all 8.7 million of them, have no idea you mixed this with their beliefs? Charles, are you saying you are really a part of a secret Templar Masonic Brotherhood and you are coding it within the disguise of Christianity, And the innocent Jehovah Witnesses, all 8.7 million of them. That's right. It was 8.6 when we started this class. It's 8.7 now. There's like thousands being converted a day. All 8.7 million of them have no idea you mix this with their beliefs. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what the occultists do. They secretly practice something like the Ptolemies did. And then they give you the religion and watch you secretly, systematically practice the occult Freemasonry without you even knowing. That's what they get off on. Are you saying you're doing that, Charles? Did you mix it in with Jesus' teachings? Here we go, everybody. My favorite section, CR 359, Temple of God. What does it say, everybody? About the Great Pyramid, which is the very emblem they use, and what the Great Pyramid signifies. Our Masonic friends are astonished. One who had been a Mason a long time recently bought a lot of books that had the Great Pyramid discussed and sent them to I am sure 1,000 Masons. He paid for them and sent them out at his own expense. He wanted the Masons to see something about the Great Pyramid. He knew they were greatly interested in that. We're not going to discuss the Great Pyramid this afternoon. We're going to discuss free and accepted Masonry. Well, you say there is a temple by which the world can go back to God. I answer, the temple that God's purpose is not yet built. It must be a great temple. Brother Russell, all of these centuries and the buildings not built yet? All of these centuries and the buildings not built yet? That is so. The great master craftsmen are of our high order of free and accepted Masonry, the Lord Jesus Christ, laid the foundation of it all. As the Bible says, other foundations can no man lay that which is laid. Jesus Christ, he has the foundation for a high accepted Masonry and all that pertains to it. And what has been going on since Jesus' day. The great master craftsman of our high order of free and accepted Masonry, Jesus Christ, he laid the foundation of it all. As the Bible said, other foundations can no man lay than that which is laid, Jesus Christ. He is the foundation for high and accepted Masonry. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Well, to be fair, the Jehovah Witnesses did use the Bible in one reference on the tomb. You know there's a Bible quote on the tomb? I should stop. I should stop, man. I should stop. Let me check the cat. Let me check the let me check the donations. I don't know. I should stop. I think the point's been proven. I should stop. Okay, I do see two more. Oh my gosh, Rodrigo. Is Rodrigo or Rigo? What's that name? Rigo Suave? What's that? Rico Suave. Oh my gosh. Okay, Rodrigo. You have motivated me to continue. You have blown me out the water. Rigo is Rodrigo. Okay, I'm going to continue. I went and checked the donations, Rodrigo. Thank you, my brother. Let's go. I'm going to continue, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the Tootsie Pod class. Let me check and see if my screen's still sharing. Yes, it is. Here we go. Well, to be fair, the Jehovah Witnesses did use one Bible reference on the tomb. Let's take a look, everybody. What's the one Bible reference they use? Here it is. Here's the actual tombstone. Look at this. Charles Russell. The Laodicean messenger. Oh, boy. The Laodicean messenger. Wait, is this even Masonically coded? Because he has on there the Laodicean messenger. Where's the Laodicean messenger mentioned in the Bible? Woo! Here we go, everybody. He's the Laodicean messenger. Where are the Laodiceans mentioned? In Revelations 3:14, what did it say? And to the angel, which is messenger, angelos is Greek for messenger. He's a Laodicean messenger. So to the angel, the messenger of the church of the Laodiceans, write these things. And said Amun, the faithful and true witness. Amun? Amun, the Neter? Amun, the Kemetic God? The word Amun is capitalized. Why? That's not the beginning of the sentence. In English, capitals are only persons, places, and things, right? Why in the Bible in Revelations 3:14, why is Amun capitalized? And why is he talking? Because it's a being. Secretly coded to the god Amun. What does Amun mean, everybody? Why does the Jehovah Witness churches have no windows? Same reason why the Freemasonic temples have no windows, because they want to be hidden. Does anybody know what the word Amun means? Because he's the messenger of the Laodiceans. Amun means the hidden. There's the Masonic code right there. The Church of Laodicean messenger, Charles A. Russell, which is the Amun with the capital A, because it's a Kemetic Neter. That's actually talking. What is the highest degree in Freemasonry? What is the highest degree? Woo-wee! Should I keep going, man? What's the highest degree? You know what the highest degree is, baby? The highest degree is 33. There it is right there, 33 degrees. Which represents what? What is a degree anyway? It's a temperature. 32 degrees is freezing or rigor mortis of a dead body. Thus 33 equals resurrection when something thaws out. The degree after frozen when something thaws out and resurrects. Of which Jehovah Witnesses teach if you follow its leader, that you resurrect as, and you go to heaven. Here we go. Because if you follow the leader, what do you resurrect as? You become one of the Knights Templar on the heavenly plane. The 33rd degree, the resurrection. 32 is freezing. That's rigor mortis, death. 33 is 1 degree. When something is thawed out, then it starts to come back to life and it resurrects, and you resurrect as a Freemason, as a Knights of Templar on the heavenly plane. That is the 33 degree. Why do I even have that? Let's see. Here we go, everybody. Woo, 33. A Masonic Knights of Templar. Thus, it's on Charles Taze Russell's tomb, where he is dead. 32 degrees, waiting for resurrection, with the Knights of Templar symbol on the tomb. But wait, there's more. Jehovah Witnesses even put Revelations 3:14 on the symbol of death of resurrection equal 33 degrees. Right? That's the messenger of the Laodiceans, 3:14. 3:14, he's the messenger of the Laodiceans, which is Amun, right? Revelations 3:14. Let's read that again with a 33-degree resurrection in mind, everybody. Let's read it again. And the angel of the church of Laodiceans write, these things saith the Amun, the faithful and the witness. Revelations 3:14, the messenger of Laodiceans. Amun? But why Amun, Jehovah Witnesses? Is even that another Masonic code? Is even that another Masonic code? The 33-degree resurrection? Why Amun? Why Church of Laodiceans? Well, look at Amun, everybody. In gematria, A1, M13, E5, N14. Uh-oh. Amun 33. Boom! Boom, everybody. There it is. Amun 1:13, 5:14. Messenger of the Church of the Laodiceans. Thus says the Amun. He's dead. He's going to resurrect as a Templar. 32 degrees. 33-degree Freemason, the highest one. 32 freezing. 32 resurrection. Church of the Laodiceans. Amun. A-M-E-N 1:13, 5:14. 33-degree That is the gematria of the word Amun. Boom. Now I'm done. Matrix broken. Jehovah Witnesses, come knock at my door. I'm out. Hope everybody appreciated that. Thank you for stopping by the Tehuti Pod class. That is how I answer questions. That is why. Look, Arcat comes on with teeth smiling. Let me fix my camera here. That is how I answer questions at the Tehuti Pod class. I hope you appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it. From Shakespeare to Edward de Vere to Madame Blavatsky to Charles Taze Russell to Knights of Templar, Freemasonry to Albert Pike, we see tonight that the occultist, Freemason, Gnostic secret society group has their hands all over the Bible in mysticism, even all the way down to our good black conscious brothers, Nefer and Amun, with the Kabbalah. Not even the conscious community has escaped it. That is my answer. Hope you appreciate it. I'm going to check the room. I'm going to let the brothers speak, and then I'm going to come and close out. And
Saba keep breaking the matrix, glitching out. Peace and love.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
I love it. It's 421 where I'm at on the East Coast. Shout out to everybody still up.
All right, Arcap. We're going to talk in a moment. Let me check the room and see. The room is lighting up. Oh my gosh. The room is lighting up. Except Freemasonry or die. Yep. Ariel Trill says, wow. Going crazy with their own interpretations. All of this in the name of Jesus. T-Dog put dynamite, sticks, and explosions. Tika Kepra said, keep going. Another master class by Tehuti. Thank you, Kamit. Bing bong. Yep, they're caught. Bing bong. It's over. Master K says, uh-oh. Woo! That was a crazy class, man. That was crazy. Good stuff. Good stuff. Higa Kipra put bombs. Ava put transitions. Woo! Oh my gosh, man. Matt Rob put boom. Is that too many people to click on? Too many people. Everybody loved it. Thank you, everybody. T-Dog put more bombs. There's McNair put great answer. Many say fraud Muhammad started as a troll. Oh, Matt, daughter of Ray says, once again, Tua, once again, Saba. LOICXC says, from Africa, Tehuti, you're one of a kind. Okay. We got more bombs. We got bombs. Okay, you guys really like that one. Man, today this was equal to this was more than the Matrix breakdowns. The truth, best podcast, hands down, peace and blessing. Red pill for life. Oh, I didn't even broke that down yet. Did I? Okay. Okay. Powerful, enlightening, and mind-blowing. All right, brothers, I'm gonna step away for a moment. When I come back, I'll do some of the rest of the shout-outs for the people who donated. You all do your talk. I'll be right back. Boom!
Peace and love, Ahati.
Peace, brother.
No, I start fading. It's 424. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Otep Maat for everybody staying up for the truth. If you want the truth. He said how long? 40 years, over 40 years until I got the absolute truth. And it is amazing. We are in a time like no other. Scribe, how's my sound, brother?
You sound good.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's no competition, man. You know, it's
I think Ahati, you're causing a little echo.
Is that Ahati? Oh yeah, that was. Peace and love. Yeah, man. You know, the truth, brother. The truth, man. It's a beautiful thing. The truth. What else is there to say? If you're not looking for the truth, if you're not celebrating the truth, 40 years. Man, not much time I wasted. But you know what? I think it was just I think I heard a brother say one time it was like a stepping stone. Like it was like I don't remember how it was put, but like you don't when you ask someone something where you say whatever, I can't remember. It's 4:30 in the morning, but the point was that it was worth it. And I'm here now and I got the truth, and I'm so grateful to Ahati. I won't stop saying that. Peace and love for motivating our Saba and introducing him to us, because I waited my whole life for this. So it was worth it. Tuah to you, brother. Peace and blessings for this truth. And shout out to everybody out there that's celebrating the truth, because we definitely need to celebrate the truth and celebrate our leaders. And if we're not supporting the truth and supporting our Saba, then we're supporting the lie. And I'm going to end it with that. I'm going to let my good brother Scribe or Ahati speak. If you're not supporting the truth, you're supporting the lie. So peace and love.
Yeah, once again, another fire breakdown. Yeah, those Masons are something else. Yeah, but you know, good thing we have the Matrix Breaker to crack the codes, you know, for us and show us how to do it ourselves by just following his lead. You know, so just peace and blessings, Hotel Maat, to all the viewers, to everyone out there who's taking in this information, you know, and to be able to take yourself to the next level and break out of these spells, and to be able to break others out of it as well. So, you know, I won't say too much. You know, I'll let the great brother Ahati come in and close us out before Saba Tehuti comes back in. So just peace and love, everybody. Make sure you come in and you join us Sunday for our Study Guide Sunday class. The great brother Ahati will be doing his presentation to close us out on the good day of Christmas. So come join us and you know and you know, learn with us, and let's learn from the great brother Ahati. Yes, so that's Sunday, and the times are on the website, all the different time zones. So just go to the website and make sure you subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell so you'll be notified when we go live. All right, so peace and love, and Hotel Maat.
Peace and love, brothers. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Charles Taze Russell. I remember him. I had the same experience. I was in where was I? I was actually living in Pennsylvania. I was living in it's called Luzerne County. It's called Wilkes-Barre. Yeah, Wilkes-Barre, PA. And so Jehovah Witnesses came over. But I was a Hebrew Israelite back then, and they ran off my porch and knocked over my my then wife's potted plant. It was funny, man. They fell down the front stairs because I invited them in, but they ran out of the house. But yeah, that's what it is, man. All these people are connected to the same religion, religion, but secretly they're worshiping our culture without giving us credit, and that's the big problem. In my opinion, that's the major problem. That's why I show up every week. That's why I do what I do behind the scenes. That's why from the beginning I supported and served Saba, and I will continue to do that because the enemy force is a very destructive and evil force, and it uses all of its energy to make sure we don't reconnect with our power source, which is Maat. And that's why, even near me, I live near Loyola High School, which is in a lot of movies. It's in Los Angeles, and it's in a lot of movies. And across from it is a large cemetery. When you drive by, there's big pyramids, man. Big marble pyramids in the cemetery. And I noticed that most of the wealthy, they always use our symbols. They always use the truthful symbols. They're not going to put a cross there at their burial. So, yeah, another excellent breakdown, Saba. I like that. I like that you go straight to what the person's saying. So if anybody wants to pop in at any point of what's called space and time, they have to. I remember you told me something when I was first learning from you. You said they're not gonna have to argue, or maybe you told me this. You said you're not gonna have to argue with me. You're gonna have to argue with Budge. You're gonna have to argue with Petrie. You're gonna have to argue with Flanders. You're gonna have to argue with all these Jesus. You have to argue with all these people. And in the beginning, I didn't realize how it actually makes this very easy to speak on now, because I'm no longer giving my opinions on things. I'm rather just speaking about the facts, so I really don't have to think about anything. And by doing it that way, I don't have to lie about anything, as long as I stick straight with the facts.
Yeah, so remember when we first met, or in the beginnings, you'd always, your questions would be, a lot of them would be, what do I think about such and such? What do I think about this?
Yes.
And I respond to you and I tell you I don't think.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's my next point is, and I want to emphasize this to class. So when I met Saba, I would say I think, I try, and it's interesting too, because you'll hear people, the T.O.M who on these quote unquote expert panels, and they'll say, "Well, I think, and I believe so." And Saba said, "Well, you have to either know or you don't know. It's just as simple as that." And that blew me away. That had a major impact on my life, because I had to look at the amount of times during a day I really didn't know something. Instead of just go looking it up, even though it takes time, I would just, if it sounded good, then it must be the truth. And this is a big reason. I would say 99% of our population is still following religions and falsehood, because the amount of time it took to look up what Saba was saying, because he wouldn't give me the answer either. I remember I used to get pissed in the beginning because he wouldn't give me the answer. He would say something to me. He wouldn't turn me down, but he would say something to me that would make me have to go back, and I'd have to do the research. And I did. And I did that for many years. And now, like Saba says, when you're researching now, the information just starts coming. But Saba, I'm not surprised anymore. I just sit here, listen. It's almost relaxing. I just sit here, listen. I listen to you guys talk, and then I just know that when you break down another religion, it's going to be connected back to the root system, the system that was put in place to literally kill our minds and then kill us physically. So I appreciate you. I'm glad that more people are appreciating you now. I'm glad to see that there's a bunch of sisters coming in supporting you now. And I'm glad that motivating you wasn't a waste of your time.
Yes. Thank you, my brother. Absolutely. Not a waste at all. I'm enjoying this. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. I am enjoying this because I'm watching the reactions of the people, and I remember my reactions when I started transforming. So, thank you. All right, brothers. We're gonna get into we're gonna shout out the last donators and then close it out. Hatian, mute your mic. I think it's giving that strange sound. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Auntie. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm gonna give a shout out to Sosh Wallace with the $5. Appreciate you, my brother Sosh Wallace. We're gonna try to whiz through some of these. This another 8-hour power class. Here's Cash Pete and doing it again. Cash Pete and let's see what you got. Cash Pete. Oh no, that's a screen record. Nope. Cash Pete in with the 888 with support for the situation. But he's gonna give a string. He always does this. It's not just 888. Here we go. Oh man, Cash Pete. Let me go ahead and log this, rename. Cash Pete with the support. Peden. Right? Peden. So shout out to Cash Peden, who gives the 888. And I'm gonna go ahead and put this in here. And there's 5 from Sosh Wallace, and then Cash Peden. Where is he? There is Cash Peden with the 888. You know, Cash Peden, whenever he gives 888, you know, coming up is gonna be like 999, 10, 10, 10. Here we go. Let's see. Shout out to Cash Peden. The next Cash Peden donation, you all can just start putting in all the sound effects because it's gonna start adding up. He always does this. I love it though. Cash Peden with the 888, and of course, here we go again. Cash Peden again with the 999. Oh man. Here we go again. Cash Peden. Put this in the room. Shout out to Cash Peden with the 999. Let me close this out. I gotta close these things. Too much things I have. Shout out to Cash Peden. Let me support Peden. Support Peden. Oh, come over here, Nakash. Nakash, come over here. Okay, here we go. Cash Peden, you know, if he gives 888, then of course he's gonna give 999, and here is his 999. Brothers, get ready to throw sound effects. He's not done yet. Here's Cash Peden with a 999 right after 888 for situation support. He's supporting the emergency situation again. Who has a sound effect? That sound effect is crazy. I can even hear the things dropping after the explosion. The stuff dropping back on the ground. That's crazy. That's nice. So Cash Peden with a 999, and of course, he doesn't stop there. Cash Peden with the. Cash Peden is a good brother. He's a good brother. He's on a good quest. He's on a good quest. He really wants. He wants to decipher. He wants to decipher. Support. Peden. Okay. Shout out to Cash Peden. Stay here, Nakash. Nakash. Let's do this. So if he gives the 9, then of course the next one's going to be 1 up. Let me close this out. I can't move my mouse. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Cash Peden for support to the situation again. He's sending his support in broken up sections. And Cash Peden, he says for support, for situation support, thanks for the clarity. So he's actually thanking me for the answer for the Nefer Amun 11 Laws of God breakdown. Thank you, my brother Cash Peden. Go ahead and throw him another bomb. Did I hear the shell drop after the? They sound like crazy video games. Okay. Next up. Next up is who? Raphael Gary. Oh, I see the monsters coming. Raphael Gary for support of the situation again. There's Raphael Gary. I'm gonna go ahead and put him in my file. Oh, this extension is already used. Okay. Oh, I see. Hold on. I gotta rename this. We'll call this support feed 2. Okay, and then we got Raphael Gary with the support again. Raphael Gary support support Raph. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can put this right inside the Google. Oh, it's in there already. Okay. So it's in there. Oh, I know what I can do. Let me do this. I'm just gonna go ahead and do. Oh, where'd it go? Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and put the whole Gmail thing in there. Here we go. Let's see if it works. I'll just keep clicking and clicking. Here we go. Shout out to Raphael Gary with the $21 for support. Give him a bomb, fellas. Give him some noise. Thank you, Raphael Gary. All right. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Thank you, my good brother. All right. What's next? Who's next? What's next? Oh, we got some big ones. We got well, let me do these ones first. We got Marvin with the 666 for knowledge and support, love and light. Okay, hold on. Hey man, there you go. Go down here. There you go. Okay, we got Marvin in the room. Let me go ahead and do this. Where'd it go, Marvin? Who's Kadzani? That's right. Marvin is Kadzani. Shout out to Kadzani who's in the room. Shout out to Kadzani. Let me go ahead and do the screen share for you. And then the monsters are coming up. Shout out to Kadzani who says, for knowledge and support, peace, love, and light. Thank you, my good brother, for knowledge and support, peace, love, and light. Thank you. Thank you. And we got Shannon. That's Shannon? We got Shannon. Support what I can. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Shannon. We'll go ahead and put you in the file. Okay. Oh, wait. I'm on something else. Okay, hold on. One-man show. Support. Shannon, there we go. Thank you, Shannon, for the support. Let me go ahead and put you on the screen. Akash, come back over here. Thank you. And let me go and do. Oh, there we go. Boom. Shout out to Shannon. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I need a third hand. Okay, here we go. There we go. Shout out to Shannon. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen. This is 666 from Kadzuni. We're going to take that off the screen and we're going to go boom, 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 boom. And Shannon with the 555 for support what I can. Thank you, Shannon. I know you're definitely supporting what you can. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, next up on the list, I see a monster coming up. Oh, I see Bev, but I see, get ready, fellas. Here we go. We got Steven Escalar shutting the room down. Let me go ahead and go like this. I'll put it right here. And we'll go like this. Steven Escalar. Thank you, Steve E. I doubt he's in the room anymore. He may be asleep by this time of night. Let me go ahead and label him for support. He definitely supports Steve. Okay, support Steve. Thank you. And here we go. Get ready, fellas. Here we go with another big donation. Another big donation. Steve E with the $50. Thank you, Steve E. In the hand clap. Oh my God, this is getting more violent and violent each effect. Each effect is killing more people. That took out like 5 houses right there. Shout out to Stephen E for support. Appreciate you, my good brother. You guys still have the hand claps? Regular hand claps? Oh, it's so cool. That's nice. Thank you. That's really clear. Good. Polarity Trap says good morning from Leicester. Shout out to you. And okay, here we go. A couple last ones. Here we go. Who's left on the menu? Bev support. Yep, Bev. Hey, this is good tonight. This is good. I got a lot of supports, and no, I don't think I got any new questions. It gives me a little break to get to questions that were sent. Because I have the Cleopatra one. I have there's a couple others. I have to look. Support. Bev. Thank you, Bev. Let me go ahead and put you in the room here. Shout out to Bev for support with the 15, all the way from the UK. Shout out to UK support. Bev actually came in here because somebody in the podcast told her about it, and she became one of the most dedicated. One of those dedicated. Thank you, Bev. You found out about the podcast from somebody in the podcast. Thank you, Bev. Sends a 15. Shout out to you. My pleasure, Saba. Wonderful. You're great, Bev. You're doing great. Ariel was watching from the start. He keeps falling in and out of sleep. All right. Hold your head up. Stay up. Okay, see if we can do it. If not, the beautiful thing about it is that it is on YouTube. So if anything happens, you can run the video back. Okay, here we go, everybody. We got 3 more. What's this? Who's this? Oh my God! I gotta end on Rodrigo. You here? I'm gonna end. You're gonna end it. I'm not even gonna do this one. I'm not doing this one. I'm gonna end it. Who's this? Oh gosh! Oh man! This is not. It doesn't even matter now. It doesn't even matter. It's not. Oh man! It's all big ones. Okay, well, here we go. Here we go, Patty. We scribe. Oh my! Get ready for the bombs, everybody. Everybody's doing big. Let's do Patty with the monster, then Scribe, and then Rodrigo. Wow. Who is T-Dog? Who is T-Dog? Who is this brother? T-Dog. Where did T-Dog pop up from? I don't even remember a T-Dog a month ago. T-Dog. Oh my gosh. So T-Dog, wait. He gave 50 something, then he gave 50 something, then he gave this. Is that all in one night? Is this all in one night? I don't know. And then the last question was 50 something. Should I give this man, Terry Patty, who is spent $100. Let me get this mic right. Terry Patty with another $100. something, 50 something. The last one was 50 something. And then he just won another 100. Shout out to Terry Patty. Terry Patty, how did you find out about the podcast? How did you find out? I need to know this because I don't remember Terry Patty a month ago. There's no Terry Patty 3 weeks ago or what. Where did Terry Patty come from? T-Dog, unless he was just in the room quiet, but T-Dog comes out of nowhere, just drop him. Or even in the T-Dog is asleep. T-Dog is asleep. And shout out to you, T-Dog, whenever you see this. Let me know where you came from, my good brother T-Dog. Monster. I was trying to look for a regular donation so I could do Rodrigo last. I click on T-Dog and he's like Rodrigo. So shout out to you, my good brother. Who's left? Scribe is left. Let me see if T-Dog went into the files. T-Dog, he gave 3 donations tonight. 3 all big ones. Let me refresh this page and see who's here. Scribe. Here is the Scribe. Scribe is always giving support. Shout out to Scribe, man. Let me go ahead and make sure he goes in this proper section. Let me do this. Here we go. Scribe. Oh, support. I hope you find your snake, Scribe. I wonder if it's still in the tank somewhere in the dirt. I don't see how it could have got out.
I emptied it out. Yeah, I emptied it out. I don't know. I don't know.
How did it climb up the glass? That's what I want to know. How did it stick to the glass and climb up? That's amazing. I hope you find that. Would you have it for one day?
Yeah.
Oh boy, hope you find it, man. Okay. T-Dog's here. Here he is. For crazy breakdowns. Where'd you come from, T-Dog? How'd you find out about the podcast? Just type that in the room. I wonder, did you come from Neteru, Kill the Priest, the podcast? Did somebody in the room invite you? Did you come across me from a debate? How did you, because I don't remember you. You just popped up out of nowhere with big donations. Shout out to you, T-Dog, whoever you are. Is that Tehuti, Dog? Is that Tehuti most in disguise? I just popped up out of nowhere. Shout out to you, my good brother. And here we go. Did I put the Scribe up? Scribe, get ready to throw the bombs. Heavy ammunition, artillery, shells falling. Scribe with the 33. Oh my! Thank you, my
All I'm
brother.
offering is the truth, nothing more.
Is that your voice, Scribe?
That's Morpheus.
Oh, okay. Sounds like you. Shout out. Who's playing that? Is that you, Arcad?
No, that's me.
Okay. Shout out to you, Scribe 3372. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you for bringing people too. You brought Des, Dogon, Tony, Carolina. And was there someone else? I thought it was 4 people.
I've brought a few. There's people in the that watches the podcast that haven't, came out and said anything. But
there's Carolina, there's the Dogon, Tony. Okay, I thought there was one more person that I knew of. Okay, shout out to you, my good brother. That is bringing the people. That is the whole point. Bring the people. Bring the people. Without people, there's nothing. Nothing can happen. Shout out to you. Let's do the last but not least. Let me show you guys some loyalty and dedication. What loyalty and dedication is, man. Both my donations. Oh. Rigo gave a donation earlier tonight too? I think he did. Yes, he did. I think, oh man, I'm losing track. Okay, Rigo is here to. Oh my, let me put donation Rigo. Here's a good way to shut down the pod class. Rigo, and he has a good message too. support. Rigo, thank you, Rigo. Support Rigo, and I'm gonna go ahead and put him in the room. Look at this, everybody. Look at this, everybody. Wow. Wow, Rigo. Here we go. Okay, get ready, fellas. Oh, what's that? Get ready, fellas. Here we go. With the last donation of the night, one of the biggest because T-Dog altogether. Well, I don't know. Rigo gave 2 though. I don't know. This is crazy. Shout out to the biggest or one of the biggest donators of the night, the monster. Look at this, everybody. Rigo Alvarado. $132. He said, both my donations are support for your situations. I don't take your teachings for granted. Thank you, Tehuti. I got to go find that other one from you, Rigo, and label that as support too. You are definitely you're the biggest 3 supporters for maybe, I don't know. You're the biggest 4 supporters for the situation. Thank you. And you just gave the money for the Matrix breakdown, which thank you. Thank you, everybody. I don't think there was one question asked tonight. It was only support. So therefore, I can answer 2 questions that were sent from last week that I didn't answer and spend the rest of the time doing the Matrix breakdown for the pod class. Oh, yes. The Matrix part 3 coming up. Somebody gave a bomb for that. For that. Shout out to you, Rigo. Shout out to you. Let me close this down. Appreciate you. That concludes the Tehuti pod class. I think this is the very first pod class where not a question was sent. Not a question was sent. It was strictly donations and large donations. Not one question, which gives me time. Thank you, everybody. I think I'm backed up with 2 or 3. And then the Matrix one, which is, that's huge. So shout out to everybody. You're going to get a great one with the Matrix one. Actually, we're going to open up with the Dejed and the spiritual masturbation. And then I think I'm going to answer Cleopatra first, Dejed with the spiritual masturbation, and then lead with the Dejed going into the Matrix movie because the Dejed symbol is in the Matrix movie too. So the Jed of Osiris is in the Matrix movie, so it's going to be a good segue. Shout out to everybody. It is 7 hours and 40 minutes. I got to train Neteru known as tomorrow. Tomorrow's back day. Okay, here we go, everybody. I want to shout out everybody in the room. Ariel Trill, Cannabis Spa, T-Dog, Shannon, I am Kudzuni, Rigo, Robert Williams, Master K, Officially Beats, everybody, Zep Tepi Slim, Ava, this name right here, Main Tray, RPM, Maat, daughter of Ray, Darius McNear, Hika Kepra, of course. Everybody, everybody, Rebel Minded, of course, Commit 101. I don't know this name, but shout out to Reno Raider. Shout out to all of you. It won't let me scroll up anymore for any new names, but shout out to all of you. Shout out when you popped up on my radar. When you popped up, my radar went off. Never missed a night. On the KP, you're from KP. Haven't been back. This is the theme, right? Haven't been back since you left your podcast. That's the theme. Is that the theme going on? That's the theme. Everybody met me on Killer Priest and hasn't been back since I left. Made some changes to have some means to support and show appreciation. Thank you for making whatever changes you made, T-Dog. That's an awesome change. Thank you. So you're from Killer Priest. Okay. Shout out to Killer Priest. Shout out to everybody. Hey, Scribe, did you say you put a super chat on Killer Priest for me to come on? Did you say that last week? And it was ignored? Was that you?
Yeah, I hopped in his chat for a quick minute and sent a super chat and said, "Hey, bring Tehuti back on," and he didn't acknowledge me.
It wasn't read?
It wasn't read, but he did read the $2 super chat that was 30 seconds before mine. You know, so I don't know what that was about.
Hate is great. The love is fake.
That's how that's the story of my life, bro. That is the story of my life. I am a cockroach. I come in the situations until I'm discovered. Once I'm discovered, they got to get me out of the house. So that's the story of my life. I joined the Nuwapians, raised up to the highest point. They realized what was going on. They got me out of there. Everyone went to the Lions Den, rose up to the champion. Anything I join, that's what happens. I rise to the top of the situation, and then they got to make me invisible because, I guess, because I make other people invisible. And you can't have certain people invisible, you know. So that's the story of my life. All right, everybody. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Scribe. Shout out to the great moderators, which are, of course, that's not the moderators. Moderators? Recent? Those moderators. Pictures? Moderators, here we go. Shout out to the moderators who are, of course, the beautiful Nania Setmer, the dedicated, the loyal Unki M. Maat, the secretary, the Ahati Maat, the warrior, they call the general, the technician, Scribe, he's the tank in the Matrix movie who controls all the technical work to make sure they can dial in and dial out without tank on the Nebuchadnezzar. Morpheus can't even dial in and dial out. So shout out to the technician, Scribe. Appreciate you, Ahati Ma'at, Anke Ma'at, Nania Setmer. Appreciate all of you. You all are awesome. Everybody who knows what's going on, support. You already know. If you like what you see, and plus I'm in a situation where I need big, great support after January 22nd to solve an issue. We are like almost a quarter way there, so I appreciate those who want to help. It is an emergency situation. If you want to see Tehuti here past January 22nd without interruption, please send your support and also send your questions in to PayPal at RockySV, Cash App TT Amun. Thank you very much, everybody. Arcad, do you want to do the affirmation close?
Yes.
Okay, shout out to Scribe, shout out to Hati Ma'at, Arcad Infinite. Look forward to everybody meeting everybody. And Neter, formerly known as, is going to be here for a week. I didn't know it was that long. So that's going to be good. Hopefully he gets to meet you, Hati, and everybody. And Pika Kepara is actually here. So hopefully people get to meet each other and vibe and feel each other out. And then he's actually going to get his name before he leaves. So shout out to you. We're gonna stop saying formerly known as. He's gonna actually have a name. So shout out to you, my good brother. Peace out to you, Hika Kepara. And that's right, Robert. I'm the most visible now. That's right. Thank you. Okay, I'm breaking down. We're gonna do the affirmation. Go ahead, my good brother. Arcade Infinite, close us out with the affirmation, please.
Peace and love, Hotep Ma'at, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki M Ma'at, Un NS, Nintet Aset M Ma'at, Min Hepapet M Ma'at, Her Incute Kui, Her Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. We're going to close out. I'm going to go ahead and put myself on the solo screen. This is Nakash. This is Neeth. And of course, several people and their religions got stung tonight, so I can't continue without, of course, the stinger himself, Scorpion King. These are my guides. They give me energy to keep on continuing on and on like the Erykah Badu song. We have the Scorpion King here. We have Neeth on the hat from Zimbabwe, Scorpion King all the way from Mali. And we have all the way from Honduras, Acromelanated, Nakash. Peace and love, everybody. Thank you all for coming to the Tehuti podcast. You all are awesome. We couldn't do this without you. Peace and love. Brothers, love you. See you on Midnight Monday. See everybody soon. Peace and love.